ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. The Federal Minister for Emergency Management, Murray Watt, says Australia is much better prepared for this coming bushfire season than it was heading into Black Summer. The government started implementing almost all of the recommendations of the Bushfire Royal Commission. Senator Watt says there'll be more cooperation between federal, state and territory governments.
We will actually have more aircraft available for firefighting than we've ever had in this country, including one extra large water bombing aircraft and plenty more helicopters than we've had before. And I know that the states have done everything they can when it comes to hazard reduction.
The family of a man who survived a deadly mushroom lunch in Victoria's East is appealing for privacy as they mark a significant milestone in his recovery. Yvette Gray with the details.
The family of Ian Wilkinson have revealed the 68-year-old pastor was discharged from hospital on Friday after making significant progress in his recovery, describing the milestone as a moment of immense relief and gratitude. Mr Wilkinson and his wife Heather, along with Gail and Don Patterson, all became ill after having lunch at Erin Patterson's house in Leongatha at the end of July. Mr Wilkinson was the sole survivor of the suspected mushroom poisoning, which is the subject of a homicide squad investigation. Ms Patterson denies any wrongdoing. His family is appealing for privacy as they focus on his well-being and the path ahead.
Ukraine says a missile strike on the headquarters of Russia's Black Sea Fleet in Crimea killed a number of top Russian commanders. The head of Ukraine's military intelligence says 9 people died in the attack and 16 others were badly wounded. Officials say the strike on the port of Sevastopol was timed to hit a meeting of Russian generals. The Kremlin says only one service member is missing following the attack. Aid groups say they're struggling to supply enough food to the enclave of Nagorno-Karabakh. Tens of thousands of people have been displaced after Azerbaijan took the territory in a military operation last week. People trapped inside say they're starving. Jason Strauss-Yusso from the International Committee of the Red Cross says supplies are getting in, but it's not enough.
There's definitely huge humanitarian needs. And despite the fact that I can say 70 metric tons we were able to bring in today, and that we've brought in food other food supplies in recent days, the needs are extremely high.
Ethiopia says it's begun another round of talks with Egypt and Sudan over a controversial mega dam it's building on the River Nile. The Ethiopian government announced the fourth and final filling of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam earlier this month. Speaking at the UN General Assembly in New York, Egypt's Foreign Minister Sameh Shokri says the dam violates international law.
Ethiopia
has gone further by filling and operating unilaterally this dam. Egypt is keen on seriously engaging in the current negotiations in order to achieve or to reach a binding agreement.
The U.S. National Hurricane Center says Ophelia is expected to head northeast towards New Jersey along the U.S. Atlantic coast after bringing coastal flooding and heavy rain to the states of North Carolina and Virginia. The storm made landfall last night with winds of up to 113 kilometres per hour. A man from Groote Eylandt who was arrested and charged by Australian Federal Police for assaulting passengers on a plane has been handed a prison term. Thomas Morgan with the details.
A 24-year-old man who assaulted passengers and caused more than $7,000 worth of damage to an aircraft on a flight from Cairns to Groote Eylandt in April has been jailed. The man was arrested and charged by the AFP after he became aggressive towards passengers and airline staff and punched the aircraft. The man also refused to follow the instructions of airline staff. After pleading guilty in the Darwin local court on Thursday to 5 offences relating to violent behaviour during the flight, the man was sentenced to 16 months in prison.
2 men have been charged over a stabbing at Surrey Hills in inner Sydney. Police say a 25-year-old man was stabbed by a group of men outside of a nightclub on Oxford Street in July. A 34-year-old man was stabbed after trying to help him. A 21-year-old man from Queensland and an 18-year-old man from Layla Park in Sydney have been charged with offences including grievous bodily harm with intent to murder. And a man's been stabbed during a fight between two groups in Melbourne's CBD in the early hours of this morning. Police say a 44-year-old Frankston man was taken to hospital after being stabbed at Flinders Street Station. 3 people have been arrested, 2 42-year-old men from Somerville and a 32-year-old man from Baxter. ABC News. Get more news at any time by downloading the ABC Listen app.
It's the most magical time of the year, right? Final season. Get your footy finals live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
Incredible. Triple grab.
AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Called by ABC Sports expert commentary team.
He strikes it. He likes it. He kicks it. He wins it.
Whatever your code and wherever you happen to be, we've got you covered so you don't miss a second.
He bounces it through.
Hear your footy finals live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
Grandstand AFL.
And welcome back to Lavington Oval in Albury for the Ovens and Murray Grand Final this year between the Yarrawonga Pigeons, who are coached by Steve Johnson, of course, the Geelong champion. They take on the Albury Tigers, the most successful team in the history of this competition, involving the teams around the border towns of New South Wales and Victoria. And it is our great privilege to be here today on what is a mostly sunny day. The ground looks an absolute picture. It's 22 degrees at present, and we've got the lower grades on at the moment. So the reserves grand final is taking place at present between the Albury Tigers and the Lavington Panthers. So Albury leading Lavington in this game by 26 points. Corbin Middlemass with you in commentary. Ben Cameron is alongside me. We'll be joined by Brett Delidio throughout the day. And the Lavington Panthers coach is a guy you may have heard of, premiership player, former Sydney and St Kilda footballer, and Adam Schneider is going to join us as part of the call, and Lauren Borden, who's been moving right around the premises to be able to bring you some of the flavour of what's taking place today. But it is a real thrill to be here, Ben, on what has been a busy weekend, 2 preliminary finals, and now a bit of country footy to round out the best footy weekend of the year.
Really, it was your brainchild, Corbin. Good to be here. You've gone MCG, 97,000 for Collingwood GWS. You've flown up to the Gabba, and now you're in Albury to call the O&M Grand Final, the Ovens and Murray Grand Final between Yarrawonga and Albury later on today. We've been shown... we've been treated already. I mean, we arrived during the thirds. It was late in that game, and Wangaratta were down by about 30 points against Lavington in that game. And all of a sudden, almost from the moment we arrived, they started dobbing goals from beyond 50, including one guy who was hard out against the boundary line at the elbow of 50 in the boundary line, had a short in the pocket. I said, hit that. Ignored that, eyed the goals and kicked it, and the crowd erupted. They ended up going down the Rovers by 2 points. Couldn't come from 30 down in the final quarter. But
so just to paint a proper picture of that, we arrive at Lavington Sports Ground. First time we've ever been here. We think, wow, there's a nice little venue. It's just had a multi-million-dollar redevelopment. We're in a really modern broadcast position. There's a balcony in front of us, and so we're trying to work out where's the best place we can call the game from. And our superb technician, called Jules, as you call him, Jules McKenzie, was here last night to set it all up. He said, look, there's a couple of different options. And so I'm doing a little bit of a recce with Jules. I'm thinking, do we stand out there? Do we sit inside? And then I look up to the balcony, and there's you saying, oi, Corb, look, there's a goal. The score's happened. You just completely lost in the game. Couldn't care about the recce. All of a sudden, you've just been completely taken by what's happening in the first.
I lost myself in the footy. I started calling out to a player at one point to give an option long down the line. And Lauren Borden looked at me as if you have no association to these teams, and you couldn't care less. But it is a beautiful picture we're looking at. The ground, to start with, looks immaculate. We've got this beautiful grandstand, which is full of people at the moment. The sun is beating down. We've got the outer bank, which is filling up with people as we speak, some of which have their rug. It is slanted or cambered down towards the ground, so it's almost like a natural grandstand on the outer side of the ground. And then we've got these beautiful hills and trees in the background. It is just an absolute picture, and the crowd is slowly but steadily building. Corbin, because we wanted to be prepared, we also went and sampled the canteen.
Yes.
Got our hot chips and dim sims, and we're ready to go, full stomachs.
Yes, the roll was excellent. So the salad roll was very good. I can vouch for that. Brett Delidio's had the dim sims, so he'll keep you updated with that. You mentioned earlier, as part of Grandstand AFL Sunday, Brett Delidio's actually played here. So Richmond played Port Adelaide in a pre-season game a few years back. So it has hosted a number of sort of AFL pre-season fixtures in the past. You mentioned the way that the ground is, and this is actually an old velodrome. So basically there used to be a cycling track around the outside of the venue, which is no longer there. It's now sort of been, it's probably brick paved over, isn't it?
Yeah.
But what happens is the ground is basically sunken. So it means that everybody is almost sitting on top of the place.
There's a natural amphitheatre that is created in the venue. Yeah. So just perfect for viewing. And there's a can bar up on the hill, Corbin, which I can see off in the distance. There's a little bit of a patio which some people are gathering under to watch it all. So it is the quintessential perfect country footy setup for a Sunday afternoon grand final for all of the grades.
The ground runs east-west as opposed to north-south. So there's two native sandgropers, a bit like the Subiaco Oval old days. So we are in the northern grandstand rather than on the western side where you ordinarily are for a game of footy, which means if you are kicking to the eastern end late in the game, you will be looking into the sun as a full forward trying to mark a ball late in the piece. So that'll add another element to things when the league game gets underway. So that starts at 2:30. It's not just about the Ovens and Murray League this afternoon, although we're here for the grand final between the Pigeons and the Tigers. We want to hear some great stories from you, our footy audience, throughout the afternoon and your experiences with country footy or community grand finals. Of course, it's a great day for that, given the fact we've got our grand finalists. And so really the last thing that often happens, Ben, in a footy season is the AFL Grand Final next Saturday. So a lot of footy competitions wind up today, whether it's junior sport or community leagues, as I said, country Grand Finals. So we would love to hear from you off the SMS as to what's happening in your competition. So 0437 774 774 is the SMS. And we had State League Grand Finals across the board, Ben, today in Victoria, SA and WA.
Yeah, so those finals taking place in the VFL Werribee coming up against the Gold Coast Suns. So this is the expanded VFL now with teams from interstate. The Gold Coast Suns, of course, one of those. And Michael Barlow, the former Fremantle Docker and also Gold Coast Suns, coaching Werribee, the team that he was drafted from to Fremantle as a mature age product. And a lot of raps on Michael Barlow and the way that he's coaching at the moment. In the SANFL, Glenelg, so the Tigers, wearing the same jumper that Albury will be wearing today, will be taking on the Old Double Blues of Sturt. And then in the WAFL, Old East, who have been cellar dwellers for a number of years, as you well know, Corbin, they will be coming up against Peel Thunder, trying to win their first grand final, East Fremantle, since 1998 against Peel Thunder, who went back-to-back in 16 and 17.
We'll talk more about the league grand final here as the afternoon progresses, but it'll be the Albury Tigers, who are one of the oldest teams, not just in this competition, but in Australian football. The Ovens and Murray League as an organised competition, Ben, started in 1893, which is actually 4 years before the VFL AFL competition started. So this is a league with a rich history. They play the Yarrawonga Pigeons, which is a great moniker for any sports team to be known as the Pigeons. So we'll have the Tigers and the Pigeons for the Ovens and Murray title later this afternoon. Lauren Borden has made the trip with us. We all drove up this morning to Albury. We're lucky enough to be here, and she is out and about. The Lavington Panthers are the host club, so they play their home games here. They've also got a couple of teams in the thirds and the reserves who are playing at the moment, but their treasurer is Graham Brown, and Lauren Borden was able to catch up with him a short time ago. Loz.
Well, I'm down here on the boundary with Graham Brown. Thanks for having a chat. We've just found you by the merchandise little store. How's it been going there for the Lavington Panthers?
I got rid of a few caps. That was all we put it open for, just to help some people that wanted caps for the day, with being so nice and sunny.
All Lavington fans, or do you think some other fans might be picking up one?
No, they're all Lavington fans, yeah.
And you're also the treasurer of the club. Can you tell me a little bit about your role doing that when you're managing all the funds coming in and out of quite a big country club?
Oh, yeah, they're Ovens and Murray clubs are probably $500,000 turnover. They are quite big. And we rely on sponsors, but also our canteen is probably our biggest sponsor in a way, because it generates probably $25,000 for the year. It depends on the crowds and that we have. We had a couple of pretty poor days, which affects the crowd.
Does that show the importance as well of having home games and how much that means the gate takings and the canteen takings?
Oh, absolutely. If we don't have that. And we had one less this year, so... and there's plenty of expenses that go with a club, and we certainly rely on the canteen, and we're pretty lucky this year that we had under 12 nationals for 6 days, and so we've actually in the canteen not profit, but we probably had we've had $50,000 of non-match day canteen, so the canteen is vitally important to us. Probably after our major sponsors, or up along with our major sponsors, actually.
And you mentioned the expenses. You've obviously got a lovely ground here. You've got lighting, nice turf, a nice grandstand that's been put up. What are the expenses that you have to use to maintain this?
Oh, well, the council maintain it, but we do pay a lease fee and a usage fee. Like every time we use the ground for training, we pay for that as well as the lease, a yearly lease, and that's what we expect. Be nice if we didn't have to, but council have got to pay someone to look after it. So, it's we know about it and we plan for it, and things just go along that way.
So how much of a windfall, I guess, is it when you get grand final day? You've had it for the last couple of years. I think it was shared around a little more pre-COVID. How big is it that you have all these football games, netball games, and people coming to Lavington?
Actually, it's not as good as everyone thinks it is. We'll pay about $14,000 to the O&M. So basically, at least the first 35,000 that goes over the tills, through the tills, will go to the O&M, or the profit from that, possibly even a little bit more. So it's always a gamble. I just can't remember one year we actually lost 4,000 on the day, rained, and of course you have stuff that you can't return. But yeah, look, it's a good day, but it takes a lot of people. We'd probably make as much money on Good Friday if we had it than the grand final, but with a lot less staff. But look, that's our lot, and we just embrace it and try and make the most of it.
Graham Brown, Treasurer of Lavington, joining us on ABC. What about country footy clubs? There's been a lot that have had to fold in recent years who have struggled financially. You had COVID as well. How hard is it to run a footy club and keep them financially viable during tough times and at the moment as well in regional areas?
Oh, look, we've had back in I can't remember what year it was. We had a whole new committee come on and found out we were $70,000 in debt, and it was just through a bit of good luck and good management and good people that we got back on our feet, but now we're in a really solid footing thanks to sponsorship mainly. But then Myrtleford, they were in trouble for a while, and we've had Wodonga, I think, were in trouble. So because they're such a big a lot of expenses, obviously, with player payments and that sort of thing in these clubs. It's something that we've got to be mindful of and be aware of, and you're not, just because you're in the O&M, it doesn't mean you're shielded from it. And I can imagine the country clubs, they have the best thing that happened was the salary cap. I think they went to 160,000 and then one down to 120 and 125 when they brought on a new player, but that's helped everyone, I think, and I hope they don't start raising it again. Otherwise, it just gets too hard.
Do you think it's made competitions more equal, the salary cap? It's helped out financially, but do you think it's made leagues more equal?
Well, I guess it has. I guess Wangaratta found that out the hard way. And when they came back to the fold, they finished third this year, and we'd like to, we were well under the cap this year with our player payments. We didn't have any marquee players or anything, so hopefully we can find just a couple of players that we need to probably be more competitive. We probably had 5 or 6 games where we were only less than 10 points, so if we were to get those couple of marquee players, we could easily stay under the cap and then be competitive with the top guys. So, yeah.
So that's the Wangaratta Magpies that you mentioned last season, stripped to their premiership for going over the salary cap, got a $30,000 fine or so. What was the reception like from other clubs around the region?
Oh, I think everyone just says they got their fair whack, and not, when they appealed the loss of the actual premiership, I think most people were surprised they were prepared to put up money to go down that track, because it just didn't seem like they could be caught with a salary cap breach and then expect to keep the flag. So I would say if you went round many people not prepared to say it, but I think everyone says that, they got their right whack.
And so today you're the treasurer of the club. What do you have to do afterwards? Do you have to go there and sit and count the takings?
Yeah, and we'll be counting probably till well into the night. I have a couple of helpers, and then we have a security firm come and take it away for us. Yeah, so we also provide the float and take away the cash for the O&M as well. So I know it's a big day, but I enjoy it. So it's all good fun. Don't see much footy, but that's the way it is.
Well, thanks for your time, Graham. I hope you do get a chance to enjoy the day.
No worries. Thank you very much.
Lauren Borden with Graham Brown, the treasurer for the Lavington Panthers, who of course are the host club here at Lavington Oval for the Ovens and Murray Grand Final in 2023. This is a competition, Ben, which in an unusual quirk hasn't actually crowned a premier since 2019. So we know that the border struggles and the lockdown years in New South Wales and in Victoria, particularly over 2020 and 2021, and the border towns were caught up in that more than just about anyone. Yeah. So there was no premier crowned in 2020 and 21. And then last year, there was a controversial episode in which Wangaratta won the premiership, only to have later been proven to have breached the salary cap.
The Magpies?
Yes, not the
Rovers.
Not the Rovers. Two different types of two Wangaratta teams. So the Wangaratta Magpies won the premiership. They actually won the grand final by only 3 points. They beat Yarrawonga, who are in the grand final today, but instead of awarding the premiership to the runner-up on grand final day, they decided to declare a no-winner. So it was somewhat of a controversial return to the league last year and to grand final day. So despite the fact that the Wangaratta Magpies won on the day, they are not listed as the premiers. So we're here today to see the first official premier in 4 years.
Yeah, wow. So the first time since 2019 that we will see a premier awarded.
Ben, you're involved in community footy. You're the president of your local footy club back in Perth for a number of years. It was great to hear from Graham there about, exactly everything that's involved in putting on a day like this, but also just running a football club and a competition week to week. And I guess there's some of the stories that we're hoping to be able to bring you this afternoon about what it takes in community sport and in country footy in particular to be able to make it all happen. Long distances to travel and obviously, limited resources in many areas.
Well, I think that's the main thing. So you just heard from Graham, who works as the treasurer of the Lavington Committee. It takes a lot of people to put together a community sporting club. It takes a lot of people, particularly, I think, out in the country. And what I've come to realise, I certainly did over the last couple of years, is that community sport means something different to everyone. There will be a lot of different people who fly-by-nighters. It doesn't mean a lot to them. They're happy to come and go. And there'll be a lot of people that the club means so much to them, and it's their life. For a lot of people, it might be the reason that they get out of bed in the morning. It might be what keeps them going. It might be how they interact with and catch up with their friends. And I'm sure for a lot of people who live in the country, which was different to my experience, Corbin, that would be a lot of people who don't have the same opportunities due to the tyranny of distance to catch up with people as easily. So it's certainly a communal meeting point that is so important, and even more so, I'm sure, out in the regions.
The crowd continues to make its way in here at Lavington Oval in Albury. We've got the grass bank and the limestone steps on the opposite side of the ground, where, or more so concrete steps, aren't they, on the other side of the ground, where people are starting to sit. The grandstand's already filling up, as you noted, and we're lucky to be almost right in the middle of the ground in the centre circles on this newly developed stand at Lavington Sports Ground for the Ovens and Murray Grand Final. There is a game going on in front of us. It is the reserve grade between Albury and the Lavington Panthers, and Albury lead that by 25 points. Final quarter action at the moment as we count down to the O&M League Grand Final, the senior Grand Final between the team coached by Steve Johnson, of course, the Geelong champion, three-time premiership player in the AFL, the Yarrawonga Pigeons taking on the Albury Tigers, who are a team with a rich history. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron with you on ABC Sport. Brett Delidio and Adam Schneider are going to join us throughout the afternoon, and Lauren Borden has been working her way around the ground to be able to bring you some of the flavour of exactly what it looks like on O&M Grand Final Day. Of course, it is the O&M Football and Netball League, as is often the case in country leagues. Let's kick it out to Loz, who I think is on the other side of the ground. Lauren.
So on top of the hill here at Lavington Sports Ground, we've got the blue netball courts here. It's a pretty warm day at the moment, getting set for the A-grade netball. I'm joined by Kim Odwin. Thank you for joining us, a life member of the O&M. Can you just tell us a little bit about how nice it is to see the sun shining here, and you're up to the top tier level for today?
We are. It's a magnificent day up here. The sun's shining. It's possibly a little warmer than the girls would like. We have two absolutely wonderful teams playing off today, and I believe it's going to be very close. The last couple of weekends we've seen teams play extra time, and no doubt today will be just as close.
And what goes into a day like today for you? We're sitting here right now, you've got your scorers all sitting down ready, some trophies are there, lots of medals, umpires have to come in. How long do you start thinking about Grand Final Day? How far in advance?
Oh, possibly a month out, for organisation. Of course, Lavington and the council organise the courts and the grounds. And however, Tamara Matthews, the chairman of the netball, has a huge job from the first final all the way till today. So from Monday last week all the way through till today, she has had things to do every single day, organising people, organising the gear we need, and getting here, 7:30 this morning, making sure the scorebooks are all correct, the balls are here. It's a huge job and a huge effort by her and the executive.
You've been involved in the league since 1996. What keeps you bringing you back here to spend your weekends, putting time in to make sure these players have a chance to play?
I think for me, personally, it's all about giving back. So I was at a club, Wodonga Bulldogs, for a long time, and then became independent, and it's all about giving back, It's a wonderful league to have, and seen the netball become part of the league, which was absolutely fabulous. Saw under 17s come through as under 16s firstly, and now under 17s, and this year of course the under 15s, and it's so wonderful to see netball has become part and parcel of the Ovens Murray Football Netball League.
How much has that addition of netball impacted these games? Obviously each side, if Lavington's playing, Lavington's footballers and netballers are playing each weekend, same venue. You got the netball whistle, you got the footy sirens. How good is that to be a part of?
It is very exciting, and the atmosphere, like today, but the atmosphere right throughout the finals and through the year around the netball court is absolutely amazing. It is goosebumps, and it's because we have so many family members involved as well, they're coaches, they're all their volunteers, they're trainers, and the netball is just made up of wonderful, wonderful people.
How many family members would you say you'd see, mums being involved in team managing, daughters playing? That would be fairly common?
Absolutely. And without those volunteers, the netball would not run as smoothly as it does. So it's imperative that you get those people to volunteer their time.
And a bit of a quirk as we look out here, have we got a velodrome over there where the old netball courts are?
We have. There's an old netball court right down in the middle, which was always just a practice court. It was never played on. And now, of course, we have the new facility, which hopefully will be up and running next year. So that's very exciting.
So will that be brand new netball courts just behind us?
Yes, it will be up on the hill with brand new covers, and they'll put down, I think, maybe another blue court because it's very eye-catching and very soothing on the eye as well.
A lot to look forward to next year as well, but I hope you enjoy your day out here today and it all goes well here on the officials bench.
Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it.
That's awesome. Thanks very much to Lauren Borden on the opposite side of the ground with the latest there on what's happening over in the netball courts. Of course, their grand finals being played out the back at the moment. So we'll have updates from there throughout the day, as we will the reserve grade and, of course, the league grand final. We'll bring you a full call of that later on between the Yarrawonga Pigeons and the Albury Tigers. It is ABC Sports coverage of the Ovens and Murray grand final. We are live at Lavington Oval in beautiful Albury. Corbin Middlemass alongside Ben Cameron, Brett Delidio and Adam Schneider to join us throughout the afternoon. And Lauren Borden is working around the ground.
People might be able to hear the Tigers song ringing out. That's because Albury have won 8-13-61 over Lavington 4-6-30 in the Resi score.
Yeah, you were watching the thirds a bit earlier, Ben, when we arrived.
I was. The Wangaratta Rovers came with a rush at the end. They were 30 points down late in the game, but Lavington held on to win by 2 points in the end. So a little nervy down the stretch, but Lavington winning the thirds and then going down in the reserves to Albury.
You had a chance to catch up with a man with a very familiar surname.
I did. So the best of field in the thirds is named the Brett Kirk Medal, obviously after Brett Kirk, the Sydney Swans champion, who grew up in Albury and has spoken a lot proudly about Albury giving him his grounding in life and everything in his life coming back to what he learnt in Albury. His dad, Noel, awarded that Brett Kirk medal to the best of field a little earlier on, and I had a chat to Noel a short time ago. I have Noel Kirk with me, the father of Brett Kirk, who's just presented the Brett Kirk medal to the best player of field in the under-18s grand final won by Lavington. Noel, what does it mean to the family to present the Brett Kirk medal for the under-18s?
It's a great honour. Just that's where Brett started from, playing juniors in the thirds, and went on to play the AFL. So yeah, very proud, that's for sure. So.
For people who are living in the city and haven't been a part of country footy, what does it mean to a region like Albury-Wodonga country footy?
During the season you don't get a great deal of support for clubs and that, but the grand finals always seems to bring out thousands, which is good, good for the country football as well as the players, that's for sure. So yeah, everyone's got to start somewhere. So yeah.
How much does it bind the community together?
There's different lines as far as different players and clubs and supporters. You have your diehards and you have your other type as well. So other than that, it's good to see that sport is still going well, for the country league, that's for sure. So.
When you look out on the ground here at Lavington, can you still see a young Brett running around out there?
No, it's too late. But I think he finished in 2010, so it's a few days since he played with North Albury, that's for sure. So yeah.
So North Albury was his club growing up?
Yes. Yeah, started playing juniors, went through the seniors for a couple of years, 1 year I think, so went on from there. So.
Noel, I think we all admired the way that Brett went about it when he played his footy, so I think a lot of that is a credit to you. So congrats to the family for presenting the medal. Thanks for having a chat to us.
No worries. Thanks. Thank you very much.
So it was your chat, Ben, with Noel Kirk a little earlier on after the thirds grand final, which Brett Delidio was quick to point out. It didn't need clarifying, but for people like me that grew up on the other side of the country, our underage competition was called the Colts, or the under-18s or whatever it may be, but that's the same equivalent to thirds in the O&M League.
And worth mentioning too, your man, Corby Robertson, who was the captain of the Lavington Panthers, took home the Brett Kirk medal, so well played to Corby.
Well, when I got here, everyone was yelling out Corby. I thought, Jesus, it's great to be here, everybody. Thanks for having me. And then all of a sudden I realised that actually the star player for the team was Corby. So it's very rare that you hear somebody with the name Corbin anywhere anywhere around the place, and particularly when you come to a footy game. Off the SMS, it'd be great to hear from you. 0437 774 774. Kudos to the ABC broadcasting a country footy league grand final. Please continue to do this in the future. Go the
Pigeons.
The Pigeons.
Where did they get the moniker from?
Now, so I did look this up. It's basically a Yorta word meaning Yarrawonga, so the Aboriginal language.
Yarra meaning river.
Yarra meaning river, and Wonga meaning the resting place for the pigeon. Oh, sorry, it meaning pigeon. So the Wonga pigeon, and the Yarra meaning the river. So the pigeon rests on the river. Yarrawonga is the resting place of the pigeon, and so as a result, they're the Yarrawonga Pigeons.
I like it. It makes sense. It's a unique moniker, a nickname, and
I didn't explain it all that well, but that's how they basically became the Pigeons, which is not what you usually hear from a sports team, is it, to be called the Pigeons? But it's basically based off the name Yarrawonga.
And for anyone who doesn't know, the Pigeons wear a similar jumper to Geelong. They've got the blue and white hoops.
Yep.
And then obviously the Tigers of Albury wearing the Richmond jumper as we know it.
Now, Lauren Borden is out and about with a local supporter. So that's we might just check in with Loz to see who she's been able to catch up with.
You're sitting in the front row here at Lavington. You've got your yellow and black on for the Albury Tigers, watching them now at the moment in the reserves before the senior grand final as well. Judy, what time did you get here front row?
I brought my car down here at 7:30 this morning and then went home, and then we left home again at 10 o'clock.
So it's a pretty big day for you, isn't it?
Yep, very big. Started getting organised last night.
And do you come to most Albury games?
Yes, if I'm in town.
Whereabouts do you live?
North Albury.
North Albury.
Glenroy.
And so how come you ended up supporting Albury? Have you lived there your whole life?
My husband's a life member at Albury. I originally come from Benalla, so I followed Benalla when I was a child, and then when I came to Albury, we lived not very far away from the football ground, so...
Benalla are in the Goulburn Valley League. It's a bit of a rivalry, Goulburn Valley and Ovens and Murray. Who do you support on Interleague Day? I know it was Ovens and Murray that got the win.
I don't. I don't get too carried away about that. I just love my Tigers.
You just sit in the middle. And can you tell us, Albury have obviously been so successful across the last 15 years or so. They had 10 straight grand finals, winning 7 of them. What was that streak like for the club?
Yeah, I think it was good. Bit one-sided if you listen to other teams, but yeah, I think the boys did it well. The boys earned it. Unlike what everybody says, we didn't buy it, we earned it.
And
yeah.
So what are your thoughts today? Are you coming home with 2 wins from 2 in the football?
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Well, thank you. Enjoy the day out here in the hot sun.
Thank you.
Thanks to Judy, who's catching up with Lauren Borden. So nice to hear from a couple of the people out and about surrounding Lavington Oval, which is where we are today for the Ovens and Murray Grand Final. Loz is about to head up to the official function, which is taking place at the moment. So we'll check in with a couple of the bigwigs in just a moment and get a little more insight into the running of a competition such as the Ovens and Murray League, of course, one of the biggest and best country football competitions in the country. We've just had the completion of the Reserves Grand Final and a 31-point win for Albury over Lavington. Lavington did walk out with the 3rd premiership, the under-18s comp, earlier today, and so the stage is perfectly set for the Grand Final, which will be able to bring you play-by-play commentary this afternoon. The Yarrawonga Pigeons up against the Albury Tigers right here on ABC Radio.
And a suggestion, Corbin, that John Longmire, the Sydney coach, was going to be in attendance here today to support the Grand Final right here on the border between Victoria and New South Wales.
There will be a few people thinking ex-AFL players. Every time there's a country league, there's always some former AFL player, high-profile guy running around. Well, we can tell you in the Albury Tigers today, their co-coach is Anthony Miles, of course, a former teammate of Brett Delidio. He played for both expansion teams, the Suns and the Giants, as well as, of course, the Richmond Football Club. Jeff Garlett, who's a fan favourite, of course, playing in the forward pocket, so he's there for the Tigers. Now, George Hall-and-Smith is under somewhat of an injury cloud. Of course, the former Geelong and Gold Coast footballer. He's unlikely to play. Hasn't played in the final series so far, but has been named in the extended squad. And there's a guy by the name of Connor O'Sullivan. You might be thinking, who's Connor O'Sullivan? Now, if you follow the draft class closely, the draft experts, Ben, will tell you that this kid is expected to go top 10 overall.
Wow.
So he is a sort of, 198 ruck forward type.
Beanpole.
I think he's actually, he's got the guidance of Brett Delidio as well as part of the Max Sports Management Group. So we'll be able to ask Lids about Connor O'Sullivan as the afternoon progresses. But we're here today to watch a really good game of footy. I wouldn't be surprised, Ben, if there's a few AFL scouts that are out here to watch one man in particular. So keep a close eye on Connor O'Sullivan this afternoon.
Yeah, he's just out in front of us at the moment, having a little bit of a kick with one of his teammates, getting ready to go for the grand final. I'm sure there'll be a few scouts casting their eye over the 198-centimetre Connor O'Sullivan.
And the Yarrawonga Pigeons, Ben, who the former AFL guys?
Yeah, Mark Wiley, who a lot of people might remember. Michael Gibbons, a dual JJ Liston medalist in the VFL, and then had his time at Carlton. Missed the finals last year. for the Pigeons, but he's back out there and running around at the moment. So he'll play through the midfield, maybe a little bit of half forward, and be a recognisable name, no doubt, for the Pigeons today.
Let us know where you're taking in footy this afternoon. It could be sort of anywhere right across the country, with grand finals being played all over the place. From Mark in Geelong off the SMS, how did Stevie J get to coach in the O&M League?
Well, that was what I was about to say. You've missed the most obvious one, which is Stevie J, a big name, obviously, down at the Cats, and still with the team in the hoops and the blue and white hoops in Yarrawonga, the team that he's now coaching.
Had successful stints as an assistant in New South Wales with both the Swans and the Giants after his playing days, and maybe making his way back to Victoria slowly, just stopping by the border, and thought, look, I'll take a year in charge of the Yarrawonga Pigeons, and he coaches them into a grand final today. They've lost 2 games all year. One of them was to the Albury Tigers in round 1. So really the Pigeons have lost only 1 game since round 1, while the Albury Tigers have been right there with them. They played off in the second semi. The Tigers only lost 2 games themselves during the regular season. One of them was to the Pigeons in their second meeting. So they've met 3 times in total this year. The Pigeons winning 2, the Tigers winning the other 1, and today they'll meet for all the hardware. So we'll see how that pans out this afternoon between the Pigeons and the Tigers in the Ovens and Murray Grand Final. I mentioned Loz is on her way to the function. She's just stopped by the front gate on the way through. So I might just check in with Loz to see who she's got with her. Lauren.
Matt Burke, thank you for joining me. We're just standing at the gates to Lavington Sports Ground here. Can you tell me what your role is today?
G'day, Lauren. So my role on behalf of the Rotary Club of Wodonga West is the Ovens and Murray gate coordinator for the final series. Our club uses this every year for the last 25 years. And sadly, I'm the bunny that has got to put the rosters together.
And how did you come into this role, where we see a lot of Rotary clubs across Victoria and New South Wales being in this role? Why do Rotary clubs get involved?
Okay, so we all, as you know, are a community group. We're there to raise funds for the community. In our case, our major fundraiser goes towards, our club's quite youth-focused. So basically, we have a camp that takes away 40 kids to Bogong every year. Costs us about $9,000. So all Bunnings barbecues and then Ovens and Murray footy gates all adds up to us taking away those kids that are socio and economically disadvantaged to have a really good weekend.
It's a great cause to work towards. So does that mean that you're here at home and away games as well, or is your main focus the grand final?
No, our main focus is the final series. So Wangaratta for the first 2, then of course North Albury and Wodonga, and then last week at Burleigh, and of course today at this fantastic facility called the Lavington Sports Ground.
And so you've been doing it for 25 years. How did you first get involved?
Well, as you become a member, and our club undertook to do this task those many years ago as a fundraiser, and we just kept doing it. And to just add a bit, Lauren, go back into that 25 years, and we all not just did this, we also used to do Wodonga Raiders footy gates for home and away matches. And, of course, then we didn't do it anymore. They decided to put security on.
It's a beautiful sunny day here today that you're doing the gates. What's it like, though, when it's 12 degrees and a little bit miserable and you're standing there, maybe without shelter?
Lauren, it's actually freezing when you're starting a gate at, say, Wangaratta 4 weeks ago, and it's 3 degrees, and you're there at 7:30 to start collecting the tins and the money and all those things, and it's freezing. You've got to put gloves on, Not a nice feeling.
Maybe get the fire going as well out there?
Oh, well, I would have liked to have had a fire going, but no, it wasn't to be.
So today, when do gates kind of open, you're relieved of your duties and you can enjoy the footy?
So this morning we had to be here at 6:30. Got a bit of a brief from the Ovens and Murray staff again. Plus there's ticketing that's coming through online. There's special codes for that. And then gates opened at 7 a.m. And we'll be here till about 3:30, 3:45. So this is the longest day out of the whole lot, Lauren.
What has the change been like? Obviously, it would have always been cash. You just paid your money at the gate. What's the change like now? There's card coming into it, and like you mentioned, pre-booked tickets.
I can recall going back a few years, even at this ground where it was cash only, no FPOS machines. It was an absolute nightmare. And, of course, you get the traditional, I call it fun, when they say, I'm under 16 and they've just driven their car and parked it across the road. But anyway, it's all part of the niceties of the sport. And look, I love all those challenges, but it's been great.
Well, thank you for taking the time. I'll let you get back to your main job today.
Thanks, Lauren, and let's have a great day of the footy. Thanks.
Thanks to Matt Burke, who's on the gate with Lauren Borden. So that just gives you a little insight into what's happening around the Lavington Sports Ground today. Hi team, Paul from Yarrawonga, listening to your coverage in the shed next to the FJ Holden, having a beer or two. That's a great way to do it, Paul. You'll be able to listen into your Pigeons, I'm sure, the Yarrawonga Pigeons up against the Albury Tigers. We'll have coverage of the Ovens and Murray Grand Final coming up here on ABC Sport in a few moments' time. We might just transition straight from the front gate into the official function, which is taking place upstairs at the moment, and Lauren Borden is standing by. Loz.
Here we are up in the function room overlooking the ground, a beautiful look out on this sunny day. I've got Ron Montgomery with me, former GM of the Ovens and Murray League, now chair of the Hall of Fame. Thank you for taking the time out. How much do you enjoy coming to Grand Final Day every year?
Oh, it's fantastic, isn't it? Particularly when the weather's good and the crowd turn out. It's later in the day, you'll hear the noises out there, will be brilliant.
And you know a lot about the history of this league. Can you tell us how Grand Final Day has changed, I guess, over the last 30, 40 years? We've got netball, we've got grandstands. It wouldn't have always been like that.
No, it wouldn't. Netball came in 1993 with just two levels, but they're down to 5 levels now with a couple of underages and A, B and C. So that's something that's developed, and it is fantastic to have them involved. Helps your crowd, mum, dad, grandparents all come, and it builds up. And it's a pity you don't see Myrtleford in the grand final, because last one they were in, they filled the hill, and it was awesome. They got beat by a kick after the goal by our Lavington, but anyway, it's changed over the years. Prior to about 1990, they used to move the grand final around, but it's been here for 20-odd years, except for 3 years in Wang when it was closed here. So, it's good. It's a great facility. You can get plenty of people in, and should be a good day.
And you're chair of the Hall of Fame. There's nothing like a legend, especially when it comes to country footy. How hard is it for you to select who goes into that Hall of Fame? I'm sure there's a lot of people who want a word in about who should be inducted. Yeah, well, people have always got advice of who should be done, and we go through a pretty lengthy system of doing it, and we don't rate it necessarily on games played or that. We rate it on who's been brilliant and who's a household O&M name would be recognised, like a Robbie Walker, for example, won 5 Morris medals, which is the best in the league, 12 best and fairest. He went in as a legend straight away. This year we upgraded John Smith, and he coached 3 clubs, played at 4 clubs, played over 250 games, 300 games, 316 actually, and represented the league 33 times. So he was an outstanding player. Won a Morris medal and got reported in the finals after he'd won the Morris medal, before he'd won it, and got 6 weeks, came back the next year, missed the 6 weeks, came back and still won the Morris medal, and the league in their wisdom declared him unavailable for a duel. So I reckon he was stiff. But anyway, that's the way it goes. But the Hall of Fame, we've got 94 in there now, of which 5 are legends. It's not easy to get, but it's good. It's good fun, seeing the history and researching the history. You've already shared a bit of a story there, but some of these legends of the game have tall stories attached to them. Are there any that you can share with us?
Oh, he'll probably kill me. I'll tell one on Smith when he was playing at North Albury. They had a bloke and he went down to Cobram, living with the president at Cobram, and the boys went down. How are we going to get him out of here? So they took the shotgun up. They'd been duck shooting, had the shotgun, went up and hijacked him, threw him in the boot and brought him back to Albury, and he stayed. So helped them win a flag. But, there's a few. Hayden Button's another one that's gone into our Hall of Fame, who obviously is in every Hall of Fame there is just about. Triple Brownlow medalist, triple Sandover medalist, but we put him in about 4 or 5 years ago. So, it's been good. We've got netball was gone in. About 5 of the girls have gone in, but obviously their history hasn't been as long as the footballers. But Lindy Singleton, and she was the first one to be inducted, and outstanding career and across 3 clubs. So, it's good.
And we've just been chatting about players, but what about clubs? There would have been clubs that have come and gone from the Ovens and Murray, and obviously Corowa Rutherglen not fielding a side this year. Can you give us a little bit of the background of clubs that have come into the competition, gone out? Yeah, well,
Corowa Rutherglen merged in 79 and had won a couple of flags in 2000, 2003, but it was a unique situation. Peter German coached him last year. He went to Perth, took a couple with him, and the floods come through and wiped out their club rooms. And the end result was terrible. They kept the girls, lower underage netball girls, to the view to the future. But let's hope they get back. I think October's the deadline where they've got to say what's going on and what's not going on. But they're working hard in the background trying to do it. Let's hope they can.
Well, thank you for your time, Ron. Appreciate you giving us the history of the Ovens and Murray League.
Good on you. Thank you.
Thanks to Ron Montgomery with Lauren Borden up in the official function, so the former general manager of the league. So that gives you a little insight into the history of the Ovens and Murray League, of course, where we are today for their grand final in the seniors. It is the Albury Tigers with a rich history. The club which Hayden Button Sr. played for as a 13-year-old, won a premiership 4 years later before going on to win 3 Brownlows and 3 Sandovers in what was not just a Hall of Fame career, but a legend of the Hall of Fame at that. To the same function, Dave Sinclair, who's the chairman of the league, is with our own Lauren Borden.
So up here in the function room, I've got David Sinclair, the chair of the Ovens and Murray Football League since 2018. Thank you so much for joining us. When you look out across Lavington Sports Ground on a day like today with everyone on the hill, the sun shining, what do you think as you look out?
Look, it's an extraordinary day. The last time we had 10,000 people at a grand final was 2015, and we think that this is really the first opportunity that we've had to get parity with that day, and we can compare apples with apples. So, since that day, it rained in 2016. We had a grand final on a Saturday in 2017, and that was a difficult day. Richmond played GWS when they first started their run, and really took a lot of people away from the game. 2018, 2019, we had to go to Wangaratta because this ground was being redeveloped. And then, of course, COVID in 2020 and 2021. So last year we played on AFL Grand Final weekend. We had the public holiday on the Thursday for the Queen's passing of the Queen, and on the Friday the AFL Grand Final day. So last year we had some challenges. So this is the first time we've had really clear air, magnificent weather, and the ground and the venue is just presented extraordinarily well, and we're hoping for a great day, and so far it has been.
And the Ovens and Murray League has always been known as such a strong league across regional Victoria. What do you think makes it one of those top leagues?
Look, I just think the organisation is extremely professional, the way it's run, and it was certainly like that before I got involved. I was always amazed at how well this organisation was run, and that goes down to the clubs, and the clubs are extremely well run. It's got a great reputation, and I think the amount of AFL players, be it coaches or players that come into the competition, just they do their thing and spread the things that they've learnt being in such professional bodies throughout our organisation. So it's a fantastic competition. The rivalry amongst club is enormous, and I think they're the things that have made the competition such a strong comp.
We do have Stephen Johnson coaching Yarrawonga today. How much of a pull is it for fans potentially when AFL players come into the league, whether as a coach or as a player?
Look, it's enormous for the competition. It creates so much publicity. Steve's just won. We've got Adam Schneider at Lavington, Ben Reid coaching Wangaratta, Tim Broomhead out of Collingwood coaching North Albury. So if you go back through Anthony Miles today also coaching Albury. So if you go back through the recent premiers, they've all had an AFL player attached to them, either as a coach or a playing coach. So that's what makes the O&M such a strong comp.
And today we'll have the senior final between Albury and Yarrawonga. It's the first time you'll crown a premier since pre-COVID. Had the 2 COVID years, and then last year Wangaratta Magpies won the premiership, and then earlier this season they had that taken off them due to salary cap breaches. Can you tell us about how you got to that decision and what the reflection was from the clubs also in the comp?
Look, it was an extremely difficult time. The league was dealing with an outcome. The salary cap reporting is all done through AFL North East Borders. So the first that the league found out about this was the Tuesday before Wangaratta went to a tribunal on Thursday. So They were audited, found to have breaches, had charges laid against them, sent to a tribunal and found guilty of salary cap breaches. So we were dealing with that outcome. That put them in breach of our bylaws and meant that when they won that premiership last year, they did it in breach of our competition conditions. And we felt that we had no option but to do what we did, albeit there was no winners out of it. I can assure you it was a difficult decision. I know it's been extremely difficult for Wangaratta Football Club, for their volunteers, and equally it's been difficult for the league and the board. But hopefully we're all moving forward, and in 2024 we'd like to see Wang well and truly back in the fold and participating in everything that the league would like to get them involved in, including Interleague, Hall of Fame and other areas.
David Sinclair, Chair of the Ovens and Murray, joining us on ABC Grandstand. It was a tough off-season as well. Corowa Rutherglen had to pull out from fielding sides in the competition. How did you deal with that as well? You never want to see a footy club have to close its doors, hopefully for a short period of time.
Well, for a start, we didn't see it coming. Obviously, they suffered through the flood. But we still felt that they would find a way to get back on the ground. But unfortunately, they didn't. We'd already put our draw together based on a 10-team competition. And so we didn't want to change that. We were committed to it, so it meant that it was going to create club buys throughout the year. So that really made a clunky year in terms of continuity. I don't think any club's had any more than 4 weeks of continuity throughout the year. So that's been difficult, but the clubs have dealt with it really well. What I would say is that Corowa, I know they're working hard to come back in 2024, and the signs are good that they will be back in the competition next year. Because if there's not, there's certainly no obvious club out there that we can go and approach to get us back to a 10-team competition. But trying to deal with it with a 10-team draw is a hell of a lot easier than trying to do it with 9 teams and having a bye every weekend.
And so Corowa Rutherglen, they're not the only side, I guess, across Victoria, across regional competitions across the country that struggle financially, that, they're run by volunteers. What do you think are the other challenges that a lot of these country footy clubs are facing?
Well, I can tell you that Corowa, they're an extremely financial club. That was never the issue in terms of them not playing. It was just player numbers in that region. But look, we've found since we've come back from COVID, in 2021 and 22, there were issues around player numbers, and to a degree that certainly has improved this year. And the big issue has been volunteers, trying to get volunteers involved in football clubs. And just over that COVID period, people have found other things to do and other interests, and it's been really, clubs have found it really difficult to get volunteers into their organisation. And I think that's the immediate challenge going forward, is to bring people back into community football, back into clubs, and get that volunteer aspect going again.
Are you hopeful that across the next few years it'll start to rise again, the numbers of volunteers and people involved in clubs? Look,
I think it will. I think it'll improve as there's just more continuity in sport. The 2 years of COVID just changed so many things, whether it be community football or just employment in general. It's just unbelievable the amount of sectors that are really struggling to find staff, and I think community football is just a part of that. Albeit we're trying to find volunteers as opposed to paid staff. So I think with continuity, as I say, of playing year in year out, people will, and as players come in and out of the competition, I think the volunteer aspect of it will improve, and clubs have just they'll find ways to recruit people, get them into their club, and keep them in their club.
And what about yourself today, David? I've seen you running around from the netball courts back to the football. What does the rest of the day hold out to you as we build up to the senior grand final?
Well, we're sitting here in the corporate function at the moment, so I've got a bit to do in here before heading up to the netball to present the winner of the A-grade premiership their medals. Then we're back down on the ground to be presented with the Premiership Cup when they do the motorcade around the ground prior to the game. So really looking forward to that. We've got Jack Zeeble that'll be involved in that. We've also got, I think, John Longmire will be up here this afternoon, as well as Jacob Kaczynski from Hawthorn. So look, so far we're just wrapped with the amount of people that are here and attending. As I say, the weather is just spectacular, and we're looking forward to a brilliant day.
Thanks for your time, David. Hope it all runs smoothly.
So that was David Sinclair, the chair of the O&M League, which we are about to broadcast, the match between the Albury Tigers, a club with a rich history that predates the VFL competition, believe it or not. Hayden Button Sr., the Australian Football Hall of Fame legend, started his career at this very club. They'll have Anthony Miles, former Richmond, GWS and Gold Coast player, as well as Jeff Garlip. And then they'll take on Stevie J's Yarrawonga Pigeons. He's the coach of the Pigeons. So all of that to look forward to. That's coming up. Corbin Middlemass, myself, Ben Cameron, Brett Delidio, Adam Schneider, who coaches in this league. That's coming up. The O&M's grand final next here on Grandstand AFL. All of that to look forward to next.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Green Senator Jordan Steele-John says Parliament must act on the recommendations of the Disability Royal Commission. After 4.5 years, the final report of the Royal Commission into Violence, Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation of People with Disability will be sent to the Governor-General on Thursday. It's heard evidence of sexual assaults in group homes, physical violence by support workers, children being removed from their parents and constant discrimination. Senator Steele-John says it will be hard for politicians to turn away from what is happening.
This report and our experiences contained with it cannot end up as another report on a dusty shelf of the bureaucracy. There must now be action.
The federal government will spend $9 million on consultations to determine how to set up a national skills passport. The aim of the passport is to help workers collate their skills while making it simpler for employers to hire new staff. Consultations will begin later this year among business groups, unions, state and tertiary institutions, with the business case to be finalised next year. Treasurer Jim Chalmers has told Channel 9 it will benefit employees and employers.
We're pretty confident, having spoken with a bunch of people over the course of the last 12 months or so, that something like this is needed. We'll work out the best way to implement it. But it's all about instilling a culture of lifelong learning and retraining and reskilling.
The head of Ukraine's military intelligence says 2 Russian generals have been badly wounded and a number of commanders killed in Friday's missile attack on Russia's Black Sea Fleet in Sevastopol. The BBC's Danny Aberhard reports.
Ukraine's special forces say the strikes were timed to target a meeting of the leadership of the Russian fleet. Neither source has provided evidence for their claims, which have not been independently verified. Russia's top official there said debris from a missile shot down by air defences had fallen near a pier. He's also tried to calm residents, warning people to stop sowing panic and, in his words, delighting our enemies. It's clear from his post on social media that some in Sevastopol have had problems accessing bomb shelters.
In the United States, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is trying to shore up support for the Republicans' budget bills and prevent a government shutdown. The hard-right faction of congressional Republicans are refusing to pass any budget measures. Mr. McCarthy's been pleading with his colleagues to work together and pass the conservative spending plan. Time's running out to make a deal, with the White House ordering federal agencies to prepare for a government shutdown, with money to run out on September 30th. Tropical storm Ophelia has caused torrential rain and flooding across 2 U.S. states. The storm made landfall near North Carolina overnight with winds of up to 113 kilometres an hour. It's currently heading slowly north towards New Jersey. Nearly 8 million people along the U.S. Atlantic coast are under tropical storm surge and flood warnings. Thousands of protesters carrying European Union flags have rallied in central London calling for Brexit to be reversed. Marchers holding placards reading "The road to rejoining the EU starts here" and "Rejoin, Rejoice" marched from Hyde Park to Parliament Square. This protester says she has renewed hope.
It's wonderful to come here to see so many people show up, and there's so much solidarity among the people here. So it gives me hope that this returning to the EU is going to be a bottom-up initiative coming from the people instead of top-down.
A leading Tasmanian housing charity has decided to pull out of a new government model of housing funding, voicing concerns it places staff at an unacceptable risk. Eliza Closer has more.
Colony 47 says it receives 160 calls a day from people needing housing support, but will not tender to deliver the government's Housing Connect program, saying the proposed funding model will fail to meet demand. In a letter to 4 other charities, Colony 47 Chief Executive Diane Underwood says the new model will create unmanageable caseloads and place staff at unacceptable risk. Ms Underwood says Colony 47 has tried to work through its concerns since June last year, but says a final report outlining how the model will work reinforced its concerns. She's asked for the current contracts to be extended until June 2024 so the issues can be ironed out.
And NASA says samples collected from an asteroid are expected to land on Earth later today. The OSIRIS-REx spacecraft is bringing back samples from the surface of the asteroid Bennu. The dust will be dropped off inside a capsule by the NASA probe as it sweeps past Earth and is expected to land in the US state of Utah. You're up to date with ABC News.
Teenagers.
I don't like myself that much.
And older folks.
Getting older, it stinks.
They might be worlds apart, but they share the same feelings.
I just don't want to be judged. Very few friends.
And it's time to open their hearts.
There's a little voice inside me saying, go for it, baby.
We are the champions.
We love them unconditionally.
The brand new season of Old People's Home for Teenagers.
I love old people. They're just so cute.
Starts Tuesday, October 3rd on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
Grandstand AFL.
It is a competition older than the VFL AFL itself. Since 1893, there has been organised competitions in the Ovens and Murray Football Association, and today, so there is again, as the comp crowns its first premier since 2019. They had a salary cap mishap last year, which denied the Wangaratta Magpies being the premiers, and then in 2020 and 2021, there was no premier crown due to COVID, but we're set to hand the trophy out for real this afternoon. Will it be the Yarrawonga Pigeons, who are coached by Stevie J, a 3-time premiership winner at AFL level, of course, Norm Smith medalist with the Geelong Cats, the team wearing the same colours as the Cats, the Pigeons, are in action today up against the Albury Tigers, one of the most successful teams in the history of Australian football, not just in this competition but more broadly. They've won the most amount of O&M premierships. They were the club of Hayden Bunton Sr. You can now visit his statue outside the MCG as one of the original legends in the Australian Football Hall of Fame. As a 13-year-old, he made his league debut for the Tigers. 4 years later, he won a premiership at senior level, and the team wearing the same jumper is competing today in 2023, the Albury Tigers up against the Yarrawonga Pigeons. It's our profound privilege to be able to bring it to you this afternoon from a sun-bathed Lavington Oval. It is a gorgeous ground with the Rangers in the background and a beautiful backdrop for football this afternoon. The Pigeons up against the Tigers. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron in commentary. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corbin. I don't think you could have set it up any better. I mean, we are looking at the quintessential country footy grand final. I can see cars parked off in a back paddock. We've got all of the trees in the Rangers in the background. We've got the bank. We've got a bit of a natural amphitheatre with the way this ground is set up. We've got some concrete steps which people are sitting on. I can see a can bar, which there's a long queue over there, a little patio for people to stand under, and a lot just queuing around the boundary line to get as close to the action as they can. Not to mention this beautiful modern grandstand which has been added. So the sun beating down, everyone ready to go. It is perfect, and we've got some former AFL players in action as well.
So for the Albury Tigers this afternoon, a couple of familiar names. Jeff Garlett is going to play out of a forward pocket. There's Anthony Miles, who is now the co-coach of the Albury Tigers. He's in action this afternoon. And also Connor O'Sullivan, who's expected to be a top 10 pick in this year's national draft. Meanwhile, for the Yarrawonga Pigeons, Michael Gibbons is there, the former Carlton footballer and former Blues and Giants player. Mark Wiley is one of the prime movers through the midfield for the Yarrawonga Pigeons. Not to mention Stevie J, of course, their coach. One man who knows Stevie J pretty well, a former teammate of his. He's a teammate of ours on Grandstand AFL. Country lad, Brett Delidio was with us here at Lavington Oval. Hello, Lids.
Corby, Benny, absolutely in my element here, back in the country. Feel like I actually fit in. I don't not like a sore thumb down there in the city, so people don't tend to look at me differently up here, which is great. I feel really comfortable.
Have you been to an O&M GF before?
Never to an O&M GF, a couple of times to the GV one, but I'm looking forward to it. Saw a couple of old teammates before the game. Anthony Miles, obviously, co-coach here today. Chris Snaggleshyde as well. He's a 4-time premiership player here, maybe, I think. So, good to run into him. And then, obviously, you mentioned Connor O'Sullivan. He's one of my boys for this year's draft. So, very excited to see how he goes today.
We set this up a little earlier. So, presumptive top 10 pick.
Potentially.
What kind of guy is he? Explain to us for people that haven't seen Connor O'Sullivan play.
So he's big, 198 centimetre, key forward, key back. Guy that can run all day as well. That size, he can run a 6'10" 2K, so can cover the ground pretty comfortably. Played mostly centre-half back for the Allies this year in the Champs. Was actually the MVP for the Allies in that team. Riley Sanders won the Lark Medal, which is the best player overall. But, Connor was voted MVP for his side. Going to be potentially anywhere from 6 through to 10 or 12, I reckon, around there. Given the amount of conversations I've had with some clubs, but everyone likes him, loves the kid that he is. He's a great character and ultra hard worker. So he'll fit in hand in glove when he gets his opportunity, hopefully.
A lot of people remember the Pigeons moniker from the fact that they got really national coverage after Brendan Favola spent 4 years here and some successful years, obviously playing with the Pigeons between 2012 and 2015. James Jordan was drafted out of this football club, the Melbourne midfielder. Tom Logan played his football here before he went on to become a premiership player with the Cats. And for the Tigers, Charlie Spargo and his dad Paul. He's a 4th generation VFL AFL footballer, Charlie Spargo, and has a long lineage here with the Albury Tigers, as does Will Setterfield, for that matter, from the Essendon Bombers, of course, formerly with the Blues and the Giants. The story of the two teams this year, Yarrawonga, they were runners-up last year to the eventual premiers. The premiership was then withheld, as we've touched on, due to the salary cap breach, so they were 3 points away from winning the flag. It wasn't awarded to the runner-up, so the Pigeons trying to win a premiership, which is really 2 years in the making here this afternoon. It would be their 6th in total if they're able to do it. They did win back-to-back flags going back a couple of years ago now, so Yarrawonga in search of that premiership today, while for Albury they're looking for a record extending 23rd premiership if they're able to be victorious. The Tigers have lost only 3 games all year. The Pigeons have lost only 2 games. We're picking it up late.
We are.
One man who knows it inside out
we're leaning on him today.
Premiership player from the Sydney Swans. He is also the senior coach of the Lavington Panthers, who are the host club. We're very lucky to have him with us on ABC Sport. His name is Adam Schneider. Adam, appreciate your time and welcome to the ABC.
Thanks, guys. Good to be here and looking forward to a really good game. And, I think Lids just summed up his player-manager skills right there, the way he was talking about young Connor. So,
salesman,
looking forward to it. Yeah, he must be after him, is he?
No, I'm not. I've got him, mate.
There's no
worries about that. He's going to be a very good player.
Looking forward to the day. Beautiful day here and good crowd building up too.
So sell it to us, Adam. Obviously, we can look at the storylines and think, look, they played 3 times this year, including the second semi. The Pigeons have won 2. The Tigers have won the other one. How evenly matched is this grand final?
It is, actually. It's a really good call, that. Really evenly matched. The midfields are very, very similar. Both got a good key forward who can really hit the scoreboard. The only probably one advantage I'd say for Yarra is their midfield probably just runs a little bit deeper. They've got a lot of mids that sit forward as well, so it should be a ripping quick game of footy.
Oh, you can probably hear a familiar tune.
Oh, I know this one. You got to sing along.
In the background is the Tigers huddle before they burst through the banner. They've got their reserve grade who were victorious moments ago in the 2s, so they're making a guard of honour as they burst through the crepe paper banner, which is a staple of country footy. They've got the white plastic chairs set up on the broadcast wing as the team from the Albury Tigers lines up for the photo. They're a team which includes the likes of Jeff Garlett, which I mentioned a short time ago. Of course, with AFL experience, Anthony Miles is one of their co-coaches. Their co-captains are Luke Daly and James Grills, and the team photo is taking place at the moment. A couple of the young sons and daughters in their Albury Tigers jumpers make their way to the front of the grand final photo, which has been taken on the wing at the moment. So the Tigers are the first team out on the ground. Now, there is one change from the side that played in the second semi against the Pigeons a couple of weeks ago. So Michael Duncan is in and Phoenix Gothard is out. So
another young up-and-coming star for Albury, but Bushrangers as well played the Allies. Chance as a small forward to get drafted at the end of the year, just not sure at the moment, not as solid as what Connor has been, but certainly a very good footballer, and disappointed probably he's not playing today.
Albury, tell us about them, Adam, when you're coaching against the Albury Tigers. What are you scouting for?
You look the way they move the footy. They're a very fast team. They move the ball nice and quick. The midfielders really rely on the pressure down back, and they'll go harsh on you. They'll go really hard on you forward. So that's the way they play. They've got, like I said, they've got some really good small forwards down there as well. We know Jeffy can always turn it on. Their full forward, Conlon, I think he's a really, really good player. I really rate them. There's two Conlons. There's a full forward and a full back. And they're both very, very good players from Griffith. So I think for Yarra to stop these guys, they're really going to get on top in the midfield and not let them get the outside run.
Historically, I mentioned a couple of the guys that have come through the Tigers, that they're a really proud footy club, Adam, with a long history in this competition dating back to the late 18th century.
Yeah, they are. They're massive here, and Jossie runs the joint there, and they're very hard to compete against when you're trying to recruit, that's for sure. But no, they've got a really good record. And, I can't tell you how many grand finals they've won over the last 20 years, but they've been in a lot of them. So, really good footy club, and we just saw then their reserves had a good win against Labby. They're a very strong footy club.
Here come the minor premiers, the team that prevailed by 17 points in the second semi-final a fortnight ago, led out by Lee Masters, their captain, Mark Wiley towards the front of the queue. It is the Yarrawonga Pigeons. They're in the blue shorts, the jumpers that a lot of footy fans will be familiar that the Cats wear, of course, with the white and blue navy hoops. And they're about to take position for their team photo. Michael Gibbons, of course, with AFL experience. They're coached by Steve Johnson. Of course, the tremendous forward from the Geelong Football Club and in the latter days with the Giants, a three-time premiership player. He knows all about grand final day. He sits in the middle of the team photo. And they've been the best team all year. They've lost just the 2 games, Adam, but one of those was way back in round 1. So really, this is a team that has lost 1 game since March.
Yeah, they are. They're the favourites for me today. I think the way they play, like I said, they've really got the X factor in their mids. You got Wiley in there, Wheeler and Gibbons, a couple of ex-AFL players. Where they get their advantage is a couple of extra guys in Fotherhill. Cam Wilson, who went to the club from Corowa this year, they sit forward, but they're also A-grade midfielders in any other team. So that's the advantage they got. They get to try and get a lot of players through there and really get on top there. So it'll be interesting to see how they go.
Lids, Yarrawonga Pigeons.
Yep.
A couple of familiar names at least in Wiley and Gibbons.
Yeah. Don't know a hell of a lot about Mark Wiley. He wasn't there at the Giants when I was. Had already committed to coming back down here. I think he's been at Yarra for, do you know how many years, Snide?
I reckon it might be 3rd or 4th. He coached there for 2 years, and then Stevie took over. But his work rate is what stands out. Apparently he's the best trainer at the club and
sets
really
the example.
High standards, yeah, like yourself, mate.
Oh, thanks, Snid. We can keep those coming all day. Mickey Gibbons, lucky probably to be cut off Carlton's list. I thought he was playing some pretty good footy there at the time, but when you come into a system late and then your team doesn't perform as well, you can be a bit of a mercenary to that sometimes and sent on your way. But obviously back up here and playing some really good footy from all reports. But I'm looking forward to seeing those sort of boys with the experience of AFL, playing in these games. It's not as big as an AFL crowd, but you can really lean on that and hopefully take control of it. I'm interested in do either of these two teams, Schneid, set up defensively more so than like an AFL team would, or is it going to be a pretty free-flowing, open game that we're used to?
No, they do, mate. It's a good point. Yarra, they try to do a bit of the press at times. They really try to squash their team. Albury probably not so much. They just really rely on their offence and off they go. So, I know Yarra like to switch the ball and run and carry, but once they get it in, they're really getting up and try and keep that forward half game. So, I'd be more thinking that Yarra are going to go down that side and stop Albury scoring.
Yarrawonga's last flag was back in 2013. The Fev was obviously there in those years when they went back-to-back in 2012 and 2013. Albury actually won the 3 flags before that and the 3 flags after that. So they've actually won 7 premierships in a 10-year stretch between 2009 and 2018. So they have been one of the most dominant clubs, the Albury Tigers, in the modern era, which sets up for this grand final beautifully today. 2 very successful teams in recent times, the Yarrawonga Pigeons and the Albury Tigers. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron to call the footy. Adam Schneider and Brett Delidio, your ABC Sport experts. And Lauren Borden is with us on the boundary throughout the afternoon. We are out on the balcony, Lid. So we've gone from inside behind the glass, where we've been for the last 2 hours, here at Lavington Oval, to out front.
How good would that be at the MCG to just get put out on the balcony and be out amongst the people, the noise, get a little bit of feedback too? So I'm hoping some people, if they are listening, come past and let us know how we're going. But yeah, I'm not, it's professing to know that I know every player out there, but we'll do our best.
Bit of a funny story about having the balcony out here. It is quite interesting to have a balcony in front of the coach's box. It does block half your view, but I take us back to when we played Yarra about 6 or 7 weeks ago, and Stevie J's a pretty out there kind of guy, and he was standing out in the front here on the deck, and he started to walk in front of our little rooms here and started barking orders down to his Yarra boys, and I was down on the bench, and I turned around and the boys had knocked on the glass and said, "Oi, get out of the way," and he's turned around and given him the big salute and said, "Get stuffed, you boys." And then she was nearly all on there at one stage when I looked back up between our coaches and him. So good old Stevie, he's making friends everywhere. But it's you're right, mate. I think we're going to get the atmosphere out here, which makes it exciting.
There are country and regional grand finals being played not country and regional. There are community grand finals and country games being played right across our great country this weekend as we edge closer to the AFL grand final day. Of course, you can hear that on ABC Radio next Saturday. The 7 major Victorian football leagues have all had their grand finals this weekend. So Golden Square won the Bendigo League by a goal in a classic yesterday.
Over Sandhurst.
So that's a huge win for Golden Square in the Bendigo League. In the Ballarat League, it was decided by under a goal in a classic as well, where Darley won. Darley is the team that Zach Butters played in a premiership for, I think before he was drafted. He might have been 16-17 playing alongside Heath Scotland.
Well, I don't think he would have been drafted and playing in their granny, so no. You're probably right.
That's a fair thing to point out. I think he was there yesterday, though, and it'd have to be a huge show to walk away with Charlie tomorrow night, one of the leading contenders, of course, to win the Brownlow medal. But Darley had a win yesterday. South Warrnambool won the Hampton League. Leopold won the Geelong League. Leon Gather won the Gippsland League, all in pretty convincing fashion. And the GFL Grand Final, which you pointed out a little earlier, Lids, is to be decided today as well.
The GVFL, yeah. Sorry, the GFL. That's the Geelong Footy League, but the Goulburn Valley Football League's playing. Gotcha. Kai Abram v Echuca up there at Deakin Reserve in Shepparton. And the talent. Did you mention the Talent League just then? I was distracted by Stevie J coming over and barking at us.
Yep, that was earlier today.
Yeah, it was. Sandringham took that out. They played Eastern Rangers, won by 7 or 8 goals in the end. Pretty comfortable, being one of the better teams all year.
VFL Grand Final coming up this afternoon as well. Starts just after 3 o'clock. So Matt Clinch will be giving us updates of that throughout the afternoon. That'll be Werribee up against Gold Coast. For the SANFL, it'll be Glenelg Sturt. We do have a call available of that through the ABC Listen app if you want to tune in, if you're not in that market. And likewise in the WAFL, the game between East Fremantle and Peel Thunder. Both teams just conducting their preliminary warm-up as the crowd starts to build. It is a magnificent venue. Adam, this is, of course, where you guys play your home games as the Lavington Panthers, and this is really the home of footy in the O&M.
Yeah, it is. We're extremely lucky to have these facilities. I think they spent $20 million on it a few years ago and extended the grandstand, and there's 2 ovals here as well. So there's one over the back, which is great for the junior footy here, because juniors and senior footy aren't together here. So we're lucky enough to sort of push some games there where we get them together and make the most of it. Yep, absolutely beautiful to sit up there on the deck and the hill and have a few drinks and watch the game.
Can Hill, is that what you call it? That's what we used to call it back at Kai.
The old Can Hill, no, we just got that deck up there where the boys get a bit rowdy. So,
do they?
Yeah.
That's where we should be going after the game, potentially, and taking some feedback.
I was looking in the wrong direction. Just pointed out for me, where are we going? Over there.
Over there to the hill.
Yep. No, I've got my compass right on that now. So we're on the northern side of the ground. That is on the southern side, right at the top of the hill. Which is well populated, it must be said, as well, as the umpires are lined up along with a number of the other dignitaries. We'll have a Welcome to Country followed by the national anthem as well. So the Albury Tigers first team lined up arm in arm. They're all in black with the yellow sash and the white shorts, and the Yarrawonga Pigeons are going to join them with Stevie J and Lee Masters leading their line in the white and navy hoops with the navy shorts.
Welcome to Country.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Gombana gu Radri Ngurmbang, Ngaji Darren Whiten, Galari Bila Radri Kibir. My name's Darren. I'm a Lachlan River Condoblin Radri person here living in Albury, and I'd just like to welcome you all here on behalf of our local Indigenous community, home of the Radri people, our traditional custodians, elders past and present. Gombana Bangarang, Gombana Radri, and welcome to all of you. Welcome to Radri country, part of the oldest living culture in the world, and I'd like to sing for you the Radri welcome song and put towards our players, our referees, umpires, our support staff and all of our fans to say what a wonderful day, great opportunity for our communities coming together for sport. May the spirit of our ancestors keep you safe and well and give you swiftness, and may the best team win for today. Gwambanagu, Radri Ngurmbang, Mandangu, thank you. Wambarna nginyarni ngindugada, Wambarna nginyarni hangindugada, Wambarna nginyarni ngindugada, Wambarna nginyarni hangindugada, Ngaji gaga ngaji mingan. Nongalana wanenge gigalana yenjamara, Nongalana wanenge gigalana yenjamara. Nongalana wanenge gigalana yenjamara, Nongalana wanenge gigalana yenjamara. Wambanagu Radri Ngurmbang. Welcome to Radri country. Mandangu. Thank you.
It's always a great roar before any grand final after the national anthem, and the two teams burst away towards their respective sides of the ground as the warm-ups continue. The call to be please be seated, but I don't think there'll be too many people sitting back in their seat in the moments before any grand final. One change for the Yarrawonga Pigeons from the team that won the second semi. Harry Wheeler is into their team. Ben Kennedy is the unlucky lad who misses out. While for the Albury Tigers, Phoenix Gothard, who played the second semi against the Pigeons a couple of weeks ago, is not there, and Michael Duncan comes back in. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron calling the footy. Lauren Borden on the boundary for us. We'll check in with Loz in just a moment. Adam Schneider, what should we be looking for here out of the gates to see which team sort of settles best?
Yeah, that's a really, really big in there for Yarra, having Wheeler don't come in there. He's been a very valuable player from the two brothers that they're key to their midfield. So he hasn't played footy in a long time though, so it'll be interesting to see, but that's a huge in for them. Look, I expect it to be pretty fiery early on. Albury got a big ruckin, Isaac Muller, who's extremely tough, and he'll rack up 20 odd disposals and be contested beast all day. So yeah, hoping she's nice and fiery early on, but I reckon Albury will come out and move the ball as quick as they can, as where Yarra, I think, will just play the territory game nice and early.
What are you looking for, Lids?
I'm just looking forward to a good contest. Speaking to those Albury boys before, they think it's a real 50-50 game, which is good. Yarra obviously finished on top, beat the Tigers in their last hit out, but I think Albury got the better of them early in the year comfortably, I think, Schneider, from what I've been told. So there'll be a fair bit on the line here early, but looking forward to just great to be back at country footy, to be completely honest with you, Corb.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. I think too, we've just got to keep an eye out. Albury do tend to tag occasionally, number 10, Jake Page.
Yep.
So it will be interesting to see if he goes to one of their mids. Like I said, there's a few in there to go to, but that's something I'll keep an eye out for.
Interesting coaching setup as well for the Albury Tigers. So they have Sean Daly, who's up in the box. They have Anthony Miles, who's a playing co-coach. They also then have co-captains. So Luke Daly and Jimmy Grills. So they're separate players. So even though Miles is the co-coach, he is not part of the on-field leadership as such, or not part of the co-captaincy, as one of the two captains in Luke Daly makes his way towards the middle. And it's Lee Masters, who is a former Morris medalist, which is of course the premier player in the competition from a year ago. So he's there in number 6 for the Pigeons to toss the coin. It goes the Pigeons' way, and they point towards the the western end of the ground. So we're on the northern side at the moment. It's almost sort of described to me, Schneider, it's almost more as an east-west ground than a north-south ground.
Yeah, it is. It's a bit of a nightmare late in the afternoon. When the sun goes down, it's hard to go one way. But just quickly on Lee Masters for Yarra, very, very good player. Intercept player for them down back line. I reckon Aubrey might put a bit of time into him there to not let him have his impact in that way. But he's probably the key for them down the back line. They are probably a little bit of their weakness, if Yarra's got any. It's probably their back line.
Lauren Borden is on the boundary for us this afternoon. You've heard from her extensively already this Sabo, catching up with numerous people involved in this occasion. Where do we find you, Loz?
Well, Corb, I've managed to get my way onto the officials bench down here. So I'm sitting directly at centre wing. I've got emergency umpires to my left. I've got Ovens and Murray officials to my right. So I've got a pretty good spot down here, just looking out over that hill where we're expecting about 10,000 people here. So one of the biggest crowds to this grand final in the last few years. It's been a pretty big build-up today. We've had the marching band and the motorcade as well of some of the retiring Ovens and Murray champions that have gone around there. You can still see the tyre marks around the boundary here. So a perfect day here. 23 degrees. It feels a lot hotter than that out there in the middle. So pretty tough conditions for the players out here, but you can see why everyone marks this down in their calendar to get out to the O&M Grand Final.
It's a great spectacle, isn't it, Ben? We've got a beautiful view where we are, the Rangers in the background, the solid crowd building on the hill of the outer, and the grandstand's absolutely packed for the O&M Grand Final in 2023.
The only place I'd rather be than here is maybe over somewhere near that camp on that hill. I reckon this is the only other place I'd rather be, Corbin.
The players from both teams making their way towards the interchange. We're just about ready to go for the decider. It is the perfect grand final. The teams that finished 1 and 2, they both lost only 2 games throughout the regular season. They've both beaten each other in the regular season. The Pigeons got the nod in the second semi-final, and Albury have come a long way around the mountain to meet them. For all the marbles this afternoon, the 2023 Ovens and Murray League Grand Final on ABC Radio and ABC Sport, around Victoria, Tasmania, and around the world through the ABC Listen app. You're with Ben Cameron.
Underway, the umpire puts it up. Muller punches it down there for Albury. Trying to follow up his page. Heiner Hennessy comes and gets involved. Strong tackle applied there from Powell. But the free kick will go to Gibbons, and Yarrawonga gives it off to Masters, getting involved. Fronfelder early, kicking laterally, and the mark taken by Howe on the logo on the wing.
This is Big Howe, the ruck for the Pigeons. Sends the red footy, the red Sharon down the wing. It spills the way of Iron Spawn, or runs straight into Powell. Heavy tackle. King hits it hard. Runs into Howe, who lays the tackle for the Pigeons. Spills out to Bruce. Sweeping hand pass down the wing. There's the big fella Muller for the Tigers. Hand pass away towards Burns. Sends a kick tumbling down the wing. Iron Spawn for the Pigeons. Hands it back to Irvine. Kicks down to half forward. They rush in from all directions. Gilmore went without it. In the end, it's Fothergill. Hand pass to Casey. Tumbles a kick deep inside the forward arc for the Pigeons. Live chance in front of their goal. Conway can't handle it. Oh, no. It's picked up. Scooping a goal. What is Koopman? He can't quite control the bouncing grubber kick and misses out to the left.
Young Jesse Wilson, the Tigers' key back. He doesn't look very good. Might have done looks like a pretty bad knee at the moment. He's a key player to them at the centre half back.
So Jesse Wilson, number 31 for the Tigers, hobbled. The first score goes the way of Koopman. Another Jess Koopman for Yarrawonga has a behind through the opening minute.
A long kick in all the way to Jeffrey Garland on the wing. He takes it and kicks Albury towards half forward. Coming up, Jacob Conlon able to mark in front of the hill. Kicks into the pocket looking for a target. Unable to mark. Low down. Getting involved, Boss. He tries to follow up. The Pigeons arrive to get back close to the boundary line in the right forward pocket here for the Tigers. And we'll get a ball up.
Did you spot that injury to Wilson as it was happening?
Yeah, I think the guy just come across his knee, so on the side there. But also noticed too, Page is tagging Willie Wheeler in the midfield.
The Pigeons and the Tigers and the Ovens and Murray Grand Final from the boundary throw-in. Here's Muller, grabs it out of the ruck, high up and under. Gee, Morey drops a mark he'd usually take as it spills down towards Tyson. Got a hand pass away to Masters, gives off the hand pass to Howe. Off the back flank, kicks the Pigeons to the wing, but it's O'Hara who intercepts for the Tigers. Sends a hand pass inboard, flying shot at goal from Duncan. He's off target and kicks it behind. So behind to Koopman and behind to Duncan. One for either team, so a behind each for the Pigeons and the Tigers. 2.5 minutes in. The Ovens and Murray Grand Final in the bright sunshine at Lavington Oval in Albury.
Pendergast to take the kick in. Wants to send it out towards the hill wing, looking for a contest. Over the back it goes. No one able to mark. Albury come up with it. The kick will go back inside attacking 50 and spot up Garlop. Jeff Garlop marks 40 metres out, plumb in front. And we'll go back and have a look at the first in the grand final.
Well, you called it early, Schneid. In the Albury's want to actually get the ball moving. It looks like they're really trying to get the speed on the ball. That was a beautiful kick inside. And Jeffy Garlett never not known how to get on the end of him, that's for sure.
No, the former right. Blue, one of the former AFL players out there today. His drop punt is missing left.
Just one thing Albury got to keep doing well. They must lower their eyes going in forward like that one. You know, this is where Lee Masters will come into his game if they start bombing it away.
Lauren Borden on the boundary. Loz.
Jesse Wilson, after injuring his left knee, he's just walked past me with the physio, so they're going to try and strap him up. He looks pretty sore, but they want to get their intercept defender back out there.
Pendergast kick out is dangerous. It's on straight away. King and Gibbons involved in a bit of a scrap, and we got a melee breaking out on that southern boundary line.
He's found something there, has he?
We got a boundary throw in. The ump's keen to get involved and try and stamp his authority early. It's going against King, and Gibbons is going to get it for the Pigeons at half back. So 2 behinds to 1 Albury's way through the first 3.5 minutes. Adam Schneider and Brett Delidio, your experts. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron calling the footy. Lauren Borden on the boundary. That's a strong grab going up Conway and rips it down. The contested mark on the wing for Yarrawonga. Heads down the wing. Muller grabs it for the Tigers. He's set upon. Ball comes out. Duncan got a hand pass away to Byrne. Feeds it over to Page. Hand pass out further wide to Grills. The captain under pressure. Got his kick down the wing. Broken up by Heiner Hennessy. Ball hits the deck. Heiner Hennessy follows up. Hand pass inside. They feed it forward to Powell. Centre half forward for the Tigers. Breaks one tackle. Retreats back by hand, and Daly, or in fact Miles, can relaunch inside 50. It's a good kick, and Heiner Hennessy's got it again. Right half forward, 48 out.
No surprise, Anthony Miles getting involved. Just that one step back off the contest. Always been very good at finding it, and the extra experience being able to finish and that lower that eyes that you spoke about, Schneid. They've been on top a bit early here, the Tigers, haven't they? They've been able to set up, win those crucial contests, keep the ball in their front half.
They have, actually, and this bloke here just runs all day from his their sort of key target from 40 to 80.
A bit of air in the drop punt. It sails right to the goal line and thumped through. So getting back Tyson with a bit of support, helping it over the line. So 3 behinds to start for Albury. Yarrawonga have 2 of them. We're 5 minutes into the Ovens and Murray Grand Final without a goal so far. The Pigeons on the kick-out duties here. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron in commentary. Adam Schneider, Brett Delidio and Lauren Borden.
So Pendergast with the kick in, sending it long but taking the mark. Gilmore there for the Tigers. At high half forward, goes central with the kick towards half forward, getting back. How there for the Pigeons, swirls it down, away to Irvine. His kick a turnover. Mark taken by Byrne for Albury. At high half forward, comes infield, gets his kick away to Hodgson. Little 1-2, gets it back, eyes the goals and finishes. Albury draw first blood on the Hodgson finish. And there's a little bit of argy-bargy as well to go on with. But the Tigers get the first of the afternoon. They move along to 1-3-9. Yarrawonga 1 behind through the opening 6 minutes. You're with Brett Delidio.
Well, great setup there from Albury behind the footy. Max Byrne coming up from half-back. The ability just to read that one off the boot early. But again, it was what Adam Schneider spoken about and their ability to want to get the ball going. They found the kick inside 50, but they still wanted to play on.
Oh, restart back in the middle, not waiting for the television commercial to come back here. Zahari kick forward from the Pigeons. Bouncing footy out towards half forward. Williams hits up, runs into contact, and he's tackled straight away. Ball up centre half forward for the Pigeons.
It caught me off as well, Corb. I was still going halfway through my spiel, and the ball's up, and we're into the next play.
I was looking down, thinking all of a sudden, well, the play's underway. Early inside 50 for the Tigers. Muller grabs for the Pigeons. Muller grabs it out of the ruck for the Tigers. Kicks it forward. Morey picks it off. Finds Wiley. Half forward for the Pigeons. Puts it to the top of the goal square. Flying forward and getting to free is Coburn. Had a fair piece of it. He had his arms impeded when he was in the air trying to take the contested grab, and he'll have a shot for Yarra, top of the goal square.
Well, nice kick there from Wiley. Just to a really dangerous position. Didn't have too much height on it. Gave his forward every chance, but forced the Albury defender there to come back front on, take his arms.
Really good composure there, wasn't it, too? Just took an extra couple of seconds and hit the target.
Braden Coburn, the left footer. That's pure. Straight through from dead in front. And Yarra answers straight back. The Pigeons 1-1-7. They trail Albury early doors 1-3-9. On ABC Sport, the O&M Grand Final, Adam Schneider, Brett Delidio.
Well, it's good to see the pitch get back on the board. You often wonder where your first goal is coming from. You need that one just to settle the team down. I'll tell you what, Big Muller, Schneider, he's going to have about 45 touches if he keeps being allowed to grab it out of the ruck.
No, he does. The only thing is for them, I don't think they've got the second ruck to help him out. So I reckon Lockie Howe will be running him to the ground. Just now that we've seen the Yarra pushed Wheeler forward to try and make Jake Page, your Orby tagger, make a decision, and it's thrown them out a little bit here. So it's a good way to test them out.
So back to 2 points, back in the middle. Muller tapping it down. Live footy in the middle of the ground. Wiley trying to pick it up for Yarra. Can't come away with it. Eventually it comes back to Muller. And then a clearing kick coming from Yarra from Harry Wheeler. High ball to half forward. Good defensive mark taken there by Duncan for Albury. Wants to send it out towards the bank wing. Heine Hennessy can't take the mark. Following up at ground level, Lee Masters there, but Albury win it back on the wing.
Got it to Grills. Another left footer for Albury. Kicks down to a fellow southpaw in O'Hara, who marks low down below his knees. He arcs around, uses the advantage from the 50, drives it all the way home, but misses. Near side and behind, so Albury 1-4, Yarrawonga 1-1. 9 minutes in. We watched a bit of the second semi, Adam, and did notice how many left footers this Albury team has.
Yeah, they do. O'Hara's probably one of the most damaging left footers they got to. He's a very clever centre forward, and he'll always wheel onto it and pull the trigger.
Doesn't mind shooting, Schneid.
Loves it.
Pendergast goes short to the pocket.
Can't get 6 points for handball, Dale.
No, you are very true. Very right.
Masters in the pocket for Yarra. Waits his kick well. Spots up a teammate beyond the defensive 50. And Bruce has it at left half back. Albury leading by 3 points. He sends it long up towards the wing, close to the line, out of bounds on the full. And Lucas Conlon will have the kick on the centre line for Albury.
Oh, going back and across. It's a dangerous ball as Willie Wheeler tries to break it up. Gets a spoil down. Out after it is O'Brien. Paddles it towards the boundary line for Albury and eventually gathers, gives it to Gilmore. He's mowed down. Coburn picks it up for the Pigeons. Kicks inside 50. Hitting up is Wilson. That's Cameron Wilson for the Pigeons. He's tackled and will have a ball up centre half forward for Yarra.
Really good start, isn't it, by Albury? They just got to take their chances, don't they, Lids? Otherwise, in finals, and come back and bite you.
Umpire chucks it up. Howe whacks it forward for Yarrawonga. Great work from Gaynor as he extracts it. Got a hand pass out to Hillary. Kicks down the wing. Bruce had a play on it. No mark. It falls back to ground level. Masters got a hand pass out wide. They continue to shift it forward close to the boundary line. Wiley decides to retreat back. Gives a hand pass to Bruce. He gets around one. Sends the Pigeons down to half forward. Williams works his way to the front. That's a great mark from the key forward.
And
Kicks to the top of the goal square, and Conway hitting up takes the mark. In fact, he's almost in the forward pocket here. He's about 20 metres out, left forward pocket for Yarra.
Well, you can see the Stevie J blueprint all over that, can't you? Wheel and go from 50 to 70, get it inside to your forwards really quickly. Great kick, great hands as well.
Very, very good player, this guy here. Lee Williams, very, very good player. It's going to be a really good matchup, that one, and really good start.
Jeez, was in a genuine wrestle, had to work his way to the front, not the Inspector Gadget arms, just able to lean over the top.
One grab stick, love it.
And then feeds it further forward to another one of their key pillars. Here's Conway. Moves in, forward pocket. We got a lead change. He kicks the Pigeons second. And Yarrawonga hit the front. 2-1-13 Albury, 1-4-10. Exciting start to the O&M Grand Final in 2023. We're 10 minutes in, Adam Schneider and Brett Delidio.
Yeah, they've done well to settle here, Yarrawonga. I feel Albury probably had the better of the play in terms of being able to set up and get control of the footy, but they've tried to bite off, probably trying to go a little bit too far, Schneid, but haven't been able to hit their targets where the pressure of Yarra has been really good so far.
Yeah, I think so. I think that Yarra surprised me the way they're moving the ball. They're going pretty straight line at the moment. Normally they like to take it off the line and get their running game. Whether they're just not going territory nice and early.
O'Sullivan in the ruck here for Albury. Coming in, Hodgson slaps it on, then gathers it. He's tackled quickly in the middle. Bice gets it off. Miles, clear and kick here for Albury. Bouncing ball on their attacking 50. The ball will bounce inside 50. Gathered there by Powell. Time to steady and puts through another. Albury with the immediate response, and they take back the lead. They're out by 3 points over Yarrawonga. Lauren Borden downstairs quickly. Albury 2-4-16 leading Yarrawonga 2-1-13, 12 minutes and change played. Opening term O&M Grand Final.
They'll have another boost here with Jesse Wilson running down into defence. So came off in that first minute with a knee injury, but he's got a steely look on his face now as he goes back on.
Elliot Powell there knocking that one through, the Morris medalist from this year, so obviously can play a bit. Schneid?
Yeah, good player, really good. He spent the year away last year in another competition, but came back to Albury and played a bit of Giants VFL in the past, and a really, really good midfielder who's playing forward at the moment.
Bright sunshine, Reg Sherrod out. Glorious spring day for a grand final. O'Sullivan, the young gun in the ruck, grabs it out of the middle, pumps it out to half forward. Leading the race is King. He grabs it. Lovell's got him. That's a superb tackle, and Upset's holding the ball. There's a bit going on behind the play too, as Harry Wheeler's involved in a little bit of a scrap, appealing for a free. He's not going to get it.
The Wheeler boys love a bit of a scrap, boys. Keep an eye on that one.
So here's Lovell after winning that holding the ball call. Just sends a high bomb to the wing. Floating in from the side, Harry Wheeler had a play on it. Spills down to Bice. There's another one of their lefties. Great mark, Masters. Backpedaling, reels it in one hand. And the best player in the comp from a year ago. Kicks the Pigeons out wide. Gibbons the target. Doesn't mark, but gets a fair shove in the back, and he'll get the free. Half back for the Pigeons. It's the Tigers by 3 points. 13 and a half minutes in. Opening quarter of the O&M GF.
So Mickey Gibbons, the former Blue at AFL level and dual JJ Liston medalist, kicks up to the wing. Miles, another former AFL player, wins it back for Albury, kicks forward to the wing. Hodgson takes the mark, wheels and snaps Albury inside 50. Masters goes up again there for Yarrawonga, brings it down for Irvine at fullback. He'll kick around the boundary and just find a teammate in Gibbons, or was it out on the full? Adam Schneider, eagle-eyed looking over there, and it was out on the full. 100 metres away.
Hey, watch the umpires, mate.
Schneider all over it. It is Albury leading by 3 points, nearly the quarter-hour mark of this opening term.
Hodgson takes the free and just laces it onto the chest of Heine Hennessy. One of the great surnames in all of football, Colby Heine Hennessy.
We are very close to the coach's box here, so you can probably hear Doghouse Stevie J in the background giving his boys some instruction.
I was wondering why your only analysis was positive stuff about the Pigeons so far.
Yeah, 100%. I don't need his feedback.
He's on Hennessy wide out, right half forward. It's going to land a little short, and Masters leaps up and kills it through for a rush behind. So Albury are 2-5, Yarrawonga are 2-1. Remembering the Pigeons won the toss, they decided to kick towards the western end of the ground, and we've spoken about the fact the ground runs east-west, so last quarter with the sun setting later in the day means that if you're going home the other way, your forwards will be looking into the sun, so there's a reason for that. Kick out here for the Pigeons. Albury lead it by 4.
Pendergast just shielding his eyes before he kicks it in. Wiley can't take the mark. Bruce will rove it and clear up towards the wing. Mark taken there for the Tigers by Byrne. They win it back on the logo. Stabs it short to Hillary. They go short again. Off to Page. He generally feels a run with Roland. He's been doing a little bit of that here today, winning some of his own ball here. He'll kick Albury around the boundary line towards the contest. Over the back, Masters is there. Does well, his kicks a shocker. Out of bounds on the full. So Albury to get it back. They lead by 4. 15 and a half minutes played in the opening term. Leads calling in the WAFL back in Perth, close to the coaches. I have criticised players before, and the coaches in the box next door have yelled out, what about them? They've been doing it all day. So you do have to be careful.
O'Hara pulls his kick back to centre half forward. Great mark, Morey stands in front of the pack, takes the intercept mark, centre half back for the Pigeons. He goes straight back out to O'Hara, who leaps up, can't take the mark. Irvine right there with him, close to the boundary line, and in the end, Gibbons sees it out. And again, it's on straight away as O'Hara gets in, and a little push and shove with him. The boundary throw in 70 metres out from the Albury goal. So the Tigers 2-5, Yarrawonga 2-1. 16 and a half minutes into this opening quarter. We're broadcasting the 2023 Ovens and Murray League Grand Final from Lavington Oval.
Just a beautiful country footing scene as Muller wins the tap down, and quickly the tackle is applied strongly on Willie Wheeler. Beautiful Outer bank, slope down towards the ground, completely full as all up at half forward here for Albury. Muller hooking it down. The players quickly converge on it. And we'll get another ball up left half forward. Albury leading by 4 points. Former club of Hayden Bunton Sr., the Australian Football Hall of Fame legend.
Made his league debut for Albury at just 13 and won a premiership 4 years later as a 17-year-old before 3 Brownlow medals in the AFL. There's a free kick here for a hold from the boundary throw-in. It's going the Tigers' way. And
against Gibbons there, Corby got frustrated. He got taken out of the contest initially. It's always the guy who reacts that generally gets pinged, and unfortunately for Mick, he did that.
Plain Arena is an absolute picture as O'Hara feeds Sullivan in the forward pocket, misses, trying to mop it up. Garlett misses near side. Tried the Dacos effort from the pocket. He's put his name to a few of those at the highest level, but a minor score. He's second behind at this opening term, Jeffrey Garlett. The Tigers are 2-6, Yarra are 2-1, so 17 and a half minutes in, the Tigers lead it by 5.
Pendergast with the kick in, long out towards the wing, looking for Conway on the bounce. He's tackled out. And a throw in right in front of that beautiful bank, which there's barely any green spots left to lay a rug and sit down. Totally full, a can bar up there. Nice little patio for anyone who can get any real estate in there to watch all of the action. The ranges and the trees behind it. Beautiful setting. Albury win the footy from the throw in. It jars free in a tackle. There's a whistle on the play. It'll be a free kick. It'll go the way of Yarrawonga.
Didn't have long.
Free kick to be taken there by Harry Wheeler, who wants to go laterally out towards the wing and finds the big ruckman in Howe. Has it just backward of the wing on the hillside of the ground.
And the number 12 for the Pigeons, and the navy and white hoops and the navy shorts. Long kick in front of the wing. Spills down to Byrne. He's tackled for Albury. Slips through towards Casey. Hand pass back to Wilson. Tumbles a kick down the wing. Picked off by Conlon. Gave it to Grills. His hand pass a turnover. Iron Spawn wins it to Willie Wheeler. Kicks to centre half forward. Good mark. Conway's got it. He's about 52 metres out. There's an unguarded goal square. Goes for home. Needs the kind roll. Getting back right on the line. Did O'Brien touch it? The ump says no. It's a goal to Conway. Kicks it from 50 out. Just got there in the nick of time for the Stephen Silvani effort on the goal line. Had a major for the Pigeons. And all of a sudden we got another lead change. The Yarrawonga Pigeons back in front, 3-1-19, Albury 2-6-18, approaching time on in the first term, Adam Schneider and Brett Delidio.
I think Albury have defended really, really well this first quarter. That's the more of the Pigeons movement. They get that inside ball and then off they go. So Albury have done really well to take their marks away from them. But then if you give them that chance, you'll watch they'll go fast by foot when they can.
So I make that 4 lead changes, Ben.
Yeah.
The opening quarter of footy and a point in it.
Stevie J yelling out some instructions. He's coaching the Yarrawonga Pigeons, who win it out of the middle here. They're Ruckman Howe down to Gibbons, who kicks to Conway. And the big fella stands tall and takes the mark.
He's on a heater.
He's got the hot hand at the moment.
He does. He kicked a lot of goals this year. What do you have, Schneider? He's looked good early. Really strong hands. Looks like he'd be the key forward here for Yarra.
He does. He plays a bit of a different role for him a bit weak. He's a bit of a swingman for him at times. Yep. But I think, Lids, what you say when we talk about kicking goals early, I think Albury probably controlled the quarter, but
yeah, 100%.
They find themselves behind, aren't they?
So Conway, mark set 30 out, as good as directly in front. He's on a roll at the moment. This kick is out to the right. And that is a bad miss.
Hasn't played many games for him this year, though, Conway. I think he did a marathon and they signed him mid-season just before the cut-off date, but he's come in and he kicked some goals and played a little bit in the mid as well.
Did he run on his arms? They look massive from here.
You're jealous, mate? That's
I think I've got him covered still.
Didn't lose any of the arm muscles in the marathon, clearly.
Conway on the kick-out finds Hodgson, and he continues the shift to Powell, who kicks wide, and Hillary marks. Defensive side of the wing. Pokes the kick in front of the bench as the two Albury players looked at each other. O'Hara and Heiner Hennessy, and Indian Irvine's happy to spoil it out of play in front of our own Lauren Borden. What's happening down on the bench there, Loz?
Well, I'm just down here. I'm just watching the Albury coaches at the moment. I like what they're doing. Instead of having the headset straight to the box like you see in the AFL, they've got the smartphone, using the smartphone headphones plugged in, so they've still got a line to the box, just in a bit of an old school way.
That's great.
Bit short on cash in Albury, eh?
Muller wins the hit out, but straight down to Wiley. Hand pass to Urquhart. A hurried kick forward, and the mark taken by Gibbons in front of us.
A shot fired, wasn't there, from the Levy
That's
coach.
one thing Gibbons does really well, actually. He really knows when to sneak forward on his opposition. So keep an eye on that to continue to happen most
Gibbons
games.
to Conway has been everywhere, and that was a little reckless after he was unable to take the contested mark over the shoulder of Anthony Miles.
Nothing new there, Corb. Anthony Miles getting a high free kick, that's for sure.
Oh, that's a dangerous kick. Back inboard, Willie Wheeler trying to break it up. Spills down to Garlett.
Hell out the back.
Puts on the Jets and off he goes. 3 bounces. Runs over halfway. Shanks the kick. Slides away up the side of the boot. Clever knock from King to Bice. Trying to break through the tackle. Hand passes a turnover. And picked up by Cameron Wilson for the Pigeons. Gives it to Wiley. Hand pass away to Ironspawn. Heads inside 50 for Yarrawonga. And the intercept mark for Conlon of the Tigers.
Conlon goes immediately. Sends it up to the wing. Masters, brilliant. Leaves his man. Takes a defensive mark as he falls to ground for Yarrawonga. Kicks forward to the wing. Casey comes up and marks. Now Casey looks long towards full forward. Looking for Williams. Juggling it. Can't mark. Close to the line.
Wilson's
Out
knee
it goes. And Wilson is down sore again for the Albury Tigers. Hurt that knee in the opening stages of this match. Has gone away and had it strapped up. And now he's cutting a sorry figure. He can barely put any weight on that left leg, and he will come from the ground, you would think, trying to stay out there for this boundary throw-in. But I think his involvement in this match might be done.
Here we go. Play restarts. Umpire chucks it up as Wilson slowly limps towards the bench. That's Jesse Wilson. We've got a couple of Wilsons, a couple of Wheelers, 2 Conlons, just to keep us honest this afternoon. The O&M GF. From the restart, Muller wins it down for the Tigers in their defensive 50. Garlett just sockers it out wide. Heiner, Hennessy collects. Irvine's got him. Runs him down with the chase down tackle. And Irvine will take the free half forward for the Pigeons.
Just one thing Yarra do here, keep an eye out for it. They pretend they're going to have a shot and they wait for the opposition to fall asleep. So keep your eye out for it. Cam Wilson's the one here. Oh, I should have used him too.
Yeah, he wanted it not to be. Irvine goes a little longer. It turns out all right.
That's poor by Aubrey, isn't it, Lids?
Gibbons marks in the forward pocket. And you're awake to it, Adam Schneider. And it comes off here for the Pigeons. A shot closer to goal. They'll kick from about 25 out, but right forward pocket.
Well, you can understand if that was the ruckman who was in there and he's just too big. But this is Mickey Gibbons, who's be lucky to be pushing 180. You know, it's a beautiful kick inside to him, no doubt. But he's got to be awake to that sort of stuff going inside 50.
Right in front of the Hartley stand. Mickey Gibbons, right peg against the fence. He moves in, needs a good drop punt. It's across the goal face. In the end, it still hasn't got through for a score. Byrne keeps it alive. Hand pass awards to Daly, who can come out of the defensive 50. It's a wide kick. King wants to keep it alive and does so. Half back for the Tigers. In fact, he's out of room. And a boundary throw in a high half forward for the Pigeons. Score check, Yarrawonga 3-2-20, Albury 2-6-18. 25 gone. Opening quarter of the Ovens and Murray League Grand Final.
Right beneath the netball court, which is high on the hill and hosting its own grand finals today. Wiley comes away with it. Here for Yarrawonga, gives it to Bruce. Kick inside 50, defensive mark taken by Daly. There for Albury. He wants to flare it out quickly to Duncan, who marks it left half back. Oh, shanks his kick. Slides off the side of the boot, goes all of 7 metres and tumbles out right in front of the grandstand. Cops a little bit of advice from those sitting nearby. It is Yarra leading by 2 points over Albury late in the first.
You can understand him going for that, trying to get the ball on, but sometimes you just got to take your medicine, go back over the mark.
A boundary throw in. Muller lands in his lap at the end. Hand pass away to Gaynor is off and running. Short kick over halfway to Powell. Here he is, the best player in the game, the Morris medalist, as he can kick the Tigers inside the forward 50. Hands to it from Conlon. He's pushed out of the way late. Nice work from Pendergast. Forces the turnover. Irvine kicks out of the defensive 50 for Yarra out wide. And Fothergill against the boundary line has it for the Pigeons. They lead it by 2 points approaching quarter time.
Wants to bite off the kick into the middle of the ground for Wiley. It's a good kick.
That's more
and
like
he'll
Yarra.
bring it towards the broadcast side of the ground. Bouncing ball for Bruce.
Stick it.
Breaks the tackle of O'Hara. Looks inside 50 for Yarra. Trying to find Williams. And Williams marks. Vice-like grip. Strong out in front, and he's got it 45-degree angle, 30 out.
Yeah, great kick from Wiley there to switch the play, get onto the fat side of the ground, but O'Hara had to nail that tackle. It was him or nothing else. Just forgot the ability to break that tackle and then get it inside to their big forward to Williams. They need to capitalise here too on that good bit of play.
The big key forward right in front of the grandstand. The drop punt. He's bringing it back straight through the middle. Yarrawonga.
Well, they're claiming it's hit the post here.
Oh, they're just checking.
We're going to the arc. Talk us through this one, Corb.
So the umpires are converging. He did bring it from right to left. It was close to that right-hand goalpost, and they're saying it's hit the post.
Jeez.
Yeah. Oh.
So that's a big moment. Would have put them 8 points up approaching quarter time. Instead, it's just 3.
Stevie J giving it the teapot. 3 points, Yarra's advantage. 27 minutes into the first.
Really good point Liz just made before about you can't let that get stepped on that mark there, because Lee Williams, no chance of stopping him with one-on-one like that.
Gee, feels like they got overruled by the field umpire. The goal umpire called it a goal originally. Duncan brings it into Daly, back pocket, kicks out wide and finds young Connor O'Sullivan. Remember the name, right half back for the Albury Tigers. Presumptive top 10 pick in this year's national draft. Got a hand pass away towards Grills, who's locked up immediately and will have a ball up 60 metres out, half forward for the Pigeons.
He liked that one again, that decision there, wasn't it? Just take him out, like Liz said before, and take the long near the line if nothing's on.
Sullivan's going to do the ruck work here, opposed to Howe. He built body, the big experience ruck for the Pigeons. He wins it down. Hand pass in the end comes. Advantage applied. They're going inside 50. Koopman kicks to the top of the goal square. Oh, Casey competes for it. No free kick. Lucas Conlon, hand pass away towards Duncan, who comes out wide to O'Hara off the back flank. Kicks the Tigers down the wing. Vice marks. Sweeping Polyfarmer hand pass out in front of Garlett, and that'll do us. That's quarter time, and Garlett involved in a wrestle immediately with Tyler Lovell. There's been a little niggle in it in this opening quarter, and a few little scuffles in the two teams with a bit of push and shove right on the bell to signal the end of the opening term. It is the Yarrawonga Pigeons 3-3-21. They lead the Albury Tigers 2-6-18. A 3-point advantage for the Pigeons at quarter time, trying to win their first premiership since 2013. Now the goal kickers, Lids. 2 for Conway. It's pretty good in that opening term. Coburn's got 1. Meanwhile, for the Tigers, Hodgson and Powell are their 2 goal kickers. Now, off the SMS, the number, by the way, if you want to get in touch with us, is 0437 774 774. There's no name, no pack drill on this, but it says, great start, boys. You've got to cross the plane list quickly. Can we get Lids to run us through his record-breaking 100-metre at Kai High or his 25-step run in school cricket?
Yeah, I can talk you through that. How long have you got?
Maybe just do it while we take this promo and reset here at Lavington Oval in Albury. We'll be back with some analysis on what's happening in the O&M Grand Final, which we're broadcasting for you on ABC Sport. It's great to have you with us.
We are one,
but we are many, and from all the lands on earth we come. We share a dream, and sing with one voice.
You're listening to ABC Radio.
You are, we are Australian. We are Australian.
Away to Irvine, his kick a turnover. Mark taken by Byrne for Albury. At high half forward, comes infield, gets his kick away to Hodgson. Little 1-2, gets it back, eyes the goals and finishes. Albury draw first blood on the Hodgson finish. Hodgson slaps it on, then gathers it. He's tackled quickly in the middle. Vice gets it off. Miles, clear and kick here for Albury. Bouncing ball on their attacking 50. The ball will bounce inside 50. Gathered there by Powell. Time to steady and puts through another. Albury with the immediate response, and they take back the lead.
Iron Spawn wins it to Willie Wheeler. Kicks to centre half forward. Good mark. Conway's got it. He's about 52 metres out. There's an unguarded goal square. Goes for home. Needs the kind roll. Getting back right on the line. Did O'Brien touch it? The ump says no. It's a goal to Conway.
This is Grandstand AFL Sunday on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Oh, it's a lovely Sunday at that. We're out in the country for the O&M Grand Final. We're in Albury at the beautiful Lavington Oval. It is a wonderful ground, well populated, and at quarter time it is the Pigeons who lead it by 3 points. So they're 3-3-21. They lead Albury, who are 2-6-18, so 6 scoring shots to 8. And yet it's the side with fewer scoring shots that leads by 3 points at quarter time. There used to be a cycling track around the ground here, so really an old velodrome, and so as a result we've got this perfect situation where the ground is sunken in and all the spectators basically sit above them and a chance to look down in a bowl, and a really well populated ground here at Lavington Oval this afternoon in Albury for the O&M Grand Final, in which the Pigeons lead by 3 points. The analysis of the coach of the Lavington Panthers in this league is, of course, a premiership player himself in Adam Schneider, alongside our own Brett Delidio. Yeah, really good start to the game by Albury. I probably felt Lids could maybe think different, but I thought the first half, Albury really controlled the sort of first half, and they wanted to play on at all costs. I think then when they got held up and Yarra defended a little bit better and Albury bombed it in, that's when Masters comes into play and their intercept players. So that was the key to them, and you got to finish your goals, otherwise teams come back like Yarra, and I thought Yarra really controlled probably the second half, and like you said, once they go fast, they're very hard to stop, Liz. Yeah, and I think at times Albury forced it a little bit too much. A couple of times they've rolled out here on this side, on this wing, and kicked it out of bounds, not on the full, but just got it out of bounds. Didn't just go back. Sometimes in a big final, you need to just compose, go back, get it down the line, get it out of bounds, set up again, then start to control some territory on the ground. So I think that'll hopefully be the message, not just, come on boys, we've got to go even faster, because that tends to invite mistakes, and therefore it'll mean that Yarra will capitalise on that more so. But geez, they look good off half back. Masters down there, who you spoke about, his ability to mark it and then get it forward, and Conway looks like a real threat up there in the front half. There's a lot of targets through there for Yarra, but Albury, they're not out of this game by any stretch. They should, if they kick straight, they're probably well and truly in control. They've had a lot of the footy, just haven't been able to capitalise. So plenty to like from both teams, but Yarra hold the 3-point advantage at the moment. If you're wondering a little more about these two teams, Yarrawonga looking for their first flag since 2013. The Pigeons, the old team of Brendan Favola, of course, most famously, where he spent 4 years with this club after his AFL career ended, while Albury have as rich a history as any team in Australian football. They were established in 1876. They joined the older O&M football organisation in 1896, so that's a year before the VFL even originated. They won 7 flags in a decade span between 2009 and 2018, which was their last. So Albury trying to win their first flag since then. It would be a 23rd in total, which is right up there with teams like Port Adelaide and East Fremantle for most flags in Australian rules football broadly. Pigeons by 3 points, 3-3. Albury at 2-6. Where is Lauren Borden? I saw her moments ago. We might be able to check in with Loz in just a minute. Just before Loz jumps on, there's been some really good matchups to watch in the game here, and we spoke about Page going to Wheeler in the first quarter, and he clearly got the better of Wheeler. Didn't have much impact on the game, but also Albury losing Wilson at centre half back's a real key to them. That's unfortunate. And Hamish Gilmore, number 6, their other fullback down at Albury, he walked off very, very sore and ginger. So on a really hot day like this, you can't afford to go a rotation down. I thought Loz might have been out there at one of the huddles, and as the Yarrawonga camp disperses, there is our own Lauren Borden making her way back to the bench. What did you hear, Loz? I was just down there listening to what Stevie Johnson had to say, and he said, I've got a lot to say. And then he pretty much just started talking about the forwards, really. He just wanted to get their structure working, get them a little bit higher up the ground. But they seem to think that they got the best of Albury in that first quarter. They don't think there's much more to come from Albury than what they've got. So they're pretty happy that they're slightly up on the scoreboard, even though they think they've got a lot left in the tank and they didn't give their best. So more to come if that's what Stevie Johnson gets from his players in the second quarter. Here we go. Second quarter action upon us. Thanks, Loz. It is Yarrawonga by 3 points. We're ready to go in the second term. Howe wins the opening hit out. Comes down towards Muller, soccers it forward, leaping up front, Felder. Hand pass out to Urquhart. She's crunched as he tries to get a kick away. Muller picks it up for Albury, hits Bice, who takes the mark right on the 50. He's a beautiful user, kicks it straight to Garlett. Takes the mark like a heat-guided missile with that left foot. And Jeffrey Garlett, who's got a couple of behinds already, can have a shot here, slide angle, 30 out. Bice is one of their most damaging players. I reckon he normally plays a bit of mid, but played a fair bit forward. And when they're tagging the midfield, it leaves him a high half forward. And if you want someone kicking the inside 50, he's your man. Bit Schneider-like, is he? Oh, he's better than me, mate. I only saw the big sticks. Jeffrey Garlett. In he comes on the drop punt. He missed 2 at the other end. He's now missed 3 out to the right. So what might have been day so far for Jeffrey Garlett? 2-7 to 3-3. Albury get within 2 points 1 minute into the second quarter.
Pendergast with the kick in to Fronfelder, who kicks long up to the wing for Yarra, and Heiner Hennessy takes the mark. Gives it off quickly to Gilmore, who goes really short at half forward.
This man
and
bites.
it's in his hands again.
Yarra get back though nice and quick, so wouldn't be surprised. Oh, there we go.
Tries to wait a kick this time inside 50. Can't find a target. Powell can't get it. Coburn's there for Yarra. He's tackled quickly. And again, a few spot fires. And a free kick's been given away.
It's like Leeds said earlier in the first quarter, if you react to someone knocking you, you give away the free kick, and that's exactly what just happened.
Oh, that's a shocker. Williams turns it straight over. O'Hara rolls back onto his left side, gets within 45, eyes the sticks, hits it. Great kick from O'Hara.
Milesy throwing it around now too. She's on here. This is good to see.
Tigers back in front. We got another lead change. So all of a sudden, Albury, now we got a real scrap. They've come from every direction to be involved in this melee. Centre half forward for the Tigers. Albury moved to 3-7. The Pigeons 3-3. 2 minutes into the third quarter. And this grand final has had 5 lead changes already.
Well done to O'Hara there. We said before he missed that tackle. Probably it cost them a goal or a shot on goal. And then in the end, he's got one back and kicked it for his side.
Well, the umpire's just got them going in the middle with no one ready. Wilson gets the clearance there for Yarra, but it'll be Albury who bounce off half-back. A kick up towards half-forward. Bouncing ball. Here's Bice again. Getting busy. Chips it short to Muller. And the big ruckman inside the centre square for Albury. He'll kick inside, attacking 50, a shallow entry, bouncing ball. Big bump. Coming one way, Jacob Conlon laying out Morey. Ball jars free. Morey's back up. He wins it for Yarrawonga and kicks to Gibbons on the wing.
Gibbons sends it down to high half forward. Casey backpedaling, takes a nice mark for the Pigeons. He's 60 metres out. Southern side of the ground, looks for Williams, who's been busy. Byrne does well. Max Byrne floats in front, takes the intercept mark for the Tigers.
He's done that a couple of times now, Byrne, being able to read the play, come across and help out.
Short to Powell, chips it to Gilmore, marks against the boundary line. In fact, it's out of play. Out on the full. Pigeons get it back. And it's going to be Gibbons who can just load up, sends it to the hot spot. Conway flies for it. Fist comes from the back from the Tigers. Down to Fothergill, he's taken high. Free kick for the Pigeons inside 50. And Fothergill is going to get it. Nick Fothergill, right half forward. He'll kick from about 40 out, tight angle.
Oh, like all good little blokes. Front and centre there off the high ball that came in. Just got to be wary of the little fellas when they're a bit slippery. Make sure you don't get them too high. Be a good one for Yarra to get here. Albury have had the run of it early in this second quarter. Tricky kick.
This guy pops up regularly and kicks goals most weeks for Yarra.
We're in the number 1 on his back to try and return the Pigeons to the front. Nick Fothergill. That is superb. Never looks like missing. Fothergill threads it. And the Pigeons are back on top. 4-3-27 to 3-7-25. 2-point advantage for Yarra. Lead change number 6, Adam Schneider, Brett Delidio.
It's disappointing there for Albury. They won the ball back initially, and to give it straight back, kicking it out of bounds. It doesn't allow you to keep control of that footy. Comes back inside, puts your backs under pressure again. Therefore, they get another shot. Good capitalised, great kick from Fothergill. He said he bobs up a bit. Always nice to get one as a small forward early in a final.
So a seesawing encounter here in the grand final. Yarrawonga back out in front by 2 points. From the restart in the middle, Muller hooks it down. Miles squeezing out a kick. Quickly onto it, Yarra. Wiley gets it off to Morey. Chisels a kick for Yarra towards half forward. Juggled mark back there by Hamish Gilmore. Albury win it back across half back. He'll chip up to the wing. Live footy on the wing. Wilson onto it. Here for Yarra. He'll go really short. Good kick to Harry Wheeler. Sends Yarra long towards full forward. Out the back. Fothergill's there. Gets it on the boot. And he's kicked 2 in a couple of minutes. Yarra are out by 8 points. 5-3-33. They move along to place 3-7-25 of Albury. Midway through this second term of the Ovens and Murray Grand Final. Brett Delidio and Adam Schneider.
Yeah, Fothergill again. Well done reading the play, but well done to Williams. I'll mention him probably. Had to fight and scrap. The kick was a bit long for him. It was going way deeper, but he brought it down and just gave Fothergill a chance to get him onto that loose ball.
Off the SMS, James Michelle and is it Innes? I hope I got that right.
I think Guinness, yeah.
On the road to Sydney. Shout out to Logan Morey, who's playing for Yarrawonga today. A great young school teacher. So there you go. Shout out to Logan Morey. And as I turn around, the ball's all of a sudden deep inside the 450 for the Pigeons. So what happened there, Leeds? Quick takeaway out of the middle. And
Yep, got it inside.
Wasting no time. Ball up. Muller hooks it down behind. Nice work there from Duncan. Just knocks it away to Gilmore. Kicks out of the defensive 50. That's out on the full as well. So the Pigeons are winning some territory here. They've handed in their front half in recent minutes an 8-point lead. They trailed earlier in the quarter. Kicked the last 2 goals. They're going inside 50 again, Yarrawonga. As Wilson kicks to the hot spot. There's Williams standing in front of the pack courageously and has his hands around it. Just rips it down. A huge contested mark. He'll have a shot here. Left forward pocket, 20 out.
Probably just looking more dangerous going inside 50 now, Yarra. Concerns here for Albury. They've got to make sure they can stop it because getting repeat entries, and you get repeat entries with such a forward line they've got, they'll hurt you on the scoreboard.
There's been 6 lead changes in this game already. And all of a sudden the Pigeons have kicked 3 on the bounce. Momentum all with the Navy and white at the moment. Yarrawonga moves to 6-3-39. Albury a 3-7-25. And all of a sudden we've opened up the biggest lead of the match. It is a 14-point advantage for the Pigeons. 7.5 gone second term.
Yeah, it's been a couple of things that Albury can control there. They've been able to win it back. They've kicked it out of bounds on the full twice. And then their backman just allowed Williams a chance to run and jump at that. No body contact. Didn't try and take his body. He's too big. It's obvious down there. Don't allow him to jump at it. He's always going to mark those, and he's shown already that he's dangerous.
As Corbin said, last 3 the way of Yarra. Back in the middle. No Sullivan in the ruck for Albury. Gaynor just tried to spike it on. Heine Hennessy coming through. And Hodgson taken down in the Howe tackle. Secondary ball up in the middle. Picturesque country footy setting. O'Sullivan going early, coming through Gibbons. Squeezes Yarrawonga forward with the kick. Bouncing ball inside 50. Arriving there, the numbers for Albury. Handball out, goes straight to Gibbons. Spins out of trouble. Shovels the handball forward. Running onto it, Coburn. Coburn's kick misses left. Got a little bit of closing pressure late.
I think Albury need to get control of the game here for a little bit, maybe slow it down.
Don't go too fast. That's what we spoke about, isn't it, Schneid?
Yeah, take the time out of it. Yarra got a real run on here, so they're lucky here. They've got a free kick down the field.
Yarrawonga out by 15.
So Hillary's going to get it, I think. Jay Hillary, the number 5. No, in fact, it's going to be the fullback in Conlon who's been marched up. Lucas Conlon. Centre half back for the Tigers. No. Goes straight through the corridor. Dangerous kick. Power can't mark. Turns out okay. Spills to O'Brien, to Page. Hand pass away to O'Sullivan. Sweeping hand pass to centre half forward. Bice brings it down. Paddles it back to Power. Weaves his way through too. Power kicks laterally out to Grills. Gets to him on the bounce. He's a left footer. Favoured side. He misses. Near side. Behind. 3-8 to 6-4, 9.5 gone second quarter, so Yarra by 14.
It seems they only know one way then, Schneid. It's aggressive.
Yeah. No, they do. They do.
A long kick in, up towards the broadcast wing. Taken down in a strong tackle, Harry Wheeler.
They do have one of
the bounce.
They do have one of the most fittest midfields going around, but as you know, you can't just go that way the whole time. It just allows opposition to score and turn over off you.
Lauren Borden downstairs.
Unfortunately, it does look like Jesse Wilson's out for the game, as we suspected. He's got ice on that left knee, so you can see the disappointment on his face and how disappointed you would be if you get injured in the first minute of a grand final.
Yeah.
Out of play after the ball up in front of us. Harry Wheeler, as picked by Schneids earlier on. The Wheeler boys loving a little bit of biff, just throws a bump at Heine Hennessy right in front of the grandstand. Barely a spare seat in the WG Hartley stand right in front of us. Yarra leading by 14.
Boundary throwing, both rucks miss it. Hodgson hand pass to Grills under pressure. Grills goes back in, tries to win it again. Ball hits the deck. O'Brien burrowing in. Extracted by Ironspawn, but hands it straight to Miles. High up and under. Turns it over, and Morey takes the intercept mark. Here he is, Logan Morey.
Mr. Morey, the school teacher.
Correct. Back flank. Another lefty. Kicks down the wing. Mark taken by Williams. He wants to go. Gilmore does well to hold him up. But again, it's Yarrawonga able to transfer the footy from their back half up front. Heads out wide with a kick. Koopman drops a mark he should have taken. Regathers. Hand pass to Gibbons. Goes off his left side. Looks for Wilson. Leaving his man Conlon does well. And Lucas Conlon punches it into the red-bricked old cycling track around the ground here at Lavington Oval. Boundary throw in half forward for the Pigeons. Yarra by 14 points. 11 gone, second term in a grand final that has had 6 lead changes already.
Umpire flings it back inside the attacking 50 for Yarra. Coming through low down. Wilson gathering it off the hands of the Rucks. No free kick. Another ball up. 47 out from the attacking goal for Yarra. They lead by 14. 11 and a half minutes into the second. Muller takes it out of the ruck. Tries to get a kick away. Hodgson can't gather. Now he goes back and does. And they try to work it out. Handball to King. Handball to Miles. Kick for Albury out towards the wing. Looking for O'Hara. Gibbons does well. Punches it down. O'Hara follows up. Gives it off to his big ruckman in Muller.
A hand pass away to Duncan. His hand pass meant for Heiner Hennessy, broken up by Irvine. Spills to Muller. Muller turns it over himself. Harry Wheeler kicks it deep back inside 50 for Yarra. Williams competes, sits front and centre for Coburn, where he should be as the small forward. Looks for Conway, wrestling with Hillary. Ball spills down to Daly. Fullback for the Tigers. Short kick to Grills. His co-captain got there on the half volley. Hand pass back to Daly. Hand pass to Bice. Still hasn't gone out. Look away, hand pass trying to feed it back to his Tigers teammate in Byrne. Off the back flank. Kicks Albury up to the wing. Flying for it. No mark from Conlon. Picked up by Iron Spawn. His hand pass back into dispute. We're going to have a ball up here as the teams come together for a stoppage on the wing. Southern side of the ground, which is well populated beneath the deck lids. Looks like they're having a good time over there.
Oh, it does. Yeah, I'm being called. I can hear it.
Yeah.
Lots of camping chairs on the hill, a few rugs. Lots standing and watching him behind that. Clearing kick from Ironspawn for Yarra. Inside attacking 50. Williams juggling the mark and bringing it down. 45 out. 45-degree angle right-hand side.
That's a coach killer, that. They had the +1 back there for that exact reason. I think it was Hamish Gilmore. He's got to impact that. If you're going to have a +1, you must impact that. And Williams, a dead eye, really misses.
The big fella Williams. He's been big in this match so far from right on 50. Drives his right foot drop punt right towards goal. It'll be touched close to the line across the face anyway. And Yarra up now by 15 over Albury. 13 and a half minutes into this second term.
Duncan on the kick out, duties to Bice. Oh, no. Low trajectory drop punt. He's miskicked that. Turns out okay. Spills to Byrne. His hand pass a little casual. Duncan goes back in to try and save the day. Hand pass to Miles. Cleans it up for the Tigers. Hand pass to Byrne. He kicks out wide of the boundary line. James Conlon can't quite collect. In the end, Pendergast wanted to keep it alive. He's out of room. And a boundary throw in on the southern wing. It is a 15-point advantage for Yarrawonga. We had 6 lead changes in this game by the 4-minute mark of the second quarter. We've now travelled 14-minute marks. We've now travelled to the 14-minute mark, and the margin is 15 Yarrawonga's way, a game high.
Muller winning the tap down, but following up there is Casey for Yarrawonga, close to the boundary line, keeping it alive Albury. And Bice will bite off a kick into the middle of the ground. Very aggressive, trying to find a teammate there.
Lucky.
And a free kick given away by Yarrawonga. So Albury will be able to repel. The kick will come out towards a teammate here in Duncan, who marks at half-back and goes short to O'Hara on the wing.
Needus looks corridor straight away. Tough kick for Bice. Numbers with the Pigeons. Casey spoils. Still dangerous, though, for Yarrawonga in their defensive 50. Hand pass comes away towards Harry Wheeler. Hand pass to Iron Spawn. By hand at Masters. Slips over. Gives it back to Iron Spawn. Off the back flank. High up and under to the wing. Lucas Conlon in the box seat. No mark. He's going to get a second play at it. Koopman taps it back to Conlon. Hand pass to O'Hara. Albury back with it. High half forward. Hand pass to O'Brien. Full 360. Dumps a kick inside 50. Turns it over. And in the end, Casey takes the intercept mark for the Pigeons at full-back.
Bites off a kick up the middle. It's a good one. Gibbons drops the mark, though. Able to recover. Yarrawonga moving it end-to-end quickly. Kick goes away to Willie Wheeler. Short inside 50. And Coburn sliding in low down. He takes the mark. 45 out. As good as directly in front. Wants to move it on. And goes short to Gibbons, who takes it in the right forward pocket.
So for everyone watching at home, Albury looks like they've put a man behind the ball. but that can't suit the way they're going to play. Lids, as you know, if you're going to have a man behind the ball and you want to go fast, Yarra's going to have a free behind the ball. So you must keep change angle in the team and use that spare number. Otherwise, you get turnover like that and you can't stop it. So Albury got to get their game right here.
So Mickey Gibbons, a former Carlton Navy Blue at AFL level. He'll come in. The drop punt is a little narrow, missing right. One of a few AFL players out there today. Mark Wiley for Yarrawonga, Michael Gibbons, the dual JJ Liston medalist, Jeff Garlett, and also Anthony Miles. They lead by 16, Yarrawonga, team that Fev used to play for a few years ago for 4 seasons at the conclusion of his AFL career.
Coached by Stevie J, who's on the balcony alongside us. You might be able to, I was about to say, you might be able to hear him as Daly takes the mark for Albury and then turns it over. Mickey Gibbons with the intercept mark, high half forward. These are dangerous moments for Albury as we tick towards half time. Gibbons puts Yarra back inside 50 and the pack collapsed behind Hillary, able to take an intercept mark. He's at fullback at the moment. The Tigers in black with the yellow sash and the white shorts, as you'd expect. Kicks out to half-back. Spills down towards Muller. His hand pass a turnover. And again, the Pigeons win it back. Gibbons to Coburn. Short kick to Fothergill. Fothergill lines them up but misses. Gee, and Yarrawonga having a patch here where they're always keeping Albury in the game. Missed a couple of opportunities. 6-7 to 3-8. Feels like the game's at breaking point. 17 and a half minutes in the second term. Yarra by 17.
Oh, Lucas Conlon, a long kick in up the middle. Mark taken by King. Goes short to O'Hara. Crosses the 50. Eyes the goals. And
pops it through.
He's kicked it. Just sneaks it through. His second. And one completely against the run of play. Yarrawonga peppering. And Albury go coast to coast to kick the goal. They move along to 4-8-32. Yarrawonga 6-7-43. 18 played second term.
Yeah, if you are going to go against a spare like they did, then the point come from the other side of the field. The kick in come out the open side, and that's where they get around that spare. So good reward there. They really needed that.
Brings it back to 11 points. Gee, if they kicked a couple of those down the other end, the Pigeons, you think
it's nearly done.
Yeah. Huge goal for Albury, as Ben said, completely against the flow. Back in the middle, Gaynor not only collects the footy, but then turns and runs with it. Kicks to centre-half forward. Free kick here for Powell. He's dragged down at centre-half forward. Elliot Powell. He's walking back. Has he got this trip in him, Schneider?
I don't know. I don't think so.
He's not confident. Adam Schneider with us on ABC Sport as Powell kicks inside the forward pocket.
Decision.
Getting back Morey. No mark. Spills to Ironspawn. Gives it to Irvine. Hand pass back to Morey. Kicks to the wing. Spilling the mark. Gilmore. Falls through towards Harry Wheeler. Hangs it inside the boundary line. Runs back onto his right side. Great depth kick to front Felder. He takes the mark in front of the benches.
Usually reliable with his left foot. He goes short to Williams. 80 out from goal. Feeds a handball to Casey. 55 out, likes his chances and shanks it. It tumbles through for a minor score. So 6-8 plays 4-8. Yarrawonga leading Albury by 2 goals. The O&M Grand Final here on ABC Sport. 19 and a half minutes into the second.
Byrne brings it in to Duncan. Kicks to the wing, but again a turnover on the wing. Gibbons well set up. He's picking off those intercept marks. He's got one again. Cuts inboard to Wiley. The shift from one side of the centre square to the other. Here's Morey in the bright sunshine. Kicks into the forward pocket. Conway down there, threw his hands at it. Ball carries over the top. Did it?
Yeah, he
bounced off the boundary. Umpire stayed alive. Comes through to Gilmore. Hand pass away for Albury. The umpire said he threw it. Free kick for Conway.
Counts as a kick for the umpire.
It's one way as the field umpire that it hit.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what level of footy you're in. Senior coaches are off their trees, aren't they? They're just off their heads. You wouldn't be like that, Schneider. Not you. I'm not talking about you.
Calm and collected, mate.
Yeah. He's not happy. Listen to him go.
What do you think of the approach to be out of the box, Schneider, and on the balcony? Is that something you do here?
Mix it up. I go down on the ground sometimes just to be near the players. But yeah, it depends on the day and who you're playing.
Conway from a tight angle is going to have a ping here. He misses near side. He's about 50 out, left half forward. Oh, I thought, in fact, he's missed everything. Out on the full. The goal umpire. So the Pigeons lead it by 12 points. 21 minutes into the second term on ABC Sport, our coverage of the O&M Grand Final, and again a dangerous kick. Daring ball use all day from Albury, and in the end they find Hillary centre half back, the Tigers.
Hillary, dangerous himself, and Yarrawonga should come back up with it. They do here through Urquhart, who kicks towards full forward, looking for Williams. Doesn't take the mark. Albury are there through Gaynor. He goes short on the required distance. Now they're under the pump a little bit. Gaynor will get it back. And there'll be a free kick. A player was put down behind play. So Gaynor to get it with the free kick slightly downfield at left half back. Yarra leading by 12 points, 21 and a half minutes into this second term.
Draws the man on the mark and just chips it short. Mark on the back flank for Daly, shifts it across the ground, and this is Hillary.
This is good by Albury.
He's just going to kick to a contest out on the wing. In fact, finds Gaynor at full stretch, who takes the mark. He'd be just about the smallest guy on the ground, and geez, a real goer, this lad. And takes the mark. Gaynor attends just about every centre bounce. Gets his knees dirty, kicks it down the wing, spills through towards Masters, pumps it back in the other direction for the Pigeons, and up goes Hillary, takes the intercept mark. Oh, there's a free kick here.
Called a free kick for a push in the marking contest.
Okay, that's very unfortunate for Albury, who were trying to work themselves back into this game. The Pigeons with all the momentum. They lead it by 12 points, and it feels like it should be a few more. 23 minutes into the second term. Kick from Williams, centre half forward out wide to Casey. Can't take the sprawling mark. And now he's tackled, and we'll have a ball up 30 metres out, right half forward for the Pigeons.
Corbin gets his knees dirty. Mark Choco Williams reportedly back in the day used to check the Port Adelaide players' knees at quarter time and half time to see if he felt like they were going hard enough and getting involved. In the back pocket, Miles here for Albury. The kick's a little dangerous. Hangs it in the air across the face of goal. Mr. Morey spoils it down. Here he goes again. Arriving Conway. Left forward pocket here for Yarrawonga. Kick smothered. Ricochets away. Lucas Conlon there for Albury. And chips it short to Gaynor. Has it at fullback here for the Tigers in the gold sash. The black jumper replicating the Richmond jumper. Taking on Yarrawonga in a similar jumper to that of Geelong.
Stunning day, beautiful venue, Lavington Oval, as Gaynor comes out of the defensive 50, turns it straight over to Willie Wheeler, who kicks inside the forward arc, but too much on it. And Lucas Conlon with the intercept mark. Short kick to King. The Tigers just taking a bit of sting out of the game, but they're playing a lot of it in their back half. Goes out wide to Duncan. Short kick to Connor O'Sullivan. Here he is, the rising star, as he turns and kicks down to half forward. Big leap from Powell, went early. Ball spills out the back, turns out okay. Hodgson steadies. Hodgson's got it.
Game on.
All of a sudden, the Tigers back within a straight kick. And who'd have thought earlier in the term with the Pigeons peppering, and all of a sudden Albury right back in this game. It's a 6-point margin. Yarra 6-8-44. Albury 5-8-38. 24 gone second term. Brett Delidio, Adam Schneider.
Yeah, interesting game. Yarra really controlled the last sort of 15, 20 minutes in their forward half. You know, Albury probably would have only had 6 or 7 inside 50s. But they seem to be making the most of it, and Yarra are kicking some points. So it's given them a good opportunity. They controlled the ball a little bit there, which is what they needed to do. So
they finally got a mark centre wing, Schneider.
Yeah.
They've been kicking the 50-50s there. They finally get a mark there, which allows them to go forward and get inside 50.
Lots of kids in attendance, got their footies tucked under their arm. How good were these days when you were young? Muller trying to take it out of the ruck for Albury. Free kick. It'll go the way of Howe, so Yarrawonga to get it.
Half-time heroes coming up.
Yep.
I mean, sitting on your head, I reckon, Benny, if we had a chance. Did we bring the footy?
Oh, I'll go back with courage. I'll give you a chance, Lids. Howe in the middle. Garlett closing late. Howe kicks long inside 50 for Yarra. Over the head of the pack. Bouncing ball. Getting back. Byrne. Handball away to teammate in support in Luke Daly. And on to Gaynor. Albury trying to bounce it off halfback. Here's Bice on that left leg. Good kick. Really good kick.
Finds Powell. Here he is, the Morris medalist for the best player in the league. Finds Bice, always a good user. Takes a bounce, backs himself in. Hand pass inside to Hodgson for 2 in a minute. Kicks goalward, got it. Scores level. 44 apiece. 6-8-44 each of 2. Then a pulsating O&M grand final. as we tick towards half-time. We're all knotted up at 44 apiece. Adam Schneider, Brett Delidio.
Well, that's where you take your opportunities, isn't it, Schneider? Early, Yarra could have really put this game, not to bed, but taken real control of it. Don't capitalise on that. It invites Albury to get back into it. They've got some good players out there. Powell involved there, Tobias, and then Hodgson, who kicked the previous goal, has got another one. So, well done to Albury to wrestle back that momentum that was purely against them in the first half of this second quarter.
This game looked like it was a goal away from being just about done.
Yes.
Whew. 6 lead changes are now all even before half-time.
Come roaring back into it, the Tigers. Out of the middle. Gaynor snapping a kick, bouncing ball to half forward. King's there for the Tigers. O'Hara overruns it. Allows in Morey there for Yarrawonga. And the player put down in back play. There's going to be a free kick. Wiley wants to take the advantage. The umpire wants to bring it back.
What would you do now, Liz,
Wilson?
if you're the coach of Yarra right now? What would you do? You just had 2 or 3 goals kicked against you after controlling the quarter. What would you do?
I'd be sitting here thinking, how do I just take the sting back my own way, get a little kick control? Can I, if I haven't got anything on just to be able to use, get it long down the line, set up, get real strong behind the footy. As we see now, a little bit of kick control.
Yeah, well, good call, mate.
Wilson goes back to Pendergast, who wants to send it out to Irvine. Out in front of that outer side wing, which is chock-a-block full of spectators.
Would that be your plan, Adam?
Yeah, no, I would have done the same thing. Just take a little sting. I wouldn't have played on there, though. I would have just tried to keep it still. But
Pendergast takes a bounce, kicks it down to half forward, and Fothergill marks, but it's after the bell. And as the neutral that we are, coming to a country grand final on the last day of the year, to see what it's all about, this has absolutely delivered for us. It is a glorious day, temperature in the low 20s, beautiful spring afternoon at a magnificent venue with the backdrop of the hills and a pumping grandstand, and we've got a game of footy in which there's been 6 lead changes and the scores are level in the grand final at halftime. Yarrawonga 6-8-44, Albury 6-8-44. The goal kickers, Hodgson has 3. He kicked 2 of them in that second quarter, and also the first of the game. O'Hara has a couple, Powell has 1. Meanwhile for Yarrawonga, Conway and Fothergill have 2 each. Coburn and Williams have 1 each. So 6-8-44 apiece, half-time in the O&M grand final. Brett Delidio and Adam Schneider with their thoughts on what we've seen in that first half.
Well, it's been pretty interesting first half, hasn't it, Schneider? The ability for Albury to wrestle back that momentum that we just spoke about has been first class. So you usually don't, as Corby mentioned in that call, that it felt like it was a goal away from being blown away, and seeing some real heads drop. But the ability of Albury, their senior players that are out there on the field to take control and say, hang on, boys, we're not just going to keep going helter-skelter, try and go forward with this. Take a little bit of the sting. You said they tried to get a +1 down there, which didn't result early because they were playing a little bit too fast with the +1. So take that sting out of the game, and then they went forward and they capitalised. A couple of running goals there. O'Hara kicked 1, and then it was Hodgson who kicked 2 in a row. So well done to Albury, but Yarra for large parts of that quarter and a lot of this game they've controlled most passages of play.
Yeah, I think you summed it up really well there, mate. I think just momentum swings in footy, it's massive. You will have your run at times. Yarra had it there for that probably first half of that quarter. Albury had it in the first half of the first quarter. And the key to any game of footy is making them hurt on the scoreboard with scoreboard pressure. So both teams probably failed to do that in the first half, but some really good, contested games of footy. There's a bit of a turnover fest there towards, that second half late in the quarter, but good opportunities hitting the scoreboard, and just got to make sure they kick the goals.
But as you see in a lot of finals, there's rushes of blood, and that's where you got to have your senior players to be able to say, we know the way we like to play, but sometimes when the moment calls for you to just take a deep breath, let everything unfold, the ball's not going to blow up in your hands, sometimes you just have to go long down the line, or just hit the easy one. Doesn't have to be the sexy one all the way through the middle, just take the nice easy one, and therefore that's the best thing for the team. So the team that can come out and execute the fundamentals early in this third quarter, what do they call it, the premiership quarter, you go a long way towards winning this game.
It's been a tremendous day. Who are these guys playing at half-time here? Adam, in front of us. Is this a Lavington thing or is this a league-wide thing?
No, I think this is a league-wide.
Gotcha.
got some guys out there having a lot of fun out there, which looks great.
Looks like an all-abilities competition taking place, which is
Wodonga Jets versus North Albury.
There we go. Sorry, Shice, just to throw you under the bus.
No, that's all right. That's all right.
But it is I mean, the crowd is absolutely involved in this as well. So there's very few people that have left, and they're cheering every kick at the moment, which is great to see, using the full oval as a bit of half-time action here for us in what is half-time of the O&M Grand Final. Scores level, 44 points apiece in a match which has had 6 lead changes already. A magnificent afternoon at Lavington Oval. We've seen a goal, as you can probably tell.
North Albury just kicked one
by the reaction.
Someone going to the crowd. Love that.
Excellent.
They do this well. They've done this a couple of times after senior games this year. They have the all-abilities. Let them get out there and have a bit of fun. And, it's memories for these guys that they'll remember forever.
And at my local club back in WA, where I was the president for a couple of years, our all-abilities team, I saw the best goal celebrations I saw in any level of football in the all-abilities. They love it. They celebrate. They celebrate with the crowd. It's as good as you will see.
A couple of our favourites. Oh, sorry,
I was just going to say Jack Stevens didn't even kick the goal, and he celebrated like he did nearly with a half lap of the oval. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, love it.
0437 774 774 the SMS. A couple of our favourites. Rory in Melbourne, who's a blind listener, says, I love your commentary. I've been given the green light to go to my first ever grand final. The payment has gone through, and now it's just a matter of finding out where I'm sitting. He is a very happy man, you can imagine, Rory. So enjoy that next Saturday afternoon at the G. Of course, you can take your radio along and listen to that on ABC Radio. And Fran from Melbourne, hi guys, this is different from me, usually listening to the AFL. Enjoy the history and listening to you guys. What is the average age of these men? And please, why the Pigeons? These are... The age demographics, what would be?
Mid-20s?
Yeah, mid-20s, the normal sort of
similar to the AFL.
There's not too many senior guys out there. We've actually got a 41-year-old at Lavington that's full back for me, so he bumps our age up a fair bit. But no, there's a good mix of all.
Are many of the guys based in the region? Like, how many of them would travel from Melbourne and...
Yeah, a fair few do. Yarra got a couple, more the 2 Wangaratta teams, they have a fair few come up, which is only a 2-hour drive from there. But a couple from each sort of club, sort of the Albury, Lavington, North Albury don't tend to as much. Try and keep the locals, but some guys do it, and there's seen some really good footballers come out of there. Lee Williams is one of them. Callum Moore from Wangaratta Magpies, who's the leading goal kicker for the comp. So they get some really good talent through here. And
ex-Tide.
I think Gibbons is still in Melbourne as well, I think. So yeah, they do.
And Fran from Melbourne, please, why the name Pigeons? Which we touched on a little bit earlier. So the Yorta Yorta name for the town, which is Yarrawonga. Yarra meaning river, the Wonga meaning the Wonga pigeon. So as a result, the name of the town is where the pigeon rests, which is the pigeon on the river. And as a result, they're the Yarrawonga Pigeons. So really, they're the river pigeons, if you want to translate it all from its traditional name into what we know it as these days. So the Yarrawonga Pigeons up against the Albury Tigers. Scores level, so we can wipe that off and go again after half-time. We'll bring you that action in just a moment here from Lavington. It's a pleasure to bring it to you. 6 lead changes in that first half. We'll pause, take the latest from the ABC newsroom and bring you the second half action in just a moment.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Northern Territory Chief Minister Natasha Fyles has been physically assaulted by a member of the public at a local market's Inner Darwin electorate. The ABC understands the incident occurred this morning at the Nightcliff markets and reportedly left her shaken. The market are in the same set of shops as her electorate office, which is typically open on a Sunday to allow community engagement. The nature of the attack is not yet clear, nor the circumstances that led up to it. It follows another incident in May in Central Australia when Ms Fyles was followed and allegedly harassed by anti-fracking protesters while completing in a running competition. The Prime Minister wants Labor and the opposition to work together on how the voice to Parliament would operate if next month's referendum succeeds. On October 14, Australians will be asked to decide if they support changing the Constitution to establish an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice. Speaking at a Yes event in Sydney, Anthony Albanese says he wants Parliament to come up with the finer details.
Today I announce and confirm that if Australians vote yes in 3 weeks' time, I will propose a broad joint parliamentary committee with co-chairs from Labor and the Coalition to oversee the development of legislation for the Voice Advisory Group.
Advocates for Australians living with disability are calling for change as the Royal Commission prepares to hand down its final report on Thursday. It's the culmination of 4.5 years of work that's included evidence of sexual assaults in group homes, physical violence by support workers, children being removed from their parents and constant discrimination. Greens Senator Jordan Steele-John is among those calling for a specific disability ministry to be established.
I think that it was a wake-up call for a lot of people in the Parliament. I think it humanised the reality of disability abuse. It made it very hard to turn away from the reality of what was happening to us, what is still happening to us.
Victorian Premier Daniel Andrews has dismissed comments from federal opposition leader Peter Dutton, who suggested the Prime Minister is trying to protect Mr Andrews by not launching a royal commission to the handling of COVID-19. Anthony Albanese announced an inquiry into the pandemic led by an independent panel, but Mr Dutton says a more powerful inquiry is needed to probe decisions made by state and territory governments. Premier Daniel Andrews was asked about Mr Dutton's comments earlier today.
I don't think a lot about Mr Dutton, really, but I would just say this is great to see him in Melbourne. You know, I'm sure he needed a map to find us, and I do hope he felt safe, given he's had some choice, ill-informed, quite idiotic commentary about Melbourne over the years, actually.
The Biden administration says it's disappointed Solomon Islands Prime Minister Manasseh Sogavare won't be taking part in next week's Pacific Islands Summit in Washington, D.C. The Solomon Islands Foreign Minister is expected to attend the summit instead. US President Joe Biden will host Pacific Island leaders at the White House over 2 days next week. It's part of efforts to step up engagement in the region over concerns about the rising influence of China. Armenia is calling on the UN to send a mission to the enclave of Nagorno-Karabakh. It comes after Azerbaijan seized control in a lightning military offensive last week. Addressing the United Nations General Assembly in New York, Armenia's Foreign Minister Ararat Mirzoyan warned the world must prevent ethnic cleansing from being carried out.
The use of starvation as a method of warfare, depriving people of their means of subsistence, obstruction and denial of humanitarian access of UN agencies, hindering the ICRC humanitarian activities, constitute early warning signs of an atrocity crime.
Negotiators for striking screenwriters at Hollywood studios are due to meet again later today after a fourth consecutive day of talks yesterday failed to reach a deal. Writers stopped work in early May over issues including pay and the use of artificial intelligence. The 160,000-strong Actors Union joined the Writers Union in July, paralysing Hollywood in simultaneous strikes for the first time in more than 6 decades. And police say they've seized 5 firearms and 61 knives during a 3-day operation across New South Wales. Operation Foil targeted knife crime and antisocial behaviour at known hotspots across the state. Police say they charged 140 people with weapons-related offences, drug detections, outstanding warrants and bail condition breaches. You're up to date with the latest from ABC News. You can get more news at any time by downloading the ABC Listen app.
Step into the heart of creativity on ABC iView. A place to meet the Amy Winehouse behind the headlines in Amy.
All I'm good for is making tunes. Leave me alone and I'll do it.
And enjoy becoming Frida Kahlo, the Whiteley art scandal, knowing the score, and so much more.
She's musical. She's very focused.
Your heart's desire in arts, music and culture.
And that's a beautiful thing.
All streaming for free on ABC iView.
Live footy on the wing. Wilson onto it. Here for Yarra. He'll go really short. Good kick to Harry Wheeler. Sends Yarra long towards full forward. Out the back. Fothergill's there. Gets it on the boot. And he's kicked 2 in a couple of minutes. Oh, Lucas Conlon, a long kick in up the middle. Mark taken by King. Goes short to O'Hara. Crosses the 50. Eyes the goals. And he's kicked it. Just sneaks it through. His second. And one completely against the run of play.
Short kick to Connor O'Sullivan. Here he is, the rising star as he turns and kicks down to half forward. Big lead from Powell, went early. Ball spills out the back, turns out okay. Hodgson steadies. Hodgson's got it. Game on. All of a sudden the Tigers back within a straight kick. Powell Here he is, the Morris medalist for the best player in the league. Finds Bice, always a good user. Takes a bounce, backs himself in. Hand pass inside to Hodgson for 2 in a minute. Kicks going, got it. Scores level. 44 apiece.
This is Grandstand AFL Sunday on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
It's been a hell of a game so far. 6 lead changes, 44 points apiece at halftime. 6-8-44 Yarrawonga, 6-8-44 Albury in the grand final for 2023 in the Ovens and Murray League. We're at Lavington Oval in Albury. It is a superb day. Adam Schneider is the coach of the local team, the Lavington Panthers. Did you organise all this for us, Schneider? Put on this kind of a day and spectacle?
No, we set it up, but no, we are catering it here to Lavie. We're lucky to do that. So we've got about 150 volunteers here helping out for the day.
It's a superb ground. It's obviously the blend of your quintessential country ground and then also the sort of modern uplift with the new grandstand on this side, but on the outer you can see the concrete steps where you can choose to sit, or perhaps the grass bank, stand at the back, have a beer. They bumped in a number of little screens and places you can get somewhere to eat, and then of course the traditional canteen behind the goals at either end.
Yeah, and they're very lucky. They played a big bash game here on New Year's last year as well and sold it out, and as you can see it's a pretty small ground, so plenty of runs, and I think they've got another one this year with a Sheffield Shield game as well. So nice. They're really getting used, which is great to see. Good facilities.
Victoria and New South Wales playing here, surely?
I think it was last year. Yeah, I think it was. Yep.
Schneids, what about you? Back to the club this evening. The Lavington Panthers won the thirds earlier on, which is the under-18s competition.
Yep, yeah, no, the guys will celebrate hard tonight and tomorrow. We had the 18s get up in a thriller, which was great. They're up by, I think, 30 points at three-quarter time.
Nearly blew it.
And they did everything they could possible and only won by 2 points. And the reserve grade went down to sort of Albury, just probably a 3 or 4 goal better team anyway. And we're actually lucky we had the A grade won the netball grand final as well. So pretty good day for the club.
Lidge, you mentioned earlier you actually played some pre-season footy here for the Ticks.
Yeah, well, one game we played Port Adelaide here one day. I think it was 13 or 14, somewhere around there. It's mate, it's a beautiful ground out here. Always fun getting back up into the country roots. You know a lot of people through different connections and being a part of the Bush Rangers. I just had an old assistant coach from the Bushies when I was there just come and say hello. I just want to go back to your comment about Choco talking about is this the same story with Ross Lyon?
No. I was always taught to not get my D's dirty and keep my feet. So interesting. But anyway, go to the Rossi story.
Apparently Rossi Lyon come in at half time and he was getting into Matty Pavlich. He goes, and have a look at you, not a speck of dirt on you. Pav's just rolled out of the shower. He used to have a shower at half time.
Changed his kit.
You're not even sweating. You're beautiful, Pav.
His hair would have been looking good too.
Adam Schneider alongside Brett Delidio, Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron. Ben Cameron telling the story earlier that Mark Williams used to check the players' knees at half time to make sure they'd been getting their knees dirty.
He also told the players that if they didn't have one recorded tackle in a match, they'd be dropped the next week.
Wow.
Which was one of his things apparently, and I worked with Malcolm Blight, who believed that tackling was overrated. The ruckman wins it down to the rover, who kicks it to the full forward, who kicks a goal, we go back to the middle. So Choco and Blighty, different philosophies.
Were you there with Ross when he went through the list of the boys at the Saints, and you'd be able to tell that story better than I can?
I was there. Ross is a very honest man, and he'd tell you feedback straight to your face, and that's why we loved him. But one day he'd come in at half time, and I don't think we were playing quite as well, so he got the stat sheet off one of the guys and looked at it. He goes, what? Let's go through the stats, boys. Who's had a tackle? Montagna, 1. Lenny Hayes, 7. Enormous. Then you go, Goddard, 2. Rewalt, 0. For the year. He just absolutely ripped into him. So he knew
there was another word in there too, wasn't
there? There might have been a couple other words in there, but not the radio.
Lenny was the favourite.
Lenny was, mate, and so he deserved it all too.
Is that true? Lenny could have 7 to half-time, 7 touches, and he would say, or 5 touches. I know we're talking about tackles, but, Lenny, you've been enormous.
Yeah, well, Lenny very rarely wasn't enormous, you know what I mean? And I think he needed 16 his last game to get the tackling record, and I think he went out and got 18. So if he puts his mind to anything, he can do it, Lenny.
Well, the Freo boys tell a lot of good stories about when they were travelling down in Hobart and it was 7 degrees, and Ross would... he said, everyone put your hand up if you've done your recovery, and sort of The majority of the hands go up, but I think a few weren't in there, and he said, 7 degrees, it's good enough for Nick Rewalt and Lenny Hayes, but not good enough for you, Garrick Ibbotson and Lee Spur. So my mates Spurry and Ibbotson copped a fair bit.
Off the SMS 0437 774 774. Hi guys, great call. I'm in Benalla. Can you ask Lids what's his thoughts about Adam Uze coaching the Mighty Tigers? From Pat.
Oh, I'm wrapped. I spent a little bit of time under Uze at the Hawks and thought that his ability to breed positivity into the playing group, but then also see it really well and be able to deliver that was first class. It's a fresh start. Obviously Minnie had done a really good job there when he was, but someone new, different ideas. I think it's going to be perfect for him.
There is the VFL Grand Final, which is being played at the moment. Gold Coast up against Werribee. Matt Clinch is across it for us. Hello, Clinchy.
Hello, Corby. Good afternoon, guys. Yes, it's quarter time here at Princess Park. A beautiful 23 degrees, and it's the Gold Coast Suns who lead by 7 points, 4-2-26 to Werribee 3-1-19. And this is very much a David versus Goliath contest. The Gold Coast Suns have a fully listed AFL lineup this afternoon. They're 14th year in the competition. Meanwhile, for Werribee, the Bees, they're coached by Michael Barlow, the former Fremantle Docker. They don't have any AFL listed players. They've had a few guys who have had senior footy experience, but none who are currently on an AFL list. The Gold Coast Suns kicked the first 2 goals of the match. Werribee the next 3 and took back the lead. Sean Mannon with a couple of goals. Chris Burgess with 2 for the Gold Coast Suns. So it's the Gold Coast Suns leading by 7 points at quarter time, 4-2-26 to Werribee 3-1-19.
Thanks, Clinchy. We'll come to you halfway through the term and again at the next quarter break, so we'll keep you updated what's happening in the VFL.
And there for Gold Coast, but also for Werribee. There's probably 5 or 6 that play here in the O&M as well. So it's really good for the club, the competition here, getting good players like that coming back and playing when the VFL teams have a bye.
There is a call available at both the SANFL and WAFL Grand Finals this afternoon. In the Goulburn Valley, Lids, do you want a live score?
Yeah, I do. Don't tell me Echuca's up by 6 or 7 already.
2-2-14 apiece between Echuca and the Kyabram Bombers.
Well, both Bombers, actually. Echuca Bombers and the Kai Bombers.
Right, so there you go.
The Bombers.
Yes.
Your ex-teammate, Reed?
Reed's there, started in the guts, and Andy Walker, co-coach up there as well.
And I read that you were going back to play some country footy.
Oh, yeah.
What's the story behind that?
This year's number 1 draft pick is from a small country town, Tongala, and my brother-in-law is going to coach there next year, so maybe you'll get the crew up there, Schneid. You can come and watch me oil up the arms and go and get a kick.
I'm just worried about your calves, mate. That's the issue. Make sure
you don't have to run in. You don't run in country footy.
You can't help yourself, though. Don't worry.
I've started pre-season already, so I'll be firing come my first 2 or 3 games.
So who are you playing for?
Tongala in the Murray
so
Football
the home
League.
of Harley Reid.
Home of Harley Reid, yeah.
Yep.
They were hated when I played back there. They used to be in the Goulburn Valley, but then they moved out to the Murray Valley, Murray Football League, and so it'll be good fun. I can't wait.
Is this a publicity stunt? Are you just going to roll up and play 3 games, or are you going to play?
Well, in that case, it's a publicity stunt. Yeah, I'm only playing 2 or 3. I'm not committing to any more than that. I don't think the body will be able to handle it, Schneid.
So is Harley one of your players now? Is that why you've agreed to do it?
No. My brother-in-law's a coach, and my brother, who I haven't played with since like the under-12s, we're all going to get there together and play. Which is, and Dad's assistant coach going to sit on there and bark orders at us from the bench. So
sit in the goal square, mate, and do not move.
Well, I'm not a wrestler, so I might go to the other end and get cheap kicks at half back.
Then you got to run though. That's the issue.
Hand off. Direct. Delegate.
6-8-44 apiece, Yarrawonga and Albury. It is half-time in the O&M Grand Final from Stewart in Buninyong. Hats off to the ABC for giving grassroots footy the airtime it deserves. Loving the call. Thanks, Stuart. Appreciate that. The SMS number 0437 774 774. Of course, the biggest footy week of the year, or these 10 days, of course, the preliminary finals. What a weekend it was with Collingwood and Brisbane winning their way through. So we'll run it back from 20 years ago with the Lions and the Magpies in the grand final next Saturday. And of course, all the build-up this week. The Brownlow on Monday night, the parade, which you can hear through ABC Melbourne and on ABC Radio come Friday. And then grand final day itself, of course, all the coverage on ABC Sport. Both teams starting to make their way towards the benches. We'll check in with Loz throughout this quarter as well. I think she's going to go for a little bit of a roam. Have you got us, Lauren? Whereabouts are you?
I think I have. I think you might have me here. I'm directly opposite you, but I'm just sitting in the hill here. It is amazing out here. I don't know, I feel like I'm at Melbourne Park when the tennis is on at the live side and everyone's just sitting out there watching something in front of them. So there's going to be a few sunburns today if people have been here since 7 or 8 in the morning, but picnic rugs out, camping chairs everywhere, there's kids in prams. It's a fantastic atmosphere out this side of the ground.
Great work, Loz. Stay out there. I would if I could. Second half underway, 6-8-44 apiece. As Big Howe goes again, the big ruckman, and lays a nice tackle on Miles.
I reckon Loz could bring us a couple back over.
Loz packed the sunscreen today, which was very good forethought for people like Corbin and I, who are quite pasty. Irvine in the middle, wins it for Yarrawonga. Clear and kick towards half forward. Lucas Conlon brings it to ground, live footy. Able to be mopped up there by O'Brien, who gives it off back to a teammate who picks off Powell on the wing.
Powell kicks inboard. Hodgson gets it on the hop. He's tackled straight away by Irvine and a ball up on the wing.
Who's been the better second half team, Schneid, in your opinion?
Yep. Probably... Oh, mate, I couldn't tell you, to be honest.
Well, you mentioned Yarrawonga a little fitter and maybe a little deeper through the midfield.
Yeah, Yarra definitely have deeper midfield, but I think Aubrey's probably the fitter one. But Aubrey, just as their ball's held up now for a stoppage. Aubrey sort of still keeping their Powells and Rolly Bices in the forward line. They normally have little pinch hits through the midfield, which I haven't quite done yet.
Centre half forward. Ball up here for the Pigeons. They're kicking towards the western end in this third quarter, early doors, and we'll have a ball up again. The number 2s, Muller and Casey wrestling for it.
And just Anthony Miles. He's probably only played 4 or 5 games this year, coming off a serious foot injury from last year. So great to see him out there, and hopefully he can get through the game.
Up it goes. Muller wins it down to Gibbons. He's tackled, and the ump says, I'll have it again. Another stoppage to catch up with Anthony, your old teammate pre-game, Lids.
Milesy, yeah, certainly did. It's good to see the great man, the milkman.
The milkman?
Well, Milky. Anthony Milkman.
There you go. Punch forward by Muller down towards King as he grabs the footy, and he's tackled immediately. So, there's no room to move. From Felder with the big tackle on the wing. Stevie J trying to get someone's attention.
The umpires.
From the ball up, both rucks touch it. Live footy in the middle of the ground. After it, Irvine coming through Mr. Morey. He can't gather it. And Irvine with the kick out to the wing. Bouncing ball. Able to get there first and gather it cleanly. Duncan tries to avoid a tackler, runs straight into it. And he's caught. Kyle Tyson has got him in. They're going at it in front of the bank. With a lot of patrons right there. Tyson to get the free kick for Yarra in front of that hill, which is sure becoming a little looser the longer the afternoon goes on.
Gibson.
Here we go. Kick goes deep inside the 50 for Yarrawonga. No mark. Spills down towards Miles. There he is right on cue. Hand pass out in front of Gaynor. Knocks it on. Duncan collects. Tackled heavily. Ball comes out. Morey slips a tackle from O'Hara. Then coughs it up. Hand pass to Byrne. Morey goes back and tackles Byrne. Close to the boundary line and out of play. 55 out from the Yarrawonga goal. Whereabouts on the hill are you, Loz? Give us an indication because it is absolutely stacked out there.
I'm across from you just where the big screen is. So they've got a big screen up here on the hill, which is great. I was chatting to one of the execs at halftime. He said they've just started live streaming the game. That was a bit of an innovative measure that they've come into to kind of bring Ovens and Murray to more people. So we've got a big screen over here, but I don't think you'd be looking at that when you've got prime views of the action right in front of us.
Yes, the ball's back out of bounds on the boundary throwing. I can see where you are. There's guys with deck chairs alongside you. And some people deciding to sit straight on the grass. Others have sort of packed their own gear.
Some people aren't even looking. They're just lying on and enjoying the sun. So everyone's doing their own little thing and just enjoying the afternoon.
And where'd you get that hat from? You didn't bring a hat with you, Loz, when you drove down?
I didn't. I walked straight into the corporate function, took the sponsors' hats that they were giving out, and Arancini as well. So it was a successful half-time.
Jeez, I think you're winning, Loz, this afternoon. The score's still level. We haven't had a score as yet through the first 4 minutes of the third quarter. 6-8-44 apiece.
Muller flicking it down, straight onto it. Willie Wheeler gets a handball away. No one able to get a clean possession, holding the ball. Free kick going to Irvine and Yarra.
Of course, it's the ABC, so Loz has had to put the black tape over the sponsor's logo. We're not allowed to have them on the national broadcaster.
6-8-44 apiece. 4 minutes into the second half. Mr. Morey kicking down towards half forward here for Yarra. And it's quickly held in by a lot of players, and a ball up left half forward.
Bit of a stalemate here to start the third. Schneid just feeling each other out a little
arm
bit.
wrestle.
They are.
Touching gloves.
I reckon they haven't played in this heat for a long time, any of them, so that might test them out come later on the game.
Leaping up, Miles tried to get a play on it, falls down to Casey, kicks a high up and under into the forward pocket, knocked away by the Tigers, but straight back to Gibbons, kicks inside 50, again a fist there from Lucas Conlon, does well, ball hits the deck, Coburn in the box seat, has it for the Pigeons, hand pass out towards Howe, that's a good handball, he feeds it away towards Wheeler, who kicks it on the run, and Willie Wheeler pops it through for the Pigeons. It's a go-ahead goal for Yarra early in the third term. The Pigeons back on top, 7-8-50. Albury, 6-8-44, a 6-point lead for the Pigeons. 5 gone. Third term, Brett Delidio and Adam Schneider.
Well, it's been that bit of an arm wrestle, but it's been mostly in Yarrawonga's front half. So they haven't been able to get forward and capitalise. I love the work of the big ruckman there, Howe. His ability to pick that up and get it free. Wheeler swooping on it on the outside and a great finish. Classy finish. There's a goal they fought pretty hard for in the first 5 minutes of this third quarter.
Aubrey had someone running the square too early. Free kick for Yarra here.
Had someone break. Free kick in the middle. Howe goes to Gibbons, who looks inside 50, looking for a marker. Low down, Conway. Can't take the mark. Spills out to King. Handball off to a teammate there in Gilmore. He coughs it up. Now a loose footy inside 50 here for Yarra. Ball spills out to Wiley. Handball away. Wheeler. This is Harry Wheeler. He's tackled high and he'll get the free kick. 40 metres out. Slight angle to the left.
Yeah, premiership quarter, you can't be afford to give away, easy free kicks and shots on goal, inside 50s. Yarra kicked 2 in the first 5 minutes. It's not good for Aubrey.
If that kid's name was Toby Green, he wouldn't have got that one, would he?
No, not at all.
So Willie Wheeler with the first goal of the second half. Here's his brother, Harry. Set shot from 45. Gets the desired result. And Harry and Willie are wheeling and dealing to start this second half.
Look at that.
8-8-56 plays 6-8-44. A few minutes into the second half here on ABC Sport. Grandstand, AFL in the O&M.
Yeah, fantastic goal. Good start here for Yarrawonga. They've controlled the footy early. Their ability now to capitalise, get a couple. Hasn't really been the scoring end, I don't feel, down there. What are we calling it? The western end, is it?
It's the west.
Well done to Yarrawonga. 2-goal lead.
End.
So they've led the game by as many 17 points in the second quarter. They now lead by 12 early in the third. We had 6 lead changes in the first half. Scores were level at the break. And the Pigeons with a couple of goal advantage here. Muller back in the middle, wins it down to Willie Wheeler, who's tackled. And a ball up again in the middle. Lauren Borden is on the boundary. Loz, have we got a crowd?
We do. 56 people here, so that's 10.
I missed it twice.
We're just out of range as Frontfelder kicks it deep inside the forward 50. Falls down towards Williams. Hand pass to Conway through his boot at it. Wiley was free in the goal square and it trickles out of bounds. A throw in forward pocket.
If you put together the 2 crosses from Loz, it's 10,156. We got the second half the first time and the first half the second time.
That's great. We'll get Loz to come back to our side on the boundary, having too much fun over there in the sun on the grass bank. 10,156, so they get to the magical 5 figures for the O&M attendance from the restart. Comes down to Gibbons, fires forward, but intercept mark Lucas Conway goes wide and O'Hara marks half-back flank for the Tigers.
He wants to drive it long up towards the wing, looking for King, hands to it, juggles it, not paid the mark. And then coming through at ground level, Duncan soccers it on and out of play. We'll get a throw in on the wing.
Huge 5 minutes coming up here. Yarra's kicked 2 goals already in the first 8 minutes of the game. Aubrey can't afford to give another 1 or 2, or it could be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, leading by 2 goals, Yarra. Nearly 9 minutes into this third term. Muller slaps it down to O'Hara, stands up in a tackle, gets it away to Powell, the medal winner, the best in the comp, goes inside 50, good kick, no mark taken. Loose footy, Irvine soccers it away for Yarra.
Picked up by Harry Wheeler, who collects. Hand pass away towards Urquhart, who kicks off a single step out towards that southern wing. Lucas Conlon does well, keeps it in front of him. Away to Byrne. Hand pass for Albury to Gilmore. Short kick to King, who was taken out of it. He's getting a free. Miles wants to take the advantage. The ump says roll on as Miles kicks out wide, looking for Bice. Spills the mark close to the boundary line, and it's helped over by Iron Spawn. We'll have a boundary throw in, and Iron Spawn hits the deck. The ump says it's all okay. So throw in here. 55 out from the Tigers' goal.
I think the key for Albury now is to go fast on turnover in their forward half. Yarra getting their wings back to support their defence as quick as they can. Albury got to really punish them and go forward quick. But then when they're behind the ball, slow it down.
Need to hang tough, Albury, as Harry Wheeler wins it for Yarra, kicks up towards the wing. Looking for Fothergill. He can't take the mark, and they pile on top. Out in front of that outer wing. Lots of patronage on that outer bank. 2 goals, Yarra's lead. Muller winning the tap down, following up at ground level. There is best player in the comp in Powell, and we'll get another throw in on the wing.
Out on the balcony in front of our broadcast box. The Yarrawonga senior coach, Steve Johnson, alongside us. As you can probably hear in the background, his team and the Yarrawonga Pigeons up by 12 points for the boundary throw-in. Third quarter action. Muller can't take it clean. Spills down to Wilson. Was he taken high? Ump says, I think he says ball up.
Yeah, he does. He probably collected him with his hip, but as in country footy, they missed that one.
Yeah. Tough to get out here, Lids. Free kicks?
Yeah, usually.
One down, Muller.
Got to earn them.
Grills, hand pass away towards Hodgson, who's busy in the first half. Good mark. Miles at centre half forward. Gee, had a defender in Urquhart right on him. And Anthony Miles wasn't letting that go. He's 55 out, centre half forward, just pokes it straight to Masters.
They're too good, They get back and support. Their wings roll. They release Masters. Masters sits in the hole. Intercept. You've got to be better going inside 50 than that.
A 12-point lead for the Pigeons. 11 gone, third term. Masters comes wide out to halfback for Gibbons. There's a hold. Free kick Yarra's way, and they'll take it immediately.
So Gibbons goes short to Iron Spawn. Working up the ground, has it at right halfback, and elects to go short to Howe. And a big ruck, his kick a turnover. Bit of a ruckman moment, kicks it straight to Duncan. And marks for Albury on the logo. Now looks forward to the wing, trying to get it to O'Sullivan. Gets a little bit of pressure, can't take the mark out the back. Page, he loses it. Howe makes amends, wins it back. Here for Yarrawonga, and the kick coming from Masters out to the wing and taken by Fothergill.
Fothergill kicked a couple of goals in the first half. Short kick down the wing to Casey. Front of the Pigeons bench. Broadcast side, Wiley wants it short.
Doesn't like it.
He says to hell with that. He's going to kick it long. Out towards half forward. There's a big pack down there. Williams trying to take a jug with Mark. Gilmore ends up with it. Looks at the umpire, almost saying, is that my mark? Not to be. And the ump says ball up. Forward pocket here for the Pigeons as the shadows start to extend over the Hartley stand. Forward pocket picked up by Coburn. Hand pass away towards Wilson. Runs head first into Duncan. He's helped out a play. We'll have a boundary throw in, 40 out from the Yarra goal. Pigeons by 12 points, 8-8 to 6-8. Off the SMS, Steve says, great call all, specifically shouting out, Adam, see you Tuesday for an early morning coffee.
Who's that from?
From Steve.
No, probably not.
Maybe not.
Sorry, don't know who Steve is.
O'Sullivan wins the tap down and getting the clearance. Scarlett out towards Miles, who will step and kick a high ball up towards the wing. Looking for the mark there is Heiner Hennessy coming through. Jacob Conlon wins the footy for Albury. Handball away, there's a free kick, high tackle. Just clipped his Reece King. Stephen, just letting you know, Adam won't be there for the coffee. Don't go.
Give me your last name, Steve. But as you can see here, Yarra have got their wing slide going again. They've got a defender just sitting in the hole. So Albury got to be smart here and change angles with their ball movement.
Dana trying to get on the end of it, slipping over Miles and let him up Fronfelder. Gives it back to Iron Spawn, who will kick towards the wing. Going up King for Albury. Can't mark out of play. On in front of the benches too. Harry Wheeler getting involved, as we heard he often would. Free kick paid in amongst all of that. It'll go to Jake Page.
He just chips it short to Miles.
Smart. There's two guys sitting behind the ball.
Looks inboard to Connor O'Sullivan.
Oh,
three now.
A lot of numbers.
3 now, isn't it?
He just drives his kick long to the top of the goal square. Can they get it marked deep? There's James Conlon trying to knock it down, and in the end it's rushed through.
What do you do there, Lids? What has Albury got to do there?
Oh, they've got to equalise down there and make sure that they're pushing hard inside their forward 50. Don't allow the Pigeons just to have all those numbers behind, because they're controlling the airways, but then they're controlling the ball when they come back out the other side.
Pigeons by 11, 14.5 gone third term. Score check from the VFL. Matt Clinch is across that. Clinchy.
And another goal to Werribee. All of a sudden they've taken the lead in this second quarter. They're 5-5-35 to the Gold Coast Suns 4-3-27. So Sean Mannon with 3 goals for Werribee, leading the way with the Bees, and Chris Burgess with 2 for the Gold Coast Suns. But 2 goals to none so far the way for Werribee in this second quarter.
Good lavvy boy, Sean Mannon.
Albury able to go back towards halfback and spot up O'Brien. Albury going right back to fullback. Lucas Conlon peeling off a kick out towards halfback and spotting up a teammate who shorts it away to Powell.
Powell heads down the wing. Heiner Hennessy, good mark. Got some contact in the process. 11-point lead for Yarra. 15 gone third term. Heiner Hennessy heads down to half forward. Ironspawn knocks it back inboard to Bice. Bice follows up his own hand pass. Sends it back to Gilmore. Not a heap of options up ahead. Kicks in Hope inside the forward 50. Casey hits up, spoils it away. Down to Harry Wheeler. Banks it on the boot for Yarra. Out in front of Williams on that southern wing.
Here he goes, trying to run it in, the big fella. He can't. Fumbles it out right in front of the patio. Up there, a beautiful spot to watch the footy.
Bernard from WA off the SMS. Great job, team. Listening from Perth on radio, synced up to YouTube. Hoping my nephew Matt Casey dominates this half. There we go. So, listener from WA, nice to hear from you, Bernard.
Curran up too, not far from where I grew up, Corby, is Casey. Here he is, coming away with the footy. Kicking long towards full forward. Conway trying to claim it. The mark will be paid to Gilmore at fullback for Albury. So right on cue there, the nephew. 11 points to the good. Yarra at the moment. 16 minutes and change into the third.
Kick heads out to halfback for Albury, but it's turned over. Casey on the ball here. Hand pass away towards Wiley. Feeds it along the boundary line to Williams. Can't trap it. And Hodgson collects for the Tigers. Hands it away to Page. He's off and running. Gives it to another runner at O'Brien. Puts on the Jets. 2 bounces. Runs over halfway. O'Brien kicks Albury to centre half forward, and Conlon takes the mark. Jacob Conlon at centre half forward for the Tigers.
Very hard to get numbers behind when you've got someone who's willing to run and carry like that. Schneid, I love that. The ability to tuck it under the arm and not just bomb away 3 or 4 bounces, but then compose and find a little target.
Yeah, no, I agree. Definitely come inside there and take that runner, drew the spare forward, and you're just able to bypass him and go straight over top of him. Good movement by Albury.
It might have been James Conlon in the first half. It's actually Jacob Conlon as he moves in from centre half forward, 49 metres out. That kick is a ripper. And Albury all of a sudden back within a kick. 17.5 gone in the third term. And this is one hell of a grand final. 5-point game as we tick towards time on in the third. Yarrawonga still lead, but Albury hanging about 8-8 to 7-9.
Yeah, well done, Albury. It's their ability to weather the storm a lot from Yarra here has been really impressive. Where Yarrawonga look like they've got control of the game, the Albury their back line has been really, really solid. Conlon down there, Gilmore as well, setting them up.
I've got some good news for you in a moment.
Oh, what's coming?
Restart in the middle, free kick, advantage paid to Gibbons for Yarra. Runs through the centre circles, kicks long towards full forward. Conway goes up. Lucas Conlon spoils it away. The Conlon brothers doing it at either end. Gibbons goes again though, wins it back, gives it off. The flying snap on goal from Harry Wheeler is missing right. The SMS high up by a goal late in the second. Bring back around the ground. So that's Yorkai Abram in their grand final.
Chuka been the best in it all year.
They're playing the Bombers. You can't go
sit on the
fence.
Bombers. Sit up the fence.
Lucas Conlon on the kick out, drives it up to the wing, and the intercept mark taken by Conway. ABC Footy Legends Band, we're meant to be promoting that throughout the day. If you're looking for your game of footy called, we've actually got a competition that we're running right now. I'll tell you more about it at three-quarter time as Conway kicks inside 50, and the intercept mark for Muller. Heads to Duncan, short kick to Power. Feels like the kind of game that Yarra have dominated for large periods, and yet every time you look at the scoreboard, there's only a kick in it. Yarra lead by 6 points, 19 gone in the third. 6 lead changes in the first half. That's not a good kick. Exiting defensive 50, and the Tigers put it out on the full, so Yarra keep it in their front half, Lids.
I think Stevie J's gone through his second packet of soothers. His voice is going to be gone by the end of the day.
That's not shut up, has he?
Short kick down the boundary line. In the end, it's out of bounds on the full. So Yarra never bring the footy back into play. Free kick for Powell.
This is where just the basics in late quarters, when everyone's getting fatigued, it's just so important.
Short kick to Miles. Back flank for the Tigers. Yarrawonga lead Albury by a goal. 19 and a half gone third term.
Miles with a short kick. Away to Hodgson. Everyone possibly set to be treated to a close one. Short to Gaynor. Nearly played on.
Well, Yarra still got 3 behind the ball here, so they've got to change the angle on this, because they're just going to kick it straight to him.
Gaynor goes up the line, looking for Miles, who's clattered into. And he'll get the free kick. Wiley arriving late.
Is that a 50 as well?
I don't know if it's going to be 50.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
He's pointed forward.
Jeez, that's lucky.
Wow. That is real. I thought he was well within his rights to try and spoil that, but great courage from Speedy Miles.
So Wiley marched all the way to 30 metres out from his defensive goal. And Miles will have the kick to try and level the scores again.
He's got about 30 nicknames, this bloke.
Yeah,
mind you.
Milky,
Speedy, Snipper, Tennis Ball Head.
Case.
Where's he get tennis ball head from?
When he shaves it and it starts to grow out, it looks like a used tennis ball.
Here he is, the co-captain. He's kicking on goal and drilling it through the middle to draw Albury level again. They will not go away. The Albury Tigers here on ABC Sport. 8:56 apiece late in the third. Sorry, 8:57 apiece late in the third. Adam Schneider, Brett DeLeo.
I think we've really got to give some credit to the Albury backs. They've been huge
100%.
today. They've really probably losing the inside 50s by a fair bit, and like I said, the scores will level the exact same amount of scoring shots. So to lose their best enough back first minute of the game, they've done well.
Restart back in the middle, and again Albury straight out the middle. Bice, hand pass away to Heiner Hennessy, feeds a handball away to King, a little casual. He's crunched by Iron Spawn. Says holding the ball just as he was about to turn and look for home. And a free kick for Iron Spawn, centre half back for Yarra. 8:57 apiece, 22 gone third quarter. 6 lead changes in the first. Yarra have led by as many as 17, and earlier this quarter they led by 12. Ball up on the wing here as a pack forms at the bottom of that. We'll have a ball up on the wing. How are you, Loz?
I'm good. I've made my way to the shady side of the ground, the less fun side of the ground, I think. But I'm here to take requests over there. It's $7 for a beer, $6 for an egg and bacon roll, and $3 for a sausage. So probably a little bit better than MCG prices on the hill over there.
All of the above, thanks.
One of each.
Lauren Borden on the boundary for us. Lavington Oval of the O&M Grand Final. We got a free kick here. The umpire spotted one from the stoppage. It's going Bice's way. So the Tigers will get it. All of a sudden, bit of momentum with Albury here. 23 gone third term. Bice goes wide to Byrne. Byrne kicks inside the forward arc. Hands to it. No mark in the end for Jacob Conlon. Falls beneath Bruce and King, and a ball up here left half forward for the Tigers. 55 out from their goal. So scores were level at halftime. Yarra kicked the first 2 goals of the quarter, and Tigers have kicked the last 2.
Muller slapping it down straight out of play, and a throw in left half forward here for Albury. Scores level. Scores were level at halftime. 6-8-44 apiece. Currently level 8-9-57 apiece.
Listening in Cobram, great to hear Jack Zeeble as a Wodonga and North Melbourne supporter. Thanks for supporting country footy from Deidre.
Muller knocks it down, then goes and gets it. Kicks to full forward. Strong mark. Getting back Masters defensively. So reliable down there in terms of his intercept marking. Marks for Yarra at fullback.
He reads it well, doesn't he?
Yeah, very smart. Very, very smart.
It's great to hear Jack Zabel this morning on Grandstand AFL Sunday. If you missed it, it'll be in the podcast store under the Best of ABC Sport folder. So you can catch that episode now. Chat with Jack Zabel, who's the ambassador for this game. He'll present the Premiership Cup. Of course, Wodonga Bulldogs led before he was drafted.
No good in the cheesy game show, though.
No, just a little spoiler there. Got edged out by our man Brett Delidio. From the ball up here, half forward for Albury, but won by the Pigeons as Willie Wheeler gives it out to Gibbons, now to Wiley, back to Willie Wheeler, kicks to centre half forward, hands on it from his brother Harry, but it spills down the way of the Tigers, and Duncan will take it, hits up Gaynor, marks on the wing.
Good releases Hodgson with the handball, who bites off a bullet-like pass. A good one to O'Hara. 47 out. Has Garlett in the pocket, ignores him, looks longer, misses left. But it is a point that puts Albury noses in front.
Didn't need to play on, did he? He really had the journey. He just got seduced a little bit by the movement of Jeffy Garlett streaking across the 50. He's kicked 2 already, O'Hara. I reckon he could have easily gone back and kicked his 3rd.
Oh, they lead by a solitary point.
Lead change number 7 as Pendergast turns it straight over to Muller. Marks the big ruckman for Albury. Tries to drive it back through for a score. He's off target. Pendergast spoils into the behind post. And we'll have a throw in here, left forward pocket for Albury. Gee, momentum with the Tigers here late in this term.
Yeah, it's been a funny game of footy, hasn't it? Both guys just taking who's going to take their chances when it matters.
Umpire flings it in. O'Sullivan in the ruck. Howe takes it out of the ruck. Gets a handball away. Bruce there for Yarra to go short. Away to Wiley, who will poke a kick over the top, and Bruce will run on and mark. 70 out from his defensive goal. Wide out against the boundary line. Albury leading by a point.
Short to Wiley. Had a role as a playing coach last year.
Well, that's poor defence by Albury.
He spots the free man in Howe, who marks all alone, trying to draw the 50. Up, not forthcoming. Stevie J telling him to go as Howe pokes it down to Gibbons. Marks high, half forward. 26 minutes gone in the quarter. Kicks wide to Williams. Man free in the pocket. Williams turns. Not a great kick. Turns it over. And in the end, Hillary takes the intercept mark, back pocket for Albury.
Yeah, chance missed there. The Albury defenders are really tonguing at the moment, not having the rotation down there, and you see Hamish Gilmore just couldn't keep up. Williams just needed to execute that kick a bit better.
The voice of Adam Schneider alongside Brett Delidio on ABC Sport. Our coverage of the O&M Grand Final. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron calling the action. Lauren Borden on the boundary. And at three-quarter time of the Grand Final, it is a one-point game. Albury 8-10-58, Yarrawonga 8-9-57. What a game of footy it's been. 6 lead changes in the first half. Scores have been level on a bunch of different occasions after the start. And as we turn for home, it is Albury by a single point. 8-10-58, Yarrawonga 8-9-57. The goal kickers, Hodgson has 3 for the Tigers, 2 for O'Hara, 1 for Powell, Jacob Conlon and Miles. While for Yarrawonga, Conway has 2, Fothergill has 2, singles for Coburn, Williams, Harry Wheeler and Willie Wheeler. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport, it is three-quarter time of the O&M Grand Final. We'll be back with the finish after this.
With the ABC Listen app, you can take the footy finals with you wherever you go. Off to a barbie?
Take the footy!
A spot of shopping?
Take the footy!
Visiting grandma?
Take the footy!
ABC Sport's expert coverage of the AFL.
Straight through for a goal.
And the NRL.
Game, set, bingo!
Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Live and commercial free.
She's got it!
So whatever you're up to,
Take the footy!
take the footy finals with you on the ABC Listen app.
King. Handball off to a teammate there in Gilmore. He coughs it up. Now a loose footy inside 50 here for Yarra. Ball spills out to Wiley. Handball away. Wheeler. This is Harry Wheeler. He's tackled high and he'll get the free kick. So Willie Wheeler with the first goal of the second half. Here's his brother Harry. Set shot from 45. Gets the desired result. And Harry and Willie are wheeling and dealing.
Hodgson collects for the Tigers. Hands it away to Page. He's off and running. Gives it to another runner in O'Brien. Puts on the Jets. 2 bounces. Runs over halfway. O'Brien kicks Albury to centre half forward and Conlon takes the mark. Jacob Conlon as he moves in from centre half forward. 49 metres out. That kick is a ripper. And Albury all of a sudden back within a kick.
Gaynor goes up the line looking for Miles, who's clattered into. And he'll get the free kick. Wiley arriving late.
Is that a 50 as well?
I don't know if it's going to be 50.
Yeah, it is.
It is. The co-captain He's kicking on goal and drilling it through the middle to draw Albury level again.
This is Grandstand AFL Sunday on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
A 1-point game at three-quarter time in the Ovens and Murray Grand Final, a match that's had 7 lead changes already. 8-10, 58 Albury to Yarrawonga, 8-9, 57. It is beautifully set up. More from Brett Delidio and Adam Schneider in just a moment. But first, the VFL Grand Final is ongoing at the moment. Matt Clinch.
Well, Courtney, Sean Mannon's just kicked his 4th goal, so we were chatting about him with the last cross we did. So it's all of a sudden from a 16-point margin back to a 10-point ball game. The Gold Coast Suns 8-3-51, Werribee 6-5-41. The Suns were able to kick 4 goals from 6 inside 50s in around a 6-minute patch in that second quarter and got out to the biggest lead of the match. But Sean Mannon with his 4th goal is single-handedly keeping Werribee in this match, approaching half-time here.
Thanks, Clinchy. We'll keep you updated on what's going on in the VFL, and Clinchy will take you through a preview of tomorrow night's Brownlow medal at the completion of our coverage here today from Lavington. So you will not miss a minute of all the key footy news, of course, in the lead up to the big day next Saturday at the MCG. Our Footy Legends competition, Ben, I made mention of this during the call. If you're listening today and you're enjoying our coverage and you think, gee, I'd love the ABC to come along and call my local league or junior game or whatever it may be, whatever level of footy anywhere, you have the chance to enter. All you have to do is go to the website abc.net.au/footylegends. Tell us who is a footy legend at your club and why. Could be some veteran that's been there for a million years, could be some young star, someone that's achieved an unbelievable feat, whatever it may be. abc.net.au/footylegends for more details. And the winner will be announced next Saturday on Grand Final Day. So that's all you got to do to enter, and you could have the ABC come and call your game.
And as was mentioned earlier by Schneids, we've got the Lavington Panthers netball team parading around the ground with the Premiership trophy and also a shield of some description being unveiled as the winners of the women's A-grade netball competition. So well done to Lavington in the netball.
That's sensational, isn't it? A lap of honour. Big Roar, it of course is the Lavington Panthers home venue, so they host the game obviously every year at this multi-million-dollar redeveloped beautiful stadium in Lavington.
Lots of text coming through. You won't read this out, but Andy in Wodonga says, "Hello gentlemen, this is a great call. How on earth does Corby know the names of the players? Outstanding. He's a wizard. Hope Yarra win." Kyabram are up by 5 points at half-time, Lids. And Adam in Hobart says, "Hey fellas, loving the broadcast. Can you make it an annual event? Just a question, where did the name the Lavington Panthers come from?"
Oh,
Schneids, that's one for you.
Schneids, surely that's you.
Are you still here, Schneids?
As the senior coach, you would know where the name came from.
Boys, I'm just trying to get some numbers for us here, guys. I'll worry about that and I'll get back to you later. But, no, good game of footy going on here. I think just a couple of numbers if you're interested. Yarra's inside 50s, 44-35. Mark Wiley's had a lot of it for the Yarrawonga Pigeons, so has Gibbons. Gibbons had about 25. If you look at the Albury team, you got Miles, he's probably the most possession winner there with 16, and number 1, Jakey Gaynor as well with 13. So, game on here, isn't it?
If I was you, Schneids, I just would have said, the very first training, they were going to call them the Lavington Lavenders, and then someone spotted a panther run across the ground, and they thought, that's it, we're the Panthers. Just, if you make up some elaborate story, no one's going to correct you anyway.
Give me a bit of heads up first, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Lauren Borden's on the boundary. What did Stevie J have to say at three-quarter time, Loz?
Well, he gave a good speech at the end. I always like to go out three-quarter time, a team a point down. You want to know how he's going to rev up his team, and he said it's all about the moments now. It's staring us in the face if we want it. The first 5 minutes, give them heaps. And he said, and when we score the first goal, just go and get around the team and show them that we're coming. So quite good. Left out a few words there. You can probably imagine what they are. But he was revved up right at the very end of that three-quarter time speech.
Thanks, Loz. Final term underway. O&M Grand Final. Premiership on the line. Albury by a point. And we've got another stoppage. What happens from here, Lids? How do you see it?
Oh, geez, I really like the ability of the Tigers to be able to fight back and wrestle the momentum back, but I don't discount a Yarra team coached by Stevie J, that's for sure.
Muller whacks it forward. In the end, Tyson trying to knock it away. He scooped it up and the umps pinged him for a throw. Free kick going the way of Heine Hennessy, who kicks out to half forward for Albury. There's Morey, paddles it out in front. Iron Spawn onto it, back flank for the Pigeons. His team down by a point. Kicks down the wing. Early stages, final term. Scooped up here by Hillary of the Tigers. Kicks back down the wing, and Iron Spawn slips over at the most inopportune moment. And here's Bice right in front of the benches for Albury. Tigers by a point, 40 seconds into this final quarter.
Smooth left footer. Reminds me a little bit of Bailey Fritsch. Plays a different role, but it's the way he moves and kicks it.
Can't afford just to go long and straight. Yarra got a +3.
Byrne goes long inside 50, and there is the school teacher, Mr. Morey, taking the mark and kicking laterally away to Irvine, who will kick short and just keep it in. Finding Masters.
Not sure if I had any of my teachers with bleached blonde hair over the journey, but
I don't remember that either.
I don't mind it. Bit of individuality.
Masters kick, a turnover marked by Muller. The big ruck he plays on. And he's had a brain fade there. Oh, the big ruck, and he's kicked it out of bounds on the full. So Yarra will get it back in their left back pocket. The Ovens and Murray grand final. 1 point the difference. Albury with Miles, the former Richmond, GWS and Gold Coast player, and Stevie J coaching Yarrawonga.
Gee, that's a high drop punt, Irvine, and bounces off the chest of Hillary. I'm said it was touched on the way through, so Hillary helped over the boundary, throw in on the wing. There is a Norm Smith medal as such, the best player on the ground. It's called the Did Simpson medal. And Brett Delidio is one of the judges.
ABC is off one of the judges. Don't go throwing me under the bus.
It's a 5-4-3-2-1 system as well. So
not just 3 players. We've got to come up with 5.
We've got 5 that we've got to try and put in some kind of an order. But we feel very privileged to vote on the best player on the ground award, the Did Simpson medal. She's got a long, rich history. I talked about the fact this comp originated before the VFL in the late 1800s. Former administrator of the league, Did Simpson. So we do have a set of votes to give out ourselves. Looking at one guy as Miles pokes the pass down towards Heine Hennessy. Double H has the footy, and the shadow's starting to lengthen out to the western end of the ground. Kicks to the hot spot, spills out the back of the pack. Garland out after it. He's got 3 behinds today, and he can't pick it up clean here. Out of bounds it goes. Forward pocket for the Tigers. Albury by a point. 3 gone final term.
Good control here by Albury. They've kept it in their forward half. They've just got to get their entries a bit better. They're kicking it straight to Yarra's spare. They either need to get in and number him off or change the angle.
Forward 50 stoppage here for Albury. Muller laying it down to the back, coming through, snapping on goal. King. It's the fat part of the ball. It balloons to Morey, who marks in the right back pocket. Peroxide blonde hair as he kicks Yarra out towards halfback. Miles trying to take a one-handed mark. Can't do so. O'Hara soccers it back inside 50. Bice gathers. Lethal on the left. Beautiful finish. The all-important first goal of the fourth. It goes to Albury. Finished off by Riley Bice. And they're out by 7. 3 minutes into this fourth. 9:10:64 plays 8:9:57.
It was a handy little soccer on from O'Hara, wasn't it? Just got it into the clear and allowed Bice. It's been good by foot all day, but that's a clever finish from out there. Left foot to the boundary, 40-odd metres out, 45 metres out, knocked it through. Loved it too with the celebration. Why not? Put your side up.
It's Albury's biggest lead of the day. 7 points, 4-minute mark of the final term. They've trailed by as many as 17 and fell down by a couple of goals even in that third quarter. All of a sudden, it's the Pigeons with it all to do. Back in the middle, O'Brien. Hand pass back into dispute. Wiley went down to pick it up and a bit of kicking in danger against O'Brien. So Wiley for the Pigeons. Heads out wide to Mickey Gibbons, the former Carlton footballer. Kicks inside the forward 50. From the back, spoilt down by Duncan. Byrne had it. Hand pass goes away to Wiley. He's locked up again and we'll have a ball up half forward for Yarra. 7-point advantage for Albury. 4.5 gone, fourth term. We've had 7 lead changes in this O&M grand final. The game on the line.
Can Yarra find a goal here? They're inside 50. Bouncing ball. Applying the tackle strongly. Luke Daly, one of the co-captains for the Albury Tigers. 5 minutes played in the fourth.
Announced his retirement during the week, so we'd like to finish on a high note.
Umpire puts it up. Muller laying it down. Onto it, Hillary. He'll hook it out of there for Albury. Up towards the wing. Heine Hennessy coming through. Able to soccer it on O'Hara. Coming through King. Bounces back to O'Hara. Shovels out a handball.
Into open space. Hodgson's onto it. Great tackle. Harry Wheeler. Chase down tackle. Superb. Saves the day for Yarrawonga when Hodgson was heading inside 50 and Harry Wheeler came and got him. Kicks out towards Gibbons. Slapped back to him and he's by Casey as Gibbons heads down to half forward. Sprawling through, Casey collects. Hand pass out to Gibbons. High half forward, rolls back onto his left side. Short kick, not a good one. Gilmore favoured by it. Got to it on the half volley. Tackled by Fothergill. Ball up. 30 metres out from the Yarrawonga goal. A 7-point advantage for the Tigs. 6 gone final term.
Umpire puts it up. They'd love a goal here. Yarrawonga. Muller taking it out of the ruck. Gets a kick out towards the boundary. Onto it. Wiley slips over. Close to the line. They jump on top of him. Umpire says spin it in. 7 points Albury's lead. Wiley's been big for Yarra all day. Forward 50 stoppage here. This is where their coach Stevie J would be dangerous. Back in his day. Muller. Double palms it down. Onto it, Wiley. Handball away. Off to Casey. He'll pull the ball towards full forward. Diving down, low down, Lucas Conlon. Comes out to Conway. Bumped off his kick. There to mop it up. Lucas Conlon, handball away. Gilmore under pressure. Tackled quickly, held in. We'll get a ball up. Right forward pocket. Yarra pressing.
Oh, there's a free kick. It's going the Tigers' way. Yarra won't be happy with that. And so the short pass from Duncan goes out wide and O'Hara marks against the boundary line left half back. 9-10 to 8-9. 7 gone final term. A 7-point lead for the Tigers. Long kick down the wing. Spells down to Harry Wheeler. Jams it on the boot. Inside the forward 50 and O'Hara's back. Takes the intercept mark and immediately goes. Kicks into the middle of the ground. Bouncing footy. Out in front of Daly. Hand pass heads wide to Grills. Grills drops to his knees. Wins it back for the Tigers. Hand pass to Byrne. Has his jumper tugged. Hand pass tough one for Powell. High fend off. Surely up says play on. Tigers away. Grills to Boyce. Back to the skipper Grills. Hand pass to Gaynor. Jinking run. Kicks across the half-forward line. Here's Jeffrey Garlett. Swings a hand pass to Heiner Hennessy. Tight angle. You're kidding me. Not from there. He's missed. Across the goal face. Gee, it was a sharp angle. The Tigers are up by 8 points. 9-11 to 8-9. And every score here for Albury means their game-high advantage grows. We're 8 minutes into the final term. Tigers by 8.
This is where the game's going to open up now. Teams are getting fatigued. It's been a hot day. You start getting some good opportunities. So who's the fittest team to run it out?
Pendergast, long kick, looking for Williams, hands to it, can't take the mark. Carrying it out there, Tom O'Brien. We'll get a throw in on the wing.
How was the palm that Ironspawn got in the throat? Yeah.
There'll be a bruise there tomorrow. Yeah. He got him pretty well. I've liked O'Hara off on the wing. He's had some really big moments, especially in this last quarter, but been good all day.
Umpire flings it back in. Muller comes to the front, follows up at ground level, does really well. Snaps it inside 50. Bouncing ball under the pump. Masters is caught. Onto it quickly. Gainer for Albury. Kicks to full forward. They're under pressure here, Yarrawonga. Garlett getting involved. He lays a tackle and we'll get a ball up.
It's Albury's game here at the
attacking goal.
Yarra really got a hold on here.
Really, it's been Yarra that have been threatening to pull away all day. And now they're the ones trying to hang on an 8-point lead for Albury. Yarrawonga need to try and turn the momentum. Forward 50 stoppage for the Tigers, but free kick, a hold. It's going Howe's way. He'll get it fullback for Yarrawonga. Albury lead the Pigeons by 8 points. Kick comes wide from Howe and Cameron Wilson marks, half-back flank.
Can they get something going?
Stevie J coaching the Pigeons.
Modern numbers here for Albury. That's not the great kick.
Kick from Wilson, one bounce in front of the benches, and in the end, Williams inadvertently bounces off his shins, but one bounce out of play. Throw in beneath us. The Ovens and Murray Grand Final for 2023. Stevie J barking orders at his team. Albury by 8 points. 10 gone, final term.
They crowd right into it. Plenty around the fence, plenty on the bank on the outer side. Taking it out of the ruck, Muller. Gets Albury inside 50, a shallow entry. Punched away by Ironspawn. It'll come down for Wiley. Wiley wins it. Chips laterally, a good kick. Mark taken by Coburn. Yarra inside their defensive 50. Coburn looks out to the wing. A good kick for Fronfelder. Fronfelder marks on his chest. Backward of halfway, comes inboard. Dangerous kick for Irvine. Doesn't quite find him. It's held in and a ball up. And it's all being played at Albury's end of the ground, the western end.
Some tired players out there now.
Albury by 8 points, 10.5 into the fourth.
Muller wins the hit out. Comes down though towards Cameron Wilson. Jams it on the boot and onto the chest of Willie Wheeler, who marks outer edge of the centre square for Yarra. They'll get it in their front half here. He's coming across the ground to Wiley. Albury by 8 points, 11 gone in the fourth. Yarrawonga have led for most of the day. They've been the best team all year. Have lost one game since round one.
Well done.
Goes to Urquhart. Short kick inboard to Wilson. Wilson can't mark, has it broken up, and then lays a heavy tackle on Miles.
Outstanding by O'Hara. Then he ran from about 30 metres away to get to Cam Wilson and got a fist in there, which has saved his team an inside 50.
Attacking point of the square for Yarra. O'Sullivan goes up. Free kick. It's going to go the way of Howe here for Yarra. Kicks laterally short. Wiley marks. Has a man out just inside 50. Kicks to Coburn. He juggles it. Takes it 47 out. Pokes it on into the pocket. A good kick.
Fothergill.
And the mark is taken by Fothergill in the right forward pocket. And this is a big moment in the context of this match.
Yeah, costly mistake there. Centre half forward. The free kick against. It's called for a shepherd in the ruck. But then they just stood flat-footed, didn't they, the Albury defenders? They allowed the easy overlap, and then the extra one again to get them even closer. Tough kick here for Fothergill, though. This is a big moment.
So Fothergill on this set shot, worse than a 45-degree angle. He'll lay boot to ball from 40. An important kick in Yarrawonga's season. It's across the face. It'll go to a pack. It stays in play for the time being. Live footy. O'Sullivan does well. Extracts it and kicks long beyond defensive 50 for Albury.
Morey comes floating over the top. Takes the intercept mark, and Logan Morey, 60 metres out for Yarrawonga, can pump them back inside 50. Tigers by 8 points. Kicks the Pigeons to the top of the goal square. No mark. Hits the deck. Picked up by Conlon. Hand pass out wide to Byrne. He comes wide with a kick for Albury to Grills. And he can settle it down for Albury. 12.5 gone, final term. Grills is long left-footed down the line. Jacob Conlon down there, but Pendergast takes the intercept mark. Geez, tackled by Gaynor. The ump says no 50. And Pendergast with it for the Pigeons on halfway. Albury by 8.
Pendergast wants to send it long back inside 50. Going up O'Sullivan. Can't take the mark. Gilmore there for Albury. Shovels a handball back into the contest. Going in low, Powell. And then Hillary with a clearing kick up towards the wing. Irvine. He takes the mark for Yarra. Kicks into the middle of the ground. Dangerous kick. Nearly chopped off. It spills free though. Ironspawn onto it.
Bruce has got to wait for it. Hung in the air by Spoils. Down towards Lovell. Hand pass back out in front of Wilson. He hands it out wide to Ironspawn. He's gang tackled. He's taken high. A little loose. Bice coming in over the top. And Ironspawn can reload. Desperation with the Pigeons here. Masters in the middle of Lavington Oval. Comes wide to Tyson. Free player at half forward is Morey. Morey takes the mark. 48 out. Waste no time. Eyes their sticks. Bangs it through. Logan Morey with a goal for the Pigeons. It's a 2-point game again. Albury lead it by a couple of points halfway through the final quarter of the O&M Grand Final. 9-11-65 the Tigers. The Pigeons 9-9-63. 14 gone final term. Before our experts, Matt Clinch with an update on what's happening in the VFL Grand Final.
It's halftime here, Corby at Princes Park, and it's the Gold Coast Suns who continue to lead by 10 points. 8-3-51 to Werribee, 6-5-41. Chris Burgess with 3 goals for the Gold Coast Suns, and Sean Mannon with 4. So it got out to over 20 points in that second quarter before Werribee were able to fight their way back. But it's a 10-point lead the way of the Gold Coast Suns at halftime.
Back in the middle, Yarrawonga trying to win it late. They get the clearance. Quick kick from Gibbons. Away to Fronfelder. Driving it long towards full forward. No mark taken. Live footy. Squeezing a kick on goal. Koopman. He's missing right. It's a point. A point is the difference. Albury lead. Quarter hour mark of the fourth. 9-11 plays 9-10.
There have been 7 lead changes in this game of footy. Albury lead it by a point at the moment, and we're 15 minutes into the last quarter of the grand final. Kick out never got there from Conlon. Scooped up. Frontfelder puts the Pigeons on top. An error on the kick out from Jacob Conlon. Never got to Duncan, his intended target. And Harry Wheeler scoops it up, gives it to Frontfelder, who's been relatively quiet.
And there's a free kick being paid at centre-half forward.
He cashes in on the moment, the lefty, hooks it through to put the Pigeons back in front by 5. And now we've got a free kick for a little melee at the restart.
You don't want that at this point in time. Coburn with the free kick, kicks long, looking for Williams. Yarra back inside 50. Live footy, O'Hara punches it away. Duncan onto it, shovels a handball free. Here's Bice running beyond defensive 50 for Albury. Kick to the wing, good mark. Urquhart takes the mark for Yarrawonga on the wing.
Still plenty of time for Albury. They don't need to panic. There's still 9-10 minutes to go at least.
Goes short to Einspawn. Yarrawonga leading by 5. They've trailed much of this fourth term. 16 minutes and change played. Long kick inside 50 for Yarra. Coming through O'Sullivan for Albury. Getting a handball out onto a Gainer. He'll kick Albury up to the wing. No mark taken. Urquhart's there again. Back to Einspawn. Kicking Yarra to half forward. Diving mark. Low mark by Fothergill at high right half forward.
We're just seeing here Yarra too. They want to take the ball off the line at all costs. They're setting up. They're making the ground big, stretching it wide. And they seem to be getting that open side play if they can.
Albury led by 8 points earlier in the quarter. Short kick to Harry Wheeler. He chips it down the boundary line to Wiley. A former Giant, former Blue. 5-point lead for Yarrawonga. By the way, we're up to 8 lead changes in this grand final. On a stunning spring day in Albury as the kick goes into the forward pocket. The intercept mark from Bice.
He's been very good for Albury, Riley Bice.
Back pocket for the Tigers. He goes short to O'Hara. Up against the boundary line, southern side. 17 and a half gone final term. Pigeons lead it by 5 points as O'Hara heads down the wing.
A long kick up to a big contest. No one able to mark it there. It comes down in the hands of Tyson. Yarrawonga back inside 50. And Williams marks wide out, 30 out.
There's a kick from Gibbons coming inside. Beautiful kick.
He'll kick to the goal square.
Oh, it's on.
And there's a man out in Bruce who's able to mark in the goal square. And this might just about do it.
What happened there, Schneider? Did Jeffrey Gala just fall asleep on him coming in the offside?
I think it was someone else's man. Jeffrey was rolling up but didn't quite commit to it and didn't go hard enough early.
Bruce, 10 out, slide angle, pokes it through, and Yarrawonga are out by 11 points. 18 minutes into the fourth. Having trailed in this final term, they lead it by 11 at the 18-minute mark. 11-10-76 plays 9-11-65 over Albury.
Righto, Lids, what are you doing? Putting your coach's hat on, 11 points down. Yarra's probably going to put one behind the ball.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
You've got to play on at all costs here and really try and play attacking. I know they've tried to do that most of the game here, Albury, but you've got not a lot to lose. You've got to win it in tight early, get your big ruckman going forward, and then try and get it forward to your forwards. Don't allow Yarra to get a +1.
What a game of footy. 8 points down the Pigeons in this final term. They now lead it by 11. 8 lead changes in the match from the restart. We got another ball up in the middle.
Is that what you'd do?
Yeah, for sure. I'd make sure they didn't have a +1 though. It'd be even numbers, give them an opportunity, yeah.
Adam Schneider and Brett Delidio, our experts at Lavington Oval for the O&M Grand Final. Pigeons by 11 points. Back in the middle, the Tigers win a stoppage. Hands it out towards Duncan. He kicks to the wing. Bouncing footy. Grills hits up. And pass away to Page. Prefer a natural left footer. Turns and kicks down to centre half forward. Or crashing the pack high to Hennessy. Spills to Gaynor. Had to get it out and did. Power takes it upon himself. Arches the back. Kicks to the goal square. And then top target. O'Sullivan marks in front of the behind post.
Composure.
The young emerging star snaps it through for a goal. Remember the name. Connor O'Sullivan is coming. And Albury are back within a goal. It's a 5-point margin. The Pigeons lead it. This grand final keeps on delivering. 20 minutes into the final term. Yarrawonga 11-10-76. Albury 10-11-71. Is there another twist yet?
Well done to Gaynor, who got there front and centre and then got at the power. His ability to get through out of traffic and get it long out the back to Connor O'Sullivan. Good composure, young fella. Take your moments when you get them.
5 points the difference. We've ticked past 20 minutes in the fourth. The clearance here for Yarrawonga. Out towards half forward. Bouncing ball. Hillary and Conway. Hillary can't gather. Loose footy. Duncan's there to pick it up for Albury. Gets a handball away. Coming through Gilmore. They're arriving. Fothergill goes low. Was tackled well. And holding the ball.
I'm not sure that's in keeping with what we've seen today.
No.
So Hillary with the free kick. Albury have it at fullback. Yarrawonga lead by 5.
These quarters aren't as long as you used to at AFL level. 5 goals in the term. We've ticked past the 20-minute mark. Duncan out of defence for Albury. Kicks to Daly, cuts inboard to Page, hand pass to Muller. The Ruckman's kicking it inside 50. High floater, crashing the pack is Hodgson, no mark. Spills down towards Gibbons. Free kick for in the back, Gibbons gets it. 21 gone final term, free kick for Yarrawonga. Centre half back, Pigeons by 5 points. 11-10 to 10-11.
It's squeaky bum time. Got the L&M Grand Final. Gibbons for Yarrawonga goes laterally to Bruce in front of a packed hill. Shadows lengthening. 21 and a half minutes into the fourth term. He'll kick long up towards the wing. Muller flies in. Roving is Harry Wheeler. Yarrawonga, the kick goes inside 50. Conway can't gather it. Slapped away. And now Albury come up with it and bounce back the other way.
Hand pass heads out wide to Daly. Kicks down the wing and it's a good mark. Heiner Hennessy. 5-point lead for the Pigeons, 22 gone. Albury chasing the game, they need a goal. Grand final, premiership on the line. Kicks into the middle for Gilmore. Hand pass goes back to Daly, kick to the wing. Slipping over at the inopportune moment is Bice. Willie Wheeler picks it up, kicks to Ironspawn, can't mark, spills out of play. Boundary throwing on the wing in front of the benches. Pigeons by 5, 22 and a half gone in the final term.
Desperate times. Is there a moment left in this match? 22 and a half minutes into the fourth.
How good has this been as a game of footy? 8 lead changes. We've had a huge change in the final term. Albury led it by 8. Now the Pigeons led it by 5.
Hodgson trying to come through. King gets a handball away for Albury to Page. Under pressure, goes back to King. Kick smothered. Ball ricochets into the middle of the ground. King keeps it going forward. He's onto it. Handball to Hodgson. Time to steady. Eyes the goals. And just misses left. Oh, he's missed it by a metre to the left. And that would have put Albury up. Instead, they're down by 4 points.
Oh, and Pendergast decides to play on. Hand pass out to Irvine. Can't trap it. They're going to win it back, the Tigers. Jeffrey, is he taken high? No, says the umpire. Garland for the Tigers. Hand pass back in a dispute. Irvine a second go. Handball to centre half back. Page onto it for the Tigers. They're going to get another go. Oh, Burns ironed out by Lovell. Says it's all okay. And the Pigeons can rebound from centre half back. Long kick from Masters. Finds Willie Wheeler. He marks 23 and a half gone final term. Pigeons by 4.
They've got nothing left, these players. He goes sideways to Howe. Howe chips it over the top to Gibbons. There's still 2 minutes left, I think. Gibbons goes short to Howe. Can Albury get another chance?
Can't have a free player anywhere. Can't let them have 4 or 5 marks in a row like they have.
Gibbons back with it after a 1-2 with Howe. He'll kick long to half forward. And Lucas Conlon marks for Albury. Takes on the switch to Duncan.
They're going to get another go here. Duncan goes bursting out of defence for the Tigers. Chasing the game down 4. Kicks to O'Brien. No mark on the wing. Free for a hold. It's Pigeons footy. There's a hurt player in Byrne coming off for the Tigers. Kick goes in the middle for Miles. Hand pass to Gilmore, who fumbles. Albury going inside 50, down 4. Waiting moments. Wow. Huge leap. Spoiled over the top from Pendergast. Finds the boundary. We'll have a throw-in. 50 out from the Albury goal. They trail the grand final by 4 points. 24 and a half gone in the last. It's Yarrawonga by 4.
It's an absolute humdinger. Muller down to King. To Garland. Jeff Garland has taken the mark. 45 5 out, slight angle right of centre.
Wow.
Has he kicked the goal yet, or has he had a couple of points?
He's had three behinds. All in the first half. We've had 8 lead changes. And now we got the game on Jeff Garlett's boot.
Jeff Garlett, the former AFL player in the Ovens and Murray Grand Final. The kick's a shocker. It's away to the right. Pack forms. Mark taken.
Lee Masters again, I reckon.
Masters marks in the back pocket. Players are limping off everywhere. Pendergast is hurt. And Yarrawonga are clawing and holding on.
How about that for a captain's mark? Masters long out towards half-back. Off the fingertips, spills towards the boundary line. Tigers keep it alive. Kick back inboard. Hugging it to his chest. Mark to Howe. And Urquhart comes up with it now for the Pigeons. Yarrawonga, after 10 years, are the premiers in the Ovens and Murray League. A decade-long wait. The runners up 12 months ago, but they can call themselves premiers again. Stevie J leads the Pigeons all the way.
Well done, buddy.
The Pigeons are premiers. In a grand final we won't soon forget. Let's have a listen to this.
And we're not waiting any longer. We'll give it all we've got till that final bell rings. The high-flying Pigeon will never give in. We're the mighty team of Yarrawonga, the pride of the white and the blue.
The Yarrawonga Pigeons, who finished on top of the ladder. They lost only one game after round 1. 11-10-76, beat Albury 10-12-72. They came from 8 points down in the final quarter to get it done. And in the end, the Pigeons win it by 4. 8 lead changes, 8 in total. And in the end, the Pigeons are hanging on at the death as Jeffrey Garlett's late shot for goal fades to the left and ultimately falls short. The Pigeons are on top of the Ovens and Murray. They win the grand final by 4. How good is footy?
How good is country footy?
What an afternoon out here in Albury. They're home of the Lavington Panthers at the Lavington Oval, and yet it's decked out in navy and white at the moment as the Yarrawonga faithful rush towards their team in the middle of the ground. I'm certain Lauren Borden is out there somewhere. Loz, if you haven't got anyone with you just yet, just what are you seeing? Where are you? What's it like out in the middle?
I am. I'm right here in the middle of it. Everyone has been running here. We've got small kids wearing, they're wearing players' numbers, Yarrawonga jumpers. They've got their players' numbers on it. People have limped out to the middle, been piggybacked. Everyone's hugging each other, just high-fiving. It's an absolute mess of players inside here. A lot of filming. I'm getting right in the middle of it. So, yeah, it's just everyone's elated around here and wants to be part of this huge, big huddle with all the players.
What about the song too, Corbin? It says Yarrawonga, they won't wait any longer to win the premiership flag, I think, or words to that effect, and they won't after 10 long years, a decade in the making. And boy, Albury had some chances late. I was adamant Jeff Garlett would kick it. The shot on the run from Hodgson missed by about half a metre.
Had the opportunities, didn't they?
Oh,
I'll tell you what.
So worth the trip out of your lids?
Oh, it is for that sort of a game. How good was that? But I think Stevie might be up for a few damages. He might be sending. There's a fly-by screen here that when that mark got kicked. When that mark got taken inside and Jeffy he shot, he wasn't happy, the big boy. But rap for Stevie. Craig Edney, one of his assistants, another former Tiger, good friend. It's really good to see those boys get the chockies in the end, but
he couldn't watch.
No,
he had to go
watch.
inside. He said, I'm not watching Jeff's kick. And Masters, what a champion he is down back, a captain's mark, as called by Corby. It was a heck of an effort.
And then Urquhart takes one a few moments later. The Pigeons get home. They lost the grand final last year by 3. If the pain of that wasn't enough, obviously what happened a few weeks later where Wangaratta are stripped of their premiership, the Magpies, instead of awarding the flag to the runners-up, They decided to rule a no premiership, and so for the first time in 4 years, we get a premier crowned in that kind of fashion here at Lavington today. The Pigeons by 4 points. Adam Schneider, you've coached in this league all year. How about that for a game of footy?
Yeah, what a spectacle for a grand final. Have 10,000 people here at Lavy Sports Ground's fantastic. 4-point result, and I've never seen so many swings in control of the game. It was outstanding.
I'll come back to you, Schneider. It's Lauren Borden out in the middle. Loz.
I've got Lee Williams here with me in amongst all of this. Can you just put this into words? What a game to be a part of.
Yeah, obviously, it really went down to the wire. Always a battle with Albury. Yeah, I don't know, it's hard. It was a bit emotional, that one. It was actually just hard-fought win, you know. And we know that Albury's obviously the big rivalry over the last 10 years or whatever it is, but yeah, it's just good to get one on the board.
And what about at the very end there? You were standing back in defence doing exactly what you needed to do.
Yeah, I just knew we needed to get a grind, so yeah, just good to finally get that final siren.
How proud are you of this group? Obviously last season you lose, but then the opposition team gets stripped of the grand final, of the premiership, and then you come back here 365 days later.
Yeah, look, it's bittersweet last year, but at the end of the day, that Wang was still the best side all year, and this year's obviously just the just rewards for that hard work and that we've done over those last 2 seasons. So yeah, a lot of credit would go to Mark Wiley for last year, and then Stevie Johnson finishing off the polish this year.
How has Stevie Johnson been as a coach the last couple of seasons? Got you to a premiership, but what's he like?
Yeah, obviously he's added a lot more flair to the group. We've changed immensely the way we've played this year. So we're a lot more harder. We're a lot more, a lot across the board. Our bottom six has improved immensely, and that's where you win these days on. So.
Well done. Get amongst it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Loz. We'll come back to you in just a moment. Let us know whoever you're able to grab out there. We'll stay with you and lap it up with the Pigeons. They win the Ovens and Murray lead by 4 points in a thrilling grand final, a match which had 8 lead changes, and they came from 8 down themselves in the final quarter to win the match by 4 in the premiership, their first in 10 years and a 6th in the history of this footy club.
Well, it was massive, wasn't it? It was just a great country footy game. Both teams had their chances with momentum. I felt like Albury started really well but couldn't capitalise. Yarrow able to wrestle it back, and then vice versa again in the next quarter. Each team had their chance with having the real run of play, but not able to really run away with the game at any stretch. And that's just talking to the Albury boys before the game. They just said how much it was a 50-50 game, and well, we got it here today. 4 points. I mean, you don't get too many better, do you?
Yeah, what a game of footy, eh? And, there was plenty of moments in that game, and it's, Jeffy missed the last one, but it's not all about that one. But there was moments in the first quarter. I think Albury kicked 1-6 or 2-6. They could have quite put the game, away a little bit. But then you had moments, I think it was Masters or whoever it was, taking the mark in the last quarter. It was just outstanding. So, yeah, you're right. I thought there's probably a lot more turnovers in this game than normal, but I think the pressure just lifted. Yeah. The heat got to them, and grand finals, they do funny things. So, really good spectacle to watch.
It does prove too that if you know the stakes and you got an idea of where they've come from and what's on the line, it doesn't matter which competition of sport you roll up to anywhere in the world. You could go to the local basketball league, and if it's a grand final and you see any sort of match like that and the lead changes and knowing what it means to both teams and where they've come from, that was as rewarding as any game of sport you're likely to watch.
Yeah, and you can see the desperation late, like just the sort of sense of urgency down the stretch that both teams are trying to win it, to win the flag. You can feel that it was palpable in the last sort of second half of that final term. So that was unbelievable as a spectacle.
I think one thing, though, Albury would be proud of their effort. I don't think they died wondering. They took it to them. Everyone tipped Yarra, all the coaches tipped Yarra, all the media tipped Yarra, but they got themselves a good opportunity, a chance to win the game. So I think above all they'd be pretty happy with their effort, and obviously very, very disappointed, but had a good win.
Lauren Borden down on the ground, Loz.
I'm down here with Mark Wiley. He's just been given his first celebration beer. What are you feeling right now?
Oh, it's cliche, but it feels good. Bloody hell.
Lost them.
Went down the wire, so yeah, unreal.
How stressful was it during the game? What did you feel, I guess, in your stomach when you were constantly changing, then getting in front, then going back the other way?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, look, to be honest, we've been in that position before, last year, everything we went through, and we've had some close ones with these boys all year, so, to get over one was unreal.
You've played in the AFL, you come back here to play country footy. How have you found the whole experience?
Nah, look, I love it. Like a country boy, I'm from Finley originally, but yeah, I call Yarrawonga home now for sure. So many good people, and to get it done for everyone here, bloody hell, yeah, feels great.
You've had a few master coaches in your time in the AFL. How have you found Stevie Johnson?
Nah, unreal, Stevie. Like he, that's exactly what we needed, and that's why I was happy to step down if we could go to the next level. And yeah, it's bloody paid off. So Stevie's been unreal.
So how does the club celebrate tonight?
Oh, get right amongst it, I reckon. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Well, go and keep enjoying it. Thanks for your time.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Thanks to Lauren Borden out there with Mark Wiley, who was the playing coach, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Last year before Stevie J arrived, and obviously had tremendous success. They got within 3-4 points of a premiership last year.
Yeah, he was. Did a really good job last year, and missed out just, but good to see some reward now for him.
I'll keep my eye on Loz too, because she is right amongst it. We'll see if she can track down a couple more of the key players, and we'll bring them to you as it continues to unfold. This competition is so well supported. Obviously, we're lucky enough to work with the AFL sort of each week, and you hear a lot about the country leagues, and in particular this one, the Ovens and Murray League, and how passionate the competition is, but the support that it's had from the local media here is tremendous. I think there's something like 4 radio stations here today. There are games streamed on YouTube every single week with the commentary linked up, so that the coverage of this competition is exceptional across the board, and from the league has some great media partners. We're very lucky to be able to roll up in the fashion that we have on grand final day. I've lost Loz. Where are you, Loz? What are you doing? I think she's in amongst the massive people.
Get a hard tag on Stevie J to see if we can have a yak to Stevie. We've heard from him all day.
Good luck, yeah.
When he's been shouting out just to the left of us.
Good luck.
Barking instructions at his players.
When we go into the 5-4-3-2-1, that Brett Delidio is going to present and choose.
So,
a bit of pressure on him here to get it right.
What do we go with in the end?
I can't tell you.
As a team? Are we co-signing or are they your votes?
No, let's have it. It's all in. Only got to get the 5 right. That's the number one he's got to get right.
Yeah. We have Loz.
Nick Irvine, I've got you standing next to me. Just take me through how you're feeling right now as we get to the presentations.
Yeah, no, it's good. I don't know how I feel. It's just all speechless, really. It's just awesome to finally get that one out of the way and get it done, and enjoy it now.
What was it like to be involved in a game like that where you could never rest?
It wasn't real fun, to be honest, but I got no words for you, really. It's just awesome, yeah.
Can you take me through your own story this year? You had a perforated bowel that stopped you from playing for quite a few rounds. What was that like? How did you get the injury, and how did you, do your rehab and come back?
I don't know how I got the injury, to be honest with you. It's just one of those things that happened and had to work through and get past, and here we are now, so it's all worth it now.
What was the club like during that time?
Yeah, awesome. Everyone wrapped their arms around me. I was still around training and doing the water for the boys, helping out where I could, so it was still awesome.
Amazing. Well-deserved win. We'll let you get over there and get your premiership medallion.
Thank you.
Thanks, Loz. Just repeating, full-time, Yarrawonga win the Ovens and Murray Grand Final by 4 points. 11-10-76 over Albury, 10-12-72. They claim their 6th premiership in competition history, their first in a decade since the Favola days in 2012 and 2013 when they went back-to-back. So Stevie J, another high-profile recruit, comes in as senior coach and leads the Pigeons to the flag in his first year in charge. The SMS number is 0437 774 774.
Can we get an update from the GV?
I was just about... first I'm going to get an update from the VFL, I reckon. Matt Clinch is standing by for us. Clinchy.
Where it's been all one-way traffic, really, Corby, in the third quarter, and the Gold Coast Suns have slipped clear 12-5-77 to Werribee 6-5-41. So having had 8 goals to 6 at half-time, they put on 4 goals to none so far, the Gold Coast Suns, in this third term, and really bursted clear from Werribee. As we mentioned at the start of the broadcast, the Gold Coast Suns with a lot of AFL-listed players, including Marbiol Chol, who's kicked a couple of goals, Day and Sexton, not to mention the 2 Frosty Miller medalists as the leading goal scorers so far this season, Chris Burgess and Brodie McLaughlin. But all the Gold Coast Suns so far in this third quarter, and they've opened up a sizable lead here.
Thanks, Clinchy. Back to you shortly. My screen's frozen, so I've still got Kyabran and Ichuka still at
2-2-14.
2-2-14 apiece, so we're going to need to rely on people on the SMS. 0437 774 774. What's happening in the Goulburn Valley Grand Final? Lauren Borden out on the ground. Loz.
I'm just down here. I'm just weaving my way through the crowd, actually, as David Sinclair, the chair of the league, starts to make his speech. There's got to be thousands of people still hanging around here just trying to soak it in and see these premiership players get out there, get their premiership medallions and get on the stage.
Thanks, Loz. We'll see if we can get some sort of response from Stevie J too before we're off air. I think we do want the presentation. Are we thinking about that? Yep, let's do it. Why not? Yarrawonga have won the flag. They win by 4 points, 11-10 over Albury, 10-12. So let's lap it up with the Pigeons. They're premiers of the O&M for the first time in a decade.
I want to thank Albury City for the way that they have presented this venue. It's a fantastic venue. We've committed to play the grand final here for the next 3 years. It's one of the best venues in regional Victoria, southern New South Wales. Lastly, I just want to thank the umpires for their efforts today, to the Lavington Footy Club for catering on the day. And I guess just in closing, commiserations to Albury, and well done to Yarrawonga on being crowned the 2023 Ovens and Murray Football and League Premiers. Well done.
Thank you, Dave. Firstly, the medal presentations for the umpires. To our field umpires, Jason Rain, Ash Broughton and Callum Logan. Please come forward. Our emergency umpire, Brenton Poole. To our boundary umpires, Thomas Johnston, Jack Weir, Riley Edwards and Jennifer Alley.
So the umpires getting their medals at the moment. Well done, Pigeons, off the SMS. Thanks, Corbin, Lids, Loz and Co. It's been a great call, and I'm looking forward to the call next week from a Marupna fan. Thank you for that. And also off the SMS, Andy from Wodonga, who's one of our loyal listeners. Absolutely brilliant. Corby, Ben, Lids, Adam, Loz, got tears in my eyes. The Ovens and Murray League is underrated. Huge win for the Pigeons here. They win the flag. A 4-point victory over Albury in a pulsating grand final. 8 lead changes. They came from 8 points down in the final quarter, the Pigeons, to get it done. Stevie J in charge, leading the first Yarrawonga premiership in a decade. Matt Clinch coming up after the news at 6 Eastern with a Brownlow medal preview, of course, with Charlie to be handed out tomorrow night. More on that to come as we edge closer to the top of the clock. There are also grand finals being played in all kinds of leagues around the place. If you've got an update of the Goulburn Valley grand final, we're keen to hear it. 0437 774 774. The umps are getting their medals. I think we're ready to kick on with the next stage of the presentation.
To present the Did Simpson medal for the best player on the ground. And the winner of the Did Simpson medal for 2023 is Mick Gibbons.
So there's a familiar name, the former Carlton footballer Michael Gibbons. Brett Delidio was one of the voters on the Did Simpson medal. Who did we vote for, Lids?
Well, yeah, Mick Gibbons. Yeah. So we got that right. I was a bit nervous. I was very nervous, actually.
Top votes.
No stats or anything to go by here, but he was very good today. We had 25 to three-quarter time. Finished with 30-odd.
You're a good judge. Unfortunately, I was about to say we're not going to hear from him. We are, which is great news. Here he is.
I'll keep it quick, but obviously, firstly, massive thank you to Albury and the whole footy club. Geez, what a game. But yeah, it's been a big journey for myself individually, but for the team, this has been a cracking 2 years. We fell short last year, and then to get the chocolates today in a win like that, we'll celebrate long and hard, so let's rip the lid off it.
The lid is off. It's one from the Carlton days.
Congratulations again, Mick Gibbons. We'll now call upon the co-coach of the Albury Tigers, Anthony Miles, to say a few words. Please make him welcome.
As Adam Schneider said, gee, they lost no admirers today, Albury. What a season they've had. They've lost only 4 games and 3 of them have been to Yarrawonga, who are a 2-loss team and go on to win the premiership. So an outstanding season. Anthony Miles, of course, an AFL footballer at 3 different clubs, including the Richmond Tigers. Here he is, the co-coach.
Firstly, yeah, what a great game of footy, and congratulations to the Yarrawonga Footy Club, Stevie and the boys who've been one of the best sides all year, no doubt, and we've got a huge amount of respect for you guys as a club, and thank you for the game today, obviously, so congratulations. Thanks to the umpires. The league, obviously, Ovens and Murray put on a great show, so thank to you guys, all the major sponsors, and to the Albury Footy Club. We spoke about it, it's a brotherhood. I love every one of you blokes, and I know we're hurting, but we'll be back bigger and better, don't worry about that. So let's stick together. Thanks.
Well spoken, buddy.
Thank you, Anthony. And now for the presentation of the Premiership medallions to the Yarrawonga Pigeons. Number 1, Nick Fothergill.
Kicked a couple of goals, Nick Fothergill. 2 of them in the first half.
Number 2, Matthew Casey.
Stevie J was yelling out to him during the fourth quarter saying, we need your case to get going, and he did late. We heard from his auntie as well, listening from over in Perth, listening to her nephew win a premiership medal.
Number 3, Braden Coburn.
He kicked Yarra's first goal of the game. Braden Coburn, live wire small forward. A pretty fine day and a excellent season. Number 3 on his back.
Number 4 for the Pigeons, Mark Wiley.
One of the ex-AFL players, he was the coach of this team last year, stood down to hand the reins over to Stevie Johnson, who they say has added the polish that has seen them go that little bit better and turn the grand final defeat into a victory.
Ryan Einspawn.
Got the pretty high fend off Lids at one point in this game, Ryan Einspawn. He was able to recover from that, and I think the throat injury goes away when you got that nice big medal hanging around your neck.
He'll lubricate it well tonight, no worries about that.
Number 7, Harry Wheeler.
One half of the Wheeler brothers kicked an important goal in the third term as they combined to kick the first 2 of the second half. Harry Wheeler involved in plenty of argy-bargy today too as well.
Number 8, the Did Simpson medalist, Mick Gibbons.
Well, he was my pick. I was able to talk Lids around and get him the Best of Field award. He was sensational today, Mickey Gibbons. I think a popular winner. Got the full 5 from Brett Delidio in our boats.
Number 9, Nick Irvine.
Didn't have a lot to say when he spoke to Lids. Said to Loz. He was speechless in his celebrations of winning this premiership medal.
Number 11 for Yarrawonga, Cam Wilson.
Cam Wilson makes his way up onto the stage, the number 11 for the Pigeons. Had an outstanding season playing in and around the ball in the front half of the Pigeons.
Number 12, Locke Howe.
Locke Howe, the big man in the ruck, had a big job to do today, taking on his opposite number in the ruck in Isaac Muller, and performed strongly to halve that and see his team.
Number 13, Bailey Fronfelder.
Bailey Fronfelder. What a goal for him in that final term, in what not only put the Pigeons in front, there was also some bit of push and shove thereafter, has resulted in a free kick at the restart, but didn't have a huge day up until that point. But what a goal in the history now of the Yarrawonga Pigeons.
Number 14 for the Pigeons, Ryan Bruce.
Ever reliable down back, Ryan Bruce, the member of the Brethren as well, 2 first names. He claims his premiership medal.
Smithy.
Number 15, Ned Pendergast.
One of their emerging youngsters. Turned into key defenders in Ned Pendergast. Come through the Yarrawonga junior system, has had an excellent year. A 4-point victory for the Pigeons in the grand final.
Number 17, Logan Morey.
Certainly had one of his best seasons at Yarrawonga this afternoon. We heard from some of his students who were listening.
Mr.
School
Morey.
teacher, Mr. Morey, and he kicked an important goal late in that fourth
Number
term
18,
as well.
Tyler Lovell.
How about this for back-to-back years? Played in the Pigeons reserves, premiership last year, Lids.
He elevated himself.
Now he's played in the league side and wins flags in back-to-back years. So 11-10 to 10-12 full-time score. The Pigeons winners over the Albury Tigers as the medal presentation continues.
Number 19 for Yarrawonga, Jess Koopman.
Didn't play a lot of league footy this year. This is just his 8th game. Spent a bit of time in the Magoos, but in the league team at the right time. Jess Koopman, and a premiership player in the league now.
Number 24, Willie Wheeler.
Willie Wheeler. What a great name that is with the alliteration, and what a tremendous footballer he's proving to be as well. His brother Harry, a premiership player, is... Den's turned my mic off. A premiership player for... his brother's a premiership player, and Willie obviously joins him in that category. He was excellent in the second semi, by the way.
Number 25, Lee Williams.
So the big key forward who we heard from with Loz a short time ago. He was the interleague captain in a win over the GVFL, and arguably the best key forward in the competition.
Number 30, Jordan Urquhart.
The man that ended up with the Sharon on the final siren. It's always a good feeling on grand final day. Footy in hand, siren goes. Premiership player, number 30. The big gaudy medal around his neck as well.
Number 44 for the Pigeons, Kyle Tyson.
Didn't play until round 8 and has stayed and played every game since. It was important down back once again today.
Number 49, Dylan Conway.
Wasn't he good early, Lids? Kicked 2 goals in the first quarter.
Yeah, helped set him up.
Absolutely. We're in the number 36. He's been sort of printed in every budget and every record as number 49, but he got 36 on his back for whatever that's worth.
I now call upon the captain of the Yarrawonga Pigeons, number 6, Lee Masters.
Took an incredibly important mark late in the piece on the set shot from Jeff Garlett. He stood in front of the pack and brought it down, and was courageous and tough in that moment, as people around Yarrawonga will tell you is his MO.
Also featured in the votes. Very good all day.
And the coach of the Yarrawonga Pigeons, Steve Johnson.
Stevie J, household name right across the country. One of the most popular footballers to do it. Stints as an assistant in New South Wales with both clubs. And on his way back to Melbourne, he stops on the border, takes over the Pigeons, and in his first year in charge, leads them to their first flag in a decade.
I now call upon the president of the SSNA club, Mr. Eddie Dunlop, to make the presentation of the 2023 SSNA Premiership Cup.
So the Premiership Cup presented, up it goes. The Pigeons are premiers in 2023. And there's the money shot they're looking for, with Stevie J and Lee Masters at the front, holding up the silverware. And the Pigeons in the blue and white hoops, they're the team who gets to celebrate. They are the premiers in 2023 as the Albury players turn and hit the locker room, falling 4 points short in what was a grand final we won't soon forget. We're lucky enough to be out here today, Brett DeLidio, and we've been treated to an absolute barn burner of a game. 8 lead changes. Yarrawonga come from 8 points down in the last quarter to win the whole shooting match by 4 points.
Yeah, a nice touch there by Stevie as well to invite Mark Wiley up to hold up the cup with the boys. Obviously missed out last year, but handed over the reins to the Pigeons, to Stevie. So well done. But it was absolute cracking game. Not often you get to choose a game.
Just left the ground, but I'd like to thank them for an unbelievable game. As Dave said, there wasn't anything between the two teams. So Albury can hold their heads very high with their performance. I'd just like to thank the Albury Murray for a terrific competition, and you can see how well run it was, and there were some challenges through the early parts of the year, but the competition ran smoothly. I'd like to thank our major sponsors as well, Club Moala, Kennedy's and Better. And I'd just like to also thank our supporters for coming out today. There's a huge Yarrawonga following, means a lot to the town, I know. I'd like to also just thank all the volunteers that have helped out. I'm sure you'll get recognised in due course, but a couple of special ones. The President, Ross Mulqueeny, who's done a terrific job with this footy club. Also, Lee Ramsdale. I've been in a fortunate position to be put into a coaching role with a club that was already in a really strong position, and credit to Hoz as well as coach Mark Wiley. He stepped aside because of family and work commitments, but he deserves a lot of credit for the way this club is built and what I was able to take over and achieve with this group. Well done to the playing group. You're unbelievable for my first session at the club. Just an amazing performance to come back, and also just make special mention to the guys that helped me individually, Craig Eddy, Nick Dykes, Scotty Kelly and Dave Cameron, and also our runners, Matty Wallington and Brendan Gamsey. Thank you. Let's enjoy it, boys.
He's never been accused of not doing that, Stevie J. Nah. So a 4-point victory for the Pigeons.
He'll be the last to leave.
11-10-76 to Albury, 10-12-72. We'll hopefully follow up with Stevie J and have a chat with him in a few moments' time as well to expand on that a little further. But he leads Yarrawonga to the premiership in his first year in charge. How about this for a bit of quarter-by-quarter stuff? Yarrawonga by 3 at quarter time. Scores level at half-time. Albury by 1 at three-quarter time. Yarrawonga by 4 in the finish. Unfortunately, Lids, I have an update.
Oh, no.
From the Goulburn Valley. Closing stages. Echuca 96. Kyabram 43.
Oh, dear. They've kicked away. Yeah, that's probably to be expected, but good fight by the Kai boys.
It's a 53-point win or lead for Echuca late in the piece. The Brownlow Medal preview coming up with Matt Clinch. He's kicking across the VFL Grand Final for us between Werribee and Gold Coast. What do you got for us, Clinchy?
Where Corby, it's a 27-point lead the way the Gold Coast Suns have really got on top after half-time. 12-8-80 to Werribee, 8-5-53 at Princes Park. So in that third quarter, the Gold Coast Suns are able to boot 4-2 to Werribee's 1 goal, and it's been led largely by their AFL players in Marbiel Chol, who's kicked 3 goals alongside Chris Burgess with 3 as well. And we mentioned the other Frosty Miller medalist in Brodie McLaughlin, who's also kicked 3 goals for the Suns as well. So 14th year in the competition for the Gold Coast Suns, looking to claim their first premiership. Meanwhile, for Werribee, it's also the celebration of 30 years since they won their first ever premiership in the VFL. So unfortunately, they need a little bit of work to be done in this fourth quarter. We're just 2 minutes in with Sean Mannon having kicked 4 goals and really leading the charge for Werribee. But it must be said, a couple of minutes into the final term, it looks like the Gold Coast Suns are just a class above.
Thanks, Clinchy. That'll be a historic win for the Suns there. Never has the VFL trophy left Victoria. They have had teams from outside Victoria on a number of occasions. Very different competition nowadays, obviously expanded right up and down the eastern seaboard, despite the fact it still has the VFL name. Lauren Borden is catching up with Stevie J. We'll bring you that interview in a few moments' time. The SMS number is 0437 774 774 with Yarrawonga, the Premiers, 11-10-76 over Albury, 10-12-72. Corbin and Ben, thank you for your brilliant call of today's game. Your coverage and knowledge of the teams and players was outstanding. Such a highlight to listen to, and also to Adam and Lids and Loz, of course. That's from Mark from Allen's Flat. Thanks, Mark. Nice to hear from you. We've got a couple of scores coming through from the Kyabram game, Lids, as promised. And shout out to Andy as well off the SMS, 0437 774 774, the SMS number. We've got a little more time just to soak it in. If you want to get in touch with us, you can do so on that SMS number, 0437 774 774. Adam, really appreciate you coming by and working with us today. Talk about expert knowledge of the league. It must be said, I think all three of us were relying on you for large periods, particularly in the early going, as to how it was all going to unfold. Really appreciate your company throughout the evening.
No worries, really enjoyed it. Thought you guys did a really good job, and yeah, what a day. Game of footy.
unbelievable as a game. How is the league overall?
Yeah, really good. I think I had a couple of challenges, like Stevie said at the start there, but I think each club has an ex-AFL player in some capacity, and it's just drawing more and more. Unfortunately, there's a point system which stops more people coming, but it's probably the second or third behind the VFL. It's probably the best country Victoria footy league going around. So we had a couple drafted last year. Clearly, Connor O'Sullivan's going to go this year, and maybe one or two more, but the quality is really high.
And are you out here for the long term, the medium term? Where are you at in your coaching journey?
Got another year, Labby. Really loving it. I really want to tick off, this day here and have the opportunity to hold the cup up. So that's one thing I haven't ticked off in my career and something I really want to. So now the family and I are pretty happy down here at the moment and really enjoying it, and hopefully that's us up there next year.
Absolutely. All the very best with it, Schneider. Appreciate your time with us today on Grandstand AFL, and you're welcome back anytime you like.
Too easy. Thanks, guys. Good day.
Adam Schneider with us, the coach of the Lavington Panthers, and has been with us throughout the call of the Ovens and Murray Grand Final this afternoon. Corbin Middlemass and Brett Delidio with you. Ben Cameron to join us as well in just a moment. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. We've got about another half an hour to run. We do have some reaction coming up too from Stevie J downstairs. The boys have just sung the song for the first time. And of course, our attention will soon shift towards next Saturday at the MCG with Collingwood and Brisbane to go at it. I think it's Lauren. I think I'm just checking with Loz. If Loz is with us, you there, Lauren?
I've got Stevie Johnson here with me. You just got to hold up the cup. How incredible was that of a moment?
Pretty amazing. I mean, I've been involved in premierships at AFL level, but this is just as special, to be honest. Like, it feels like a lot of hard work's gone in to get to this point, and to come back from a deficit in that last quarter showed a lot of character from our playing group as well. So very proud right at the moment.
What's the different feeling for you when at three-quarter time you're there giving that address to take every moment rather than being a player listening?
You'd love to be the player where the game's in your control rather than standing up there sort of not being able to impact the contest. But it was a little bit stressful. I think I nearly put my hand through a window up there. But anyway, you have full trust that what you've done through the week and throughout the season holds you in good stead, which I think it did.
Do you have any voice left? We could all hear everything you were saying from up there on the balcony.
Not really. At times, you can yell out to the players just to get them into certain positions to help the team. You think that's probably the only thing you really can do to help influence on game day.
And just lastly, does it make that little bit sweeter when last year you lost, you went down in the grand final, and then today you win by 4 points after trailing, then getting back in front? Yeah, I think it does for this playing group. Obviously, about 16 of the players were involved in that grand final loss last year, so to come back and be able to turn the tables is big for those guys. Fantastic. Well, go and enjoy your victory lap. Will do. Thank you.
Stevie J with Lauren Borden. So very much the focus, particularly from broader lids in the footy world, when everyone peers in on the Ovens and Murray Grand Final to see such a recognisable name like Steve Johnson involved. Yep. And what a moment for him to come back in year one, similar to what Fev did, albeit Fev in a playing capacity some 11 years ago, and first year in charge delivers a premiership to the same footy club in the Yarrawonga Pigeons. Yeah, look, he's no doubt got an exceptional footy brain, Steve. He sees the game incredibly well, and we even heard Mark Wiley talk about how he was able to bring a bit of extra flair to the club. You can hear him the whole time here, and that's the reason why Morey kicked that goal. You could hear him screaming out, change lanes, which for the people listening is get the ball, don't go straight down the line, bring it across. They did, and they had the spares coming out here on our broadcast side of the ground, and Morey waltzes into a goal from 45. But he does. He's a passionate person, Stevie, and no doubt he'll let that all out tonight and lead the charge with the boys. I wouldn't think expecting anything less from the great man. Yeah, absolutely. Where do you think he's at with his coaching journey? We obviously see him back in the media nowadays. He spent time in New South Wales with both the Swans and the Giants. Do you think he'll stay on? Is it a stepping stone back into an AFL system? I think he'd be pretty settled back up here now. It's the feeling I get. I haven't spoken to him directly about that. He was in the system for a fair while, obviously being a player, and then stints at both Sydney and GWS, and then obviously I think the changeover up there saw him
have to move back to Melbourne. I'm not sure how many jobs were available at the time when he came out. I know when he first retired, the Tigers were really keen to get him on board as an assistant, but he obviously went up and played at the Giants. So, look, I don't know whether it's a stepping stone or not. I have a feeling that he's pretty settled, and he's a Wang boy, but obviously coaching Yarra, I'm not sure whether there might be a lure, thrown out to get him back to Wang at some stage. But look, once you've won one here, you'd like to build a bit of a legacy, I think, and see whether he can continue to build. He's got great support. Obviously, he spoke about the sponsors and the people that put money into the club, and that's what country footy clubs are all about. It's being able to, get the players, but keep players coming back, and that's where it becomes difficult. Schneider spoke about, the point system with ex-AFL players, players that want to continue to play a good standard of footy, and that's why you see so many of them come up here to play in the O&M.
Yeah, it's amazing with particularly, I think mercurial players, they get a kind of stereotype where they flash in and out of games, they don't do the percentage things, or it's kind of, you don't ordinarily imagine the mercurial top forward going on into the coaching ranks, and yet everyone that was involved at Geelong, and you're obviously with him at GWS, said that this guy is a hardcore footy head, Stevie J, and he sees the game a particular way, and he's passionate about coaching and the strategy that's involved in footy. Did it surprise you, Zero, that he got into the coaching ranks when he finished?
No, it didn't surprise me. I think the computer side and the sit-down side and do all that is probably the thing that's probably the biggest challenge for Stevie, as it was for me when I stepped into it.
Yeah.
But it was, his ability to see the game and understand what needed to happen in moments was as good as anyone. And you saw that, and the reason why he won a Norm Smith medal. Like he embraced the big moment, and he you could see the frustration where he's not in control up here on the and he even spoke to it just then, not being able to get out there and control what was happening on the ground and just trying to yell and scream. But he did mention that window. I'll have to go and check that. I reckon he's nearly put a crack in it, and the fly wire certainly needs to be redone, because he hit that pretty hard.
Jeez, he was up and down on the balcony the whole day, wasn't he? Leaning over and screaming out, as you'd be able to pick up in the background of our broadcast. But congratulations to him. The Yarrawonga Pigeons win by 4 points, 11-10-76 over Albury, 10-12-72. The pack-up has already started. The Yarrawonga players are still milling around on the ground after their 4-point victory, their first premiership in 10 years. After being the runners-up 12 months ago, they go one better. The Pigeons to win the flag, a 6th in club history. It doesn't nearly tell the story of the game. A 4-point margin. There were 8 lead changes. 3 points Yarrawonga's lead at quarter time, level at the half. It was Albury by 1 at three-quarter time. They got it out to 8 points.
Yeah.
And it felt like the momentum was totally with the Tigers in that last quarter, and Yarrawonga were able to steady up. They kicked 3 goals in a row, and they get out of here with a 4-point victory. And even at the death, the Tigers had their chances. A set shot from Jeff Garlett, which fell short and was offline, and a few other moments which didn't turn out to be scoring shots, Ben.
I think with all of those lead changes, it did feel like that last 5 minutes or so, with Albury having all of the momentum, that there was going to be one more, that if the game went for another minute, 2 minutes, that Albury would have found themselves in front. Yarrawonga somewhat fortunate that just happened to be when the siren went that they were in the lead.
Poor old Jeff, he's missed a couple of crucial ones, certainly early to help put him in front, and then that was a big one. It's probably right on his range now as an older player to be able to try and knock that one through. But I'll tell you what they won't like is the goal that they gave up, that one to Morey that I spoke about. But then as they're running back to position, they gave up a free kick. Now, that's another inside 50 that makes it even harder to get it the length of the ground. Now, they got the opportunity to go back forward, but just little moments in games and executing the fundamentals and being disciplined is what ultimately wins your flags. And I think that's what Yarrawonga were able to do better for longer.
4-point win for Yarrawonga, the SMS 0437 774 774. As we start to turn our attention towards next Saturday's grand final, it is Collingwood and Brisbane. You can hear it all on Grandstand AFL. Just on the Victorian grand final, so I mentioned earlier, Joel Peterson sent me this message with the 7 major leagues that are involved in Victoria. So where are we? Here we go. 7 major grand finals this weekend. Golden Square winning the Bendigo League by a goal.
Over Sandhurst, yep.
So all 7 of these grand finals were played this weekend, which is incredible. They all wrap up at the same time, obviously a week before the AFL decider. In the Ballarat League, it was decided by a single goal in which Darley were able to be successful there, which is Zach Butter's old team. He was actually there yesterday to watch Darley salute, so they win in the Ballarat League. South Warrnambool were winners in the Hampton League. Leopold won the Geelong League. And Leon Gather were able to win in the Gippsland League. The Parrots.
Yeah, that's Ruffy's old home club.
So all pretty convincingly those victory margins. So South Warrnambool, Leopold and Leon Gather. And then today, of course, we had the Goulburn Valley. Unfortunately, Ledger didn't go the way of Kyabram, your hometown. So Echuca winning there to claim the premiership. And here in the Ovens and Murray Grand Final, one of the strongest leagues in all of the state and really all of the country. In terms of country footy, a 4-point victory for Yarrawonga in perhaps one of the best grand finals you're likely to see in any footy competition anywhere this year. We'll get some reaction from Mickey Gibbons in just a moment. Brendan from Hobart off the SMS. Have you heard from Mark Murphy after last night?
Yes. No, we haven't. Because we sent him a text because he's going to be organising our post-game next weekend. Yes. And he hasn't got back to us yet, so he's still got a box of tissues, I think, Murph. Upset.
I did hear from him sort of earlier in the night. He was a little disappointed. He was lucky enough to drop by pre-game. I think he promised that he was going to come on Grandstand AFL Sunday, but unfortunately he's, in inverted commas, his flight got delayed, so we weren't able to speak to him.
He couldn't speak.
Between 12 and 1, so didn't hear from Murph, but we've loved having his company right throughout the year. From Denise in Mildura. Loved the call while I was sewing. Congratulations to Yarrawonga. Of course, the Pigeons getting home. Nice to hear from you, Denise. The SMS number 0437 774 774. Matt Clinch will have an update for us, I'm sure. Gold Coast were well on top last time we chatted. VFL Grand Final. Is it still ongoing, Clinchy?
Only just, Corby. A 31-point lead now. Made that a 25-point lead after a goal to Werribee. So they got as close as 15 points, Werribee, in this final term. But 25 minutes gone. Made that 16 minutes gone as the screen updates in the final term, and the Gold Coast Suns 15-9-99 leading Werribee 11-8-74, in which Sean Mannon has kicked 5 goals. He's played an individual lone hand for Werribee trying to claim their second VFL premiership, but it's been the Stars alongside Chris Burgess with 3 goals, Marbiel Chol with 3 goals, Brodie McLaughlin with 3 goals as well, alongside Sam Day has kicked 2 goals for, including one from the centre square from Princes Park. So the Werribee side is just hanging on at the moment, but 16 minutes gone in the final term. They would need to kick a couple of quick goals in succession to keep this game interesting, because the Gold Coast Suns 15-9-99 leading Werribee 11-8-74.
Thanks, Clinchy. Just buzz in when we get a final score there at Princes Park, but the Suns looking for a little bit of silverware. So how's that for a start? Since Damien Hardwick's arrived, the VFL managed to get over the line. Of course, he hasn't had a chance to get his hands on this group as yet, but it shows they got a fair bit of talent coming through. And the talent league lids earlier today, Sandy?
Yeah, Sandy got the job done. Fully stacked team, to be completely honest with you, but final scores there, 17-10, 112 to 10-9-69 Eastern Rangers. So well done to Sandy, boys. One young fella playing there in that game, Lukey Lloyd, kicked a couple, which is good. So he'll put his case forward to hopefully get drafted at the end of the year as well.
We love the alliteration as commentators too. Lukey Lloyd, that's a name to look out for. At Adelaide Oval, the SANFL Grand Final. Ben, you're the Crow Eater amongst us.
Yeah, it is Glenelg leading by 25 points. In fact, that's a full-time score. So the old double blues of Sturt have gone down. Glenelg winning by 24 points in the finish.
And in the WAFL, both these, the WAFL game is on at the moment. You can find a stream of this through the ABC Listen app. East Fremantle, who are trying to end a long premiership drought, I think 25 years, 1998. That's about right. That's a long time, isn't it? Since they last won a flag, East Fremantle, they are 14 points in front of Peel Thunder. That is time on in the first quarter. So if you still want some footy on the radio, that is available through the Listen app. Stick around, though. We have our grand final teams, obviously, now with Collingwood and the Brisbane Lions, and a full Brownlow preview to come, which is, of course, on tomorrow night. with Zach Butters, the ABC Footballer of the Year. Nick Dacos plays up until round 21. Has he got enough votes at that stage? Marcus Bontempelli, Christian Petrarca, all in the mix. Clinch will take you through it after the news at 6. It was a huge win for Yarrawonga today, a stirring rendition which you may have heard as Adam Schneider was chatting to us. I know people always love to hear the song. The Yarrawonga Pigeons are premiers in 2023. Let's take a listen. Sure where they were going about the halfway mark, but it finished strong.
That's up there with Gold Coast Frios and West Coast song, if you ask me. That's ordinary. That could do with a redo.
It's something Yarrawonga will get stronger.
Yeah, that's
won't
about
wait
all I got
any longer.
Glenn in Melbourne. Hi, Corbin and colleagues. Enjoyed your broadcast of the O&M Granny. Really professional job. Well done to Loz for all the local colour from the boundary line. That must be said. I mean, these games, we get the privilege to come along and sit in these great positions and watch sort of two really good teams go at it on the biggest day of the year. But really what makes broadcasts like this, and the reason we do it, is to try and tell some of those stories of country footy and how it all comes together, and Lauren's done that as well as anyone today, so absolutely echo that sentiment. Thanks to Glenn for passing that on. Jack Siebel was with us a little earlier. He is the Cup ambassador this year for the Ovens and Murray Grand Final. He was a Wodonga Bulldogs junior. Of course, he retired from the AFL recently after a decorated career with the North Melbourne Football Club. He dropped by for a chat on Grandstand AFL Sunday. Unfortunately, recently been in the news after he was attacked on a night out following his retirement game at the MCG, in which he suffered significant facial injuries. He dropped by our box earlier today on Grandstand AFL Sunday to have a chat about that and his beloved North Melbourne Football Club.
So yeah, not the way I envisaged my first night of retirement going, that's for sure. Yeah, we were having a great time, and then unfortunately was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and unknowingly individual. I didn't realise how common this sort of thing was in society, but the amount of people that since the incident occurred have reached out to me and told stories of similar things happening to family or friends or themselves has been almost overwhelming, to a fact that personally I think it's crap. Like, it needs to stop in society, and I'll probably look in the future to do some work with some people and some charities in this space, because obviously being affected by it, I can see how it can turn really bad really, really quickly. I was very fortunate. I'm lucky. I'm here. I'm with us, and fortunately I've healed up and I will make a full recovery and back to myself. So I'm lucky in that aspect, and a lot of people don't have that opportunity. So yeah, it wasn't the ideal way to start retirement, but in saying that, it could have been a lot worse, and I'm rapt to be here today, with my little girl, 2-year-old, enjoying time the last month that I probably wouldn't have normally had with her, which has been fantastic.
Oh, it's such a scary experience that no one should have to go through. Absolutely. Did it shake your confidence about even sort of going out again, or
a little bit? Yeah. To be fair, as you probably know, with kids, I haven't been out for a very long time before that, so there's the one and sort of done rule, that one. But yeah, I'm probably not that keen on going out again socially as much as I probably was prior to that incident. I think that's probably a natural way to feel after it, which is a bit of a shame. But in saying that, your priorities in your life change when you get a bit older as well, and I'm not that keen on going out till 1 or 2 in the morning anymore, as I probably was when I was 22. But yeah, I think the incident probably affected me a little bit, probably affected my family more than me, and my wife was there on the night, and she saw me after the incident, and I was pretty banged up, and yeah, she's struggling to sort of get that out of her mind a little bit, and yeah, it's a bit of a sad part of the story is that situation. It doesn't just affect the victim, it actually affects a lot more people surrounding that person as well.
And physically, you said you're feeling okay?
Yeah, I am. I had surgery to fix up my nose after it happened, but then I'll probably need to go back in another 18 months and get it done again.
Wow.
Yeah, so there's some lingering effects, which is not great, but yeah, as I said, I'm lucky to be here.
Yeah, it's a shocking thing, and it's nice to hear that you're going to do some work in that space and some awareness about it, and hopefully a wake-up call for everyone to be able to hear stories like that, and to, if you have mates like that, to be able to pull them into line when things are getting out of hand, particularly late at night when there are things like alcohol involved. But what does retirement look like, Jack? What are you going to do with yourself now that your playing days at North are over?
Yeah, I'd love to stay in the industry. It's probably all I've known for 15 years, and I've got a passion for coaching. I'm actually doing some work with our AFLW program at the moment, helping Darren Crocker. The girls are actually playing today down in Launceston against the Lions, which will be a great game, and really enjoyed my time with them and looking to stay in the industry, and I'd love to be in the men's program next year somewhere, whether it be a North or another club gives an opportunity, but I think we'll find that out in the next probably 2 or 3 or 4 weeks, hopefully.
If you're a North Melbourne fan, should you be optimistic as to where the club's headed?
Absolutely. I think we have got the right people in the right roles at the club. With Clarko coming on board as coach, we probably didn't get the consistency this year with what he went through, obviously missing a bit of the season. So the messaging changed a little bit with Rats coming on board, but Toddy Viney as well as a GM, the ability to have those 2 roles filled, Sonia Hood, our president, Jen Watts there, I think we've really established a really solid team off the field. We've got some elite talent. We all saw what Harry Sheasley and George Wardle can do at our club this year, and add guys like Luke Davies-Uniacke for a full season, Cam Zerha, Nick Larkey's kicked 70 goals in a team that got it inside 50, 40 times a week is some sort of effort. So I think the pieces are there. Right now we're going to go to the draft with a really strong hand. I wouldn't be surprised if the club's busy in the off-season as well, and put together a team, a young team that's going to be very exciting for our fans, and I think in a couple of years will be pretty hard to beat.
Heck of a year from Harry Sheasley, and I mean this respectfully, but were a few of the lads a little sheepish in the room on best and fairest night that a first-year player had won the medal?
Absolutely not. The way he came in, I haven't seen anything like that as a first-year player ever. From the moment he set foot in the door, his first game, I reckon his first kick, he turned over 25 metres out directly in front of goal, and within a minute later, he had it 5 more times and he hit 5 targets.
Yep,
and I just thought,
did that
my
game.
God,
yeah.
Honestly, as an 18-year-old kid stepping into your first AFL game, and he didn't drop off. Like I was sort of half waiting for him to get a bit tired and do this, but that just is a testament to his professionalism, the way he's built for the game, which is awesome. So we're very just lucky to have him at North for hopefully the next 15 years.
The amazing thing about Harry, and you can speak to this, Jack, is that played all the year before as a half forward, going on ball a little bit, kicked over 30 goals, I think, for Sandringham. Comes out and in the last quarter or something of the last practice match, Clark, why don't we try this bloke at half back?
No, he kicked in their first. It wasn't even an official pre-season game, but we played Richmond at Arden Street as a practice match, and Harry in the first 2 minutes of the game kicked 2 goals, playing as a small forward, and that's what he's drafted as, that sort of small, crafty forward that will go up eventually in the midfield. And then the next week we played the Bulldogs in the last pre-season game. We got hammered, and 3/4 time we were down by 10 goals, and the coach couldn't get the ball out of it back half, so they said, we'll just chuck Shees down there and see what he can do, and he had it 15 times and kicked about 6 goals to none in the last quarter. We're like, so round one we'll just start him there, and
we've uncovered one.
Yeah, to his credit, he said, I don't know how to defend you, bloke, so just help me down here in the back line. He said, mate, don't defend, just get the ball and just go that way. He did, and he's very good at it, so he's got a big bright future, which is awesome.
So that was Jack Siebel with us on Grandstand AFL Sunday earlier today. It was awesome to chat to Jack, wasn't it? And nice to hear him doing well, obviously post-surgery. And we saw the pictures on the news bulletins, obviously, of how marked up his face was after that cowardly incident. And nice to see him bounce back in the fashion he has.
100%, Corby. And great to hear that he wants to get involved with other people that have been through these sort of incidents. He said, look, I'm fine, but you can't discount the effect that it's had on my family and my wife in particular. I'm a dad as well. So, when you sit back and think about it all, it was really good to hear from him. But you're right, those losers that decided to jump him that night, hopefully they get him and they string him up.
The bit that really sticks with me is him saying, I'm so lucky to still be here.
Yeah.
So often in these instances, people aren't lucky enough to go home in the aftermath.
Yeah, you hear all the time about one-punch attacks and the devastating outcomes, as he said, not just for him, but for everybody else attached to it. Matt Clench is keeping across the concluding stages of the VFL Grand Final. Clenchy, the Suns and the Tigers.
And we must be close to the final siren, Corby. Marbiel Chol with a chance to try and make it a 25-point ball game for the Gold Coast Suns. He's lining up pretty much directly in front, 30 metres out. Speculation he might be on the way out of the Gold Coast Suns, and he's put it through. So Marbiel Chol able to kick his 4th goal alongside Chris Burgess, who's kicked 3, Brodie McLaughlin, who's kicked 3 as well for the Gold Coast Suns, Sam Day with 2, and Alex Sexton with 2 as well. So 16-9, 105 to Werribee, 12-8, 80. Werribee put in one hell of a fight in the final term. They were kicking 4 goals to 3. It's now 4 goals apiece so far in this final term, but got back as close as about 15 points, and then Jeremy Sharp was able to quickly answer back for the Gold Coast Suns. So looking like they're just about to record their first ever premiership in the VFL competition. It will be a significant moment for them given their 14 years in the competition. And you mentioned Damien Hardwick. I can tell you he is sitting in the crowd. So he was sitting on the outer side of Princes Park taking in a bit of the sun in front of 7,148 fans in for this VFL Grand Final. So 28 minutes gone in the final term. We're just playing out the dying seconds here in the VFL Grand Final.
Thanks, Clinchy. So 7,000 there at the ground. So we had more here today. So over 10,000 in for the O&M Grand Final.
Country footy strong.
I was about to say, absolutely. It's been we've had a ball out here today. So thanks to the Ovens and Murray League for having us. From Phil off the SMS. Hi, folks. Thanks for covering this game when it's good. Country footy is really good. What a cracking game of footy. Go the Heathcote Saints next year.
Oh, okay.
Great to hear that Jack Siebel is okay. From Phil. So thanks for that, Phil, off the SMS. Thanks to Clinchy as well. Stick around after 6, the Brownlow medal preview. So that's 6 Eastern coming up in about 4 or 6 minutes from now, following the latest from the ABC newsroom. In the SANFL today, Glenelg beat Sturt by 4 goals. So they're premiers in SA. In WA, East Fremantle lead Peel Thunder by 11 points at quarter time there. So premiership still on the line. AFLW today, there were 5 games played. Swans beat the Eagles by 13. Brisbane fell over the line against North Melbourne by 2 points. Essendon at Windy Hill beat Fremantle by 20. St Kilda by 12 points over Collingwood, and half-time in the game between the Suns and the Bulldogs, and it is the Suns who lead it by 14 points at the half. I have a long list of thank yous before we get out of here. As I said, stick around. Our footy content isn't done. Matt Clinch with the Brownlow preview after the latest from the ABC newsroom. Thanks to Jules McKenzie. Cool Jules, who's one of the
best in the biz.
Absolutely.
And the coolest.
Comes down the night before, makes sure we get to air, brings all the stuff that we need, just like doing any other broadcast from the MCG or any ground wherever we may be, and it was an absolute dream. So thank you very much, Jules, for making it all happen, and your commitment to it. To Craig Davis back in the studio for all his work and being able to piece all of this together when we're out on location. To Lauren Borden, as I touched on, who's absolute warrior. Oh, I think so. Gets the top votes from us
brought
today.
the treats, mind you.
And brought the treats as well. But the interviews pre-game to be able to paint the picture of country footy for us. To you, Brett Delidio, it's a big commitment. You got another day job. You got wife and kids at home, and yet you're on the road with us. So really appreciate you coming out.
It was good fun.
Thanks to Adam Schneider. Thanks to Ben Cameron as well for your work. I think that's. I'm sure I'm forgetting people. In particular, thanks to the Ovens and Murray League for making it happen. To Kane Arandarchikis in particular, the footy general manager at the O&M League for having us. We have had a hell of a time out here back in country footy, and hopefully we do it again soon. If you want us to broadcast one of your games, it's a perfect time for it. abc.net.au/footy legends. Tell us who's a footy legend at your club. Matt Clinch coming up, but here's the day that we had out in Lavington.
His kick and turnover. Mark taken by Byrne for Albury. At high half forward, comes infield, gets his kick away to Hodgson. Little 1-2, gets it back, eyes the goals and finishes. Albury draw first blood on the Hodgson finish. Hodgson slaps it on, then gathers it. He's tackled quickly in the middle. Bice gets it off. Miles, clear and kick here for Albury. Bouncing ball on their attacking 50. The ball will bounce inside 50. Gathered there by Powell. Time to steady and puts through another. Albury with the immediate response, and they take back the lead.
Iron Spawn wins it to Willie Wheeler. Kicks to centre half forward. Good mark. Conway's got it. He's about 52 metres out. There's an unguarded goal square. Goes for home. Needs the kind roll. Getting back right on the line. Did O'Brien touch it? The ump says no. It's a goal to Conway.
Live footy on the wing. Wilson onto it. Here for Yarra. He'll go really short. Good kick to Harry Wheeler. Sends Yarra long towards full forward. Out the back. Fothergill's there. Gets it on the boot. And he's kicked 2 in a couple of minutes. Oh, Lucas Conlon, a long kick in up the middle. Mark taken by King. Goes short to O'Hara. Crosses the 50. Eyes the goals. And he's kicked it. Just sneaks it through. His second. And one completely against the run of play.
Pow. Here he is, the Morris medalist for the best player in the league. Finds Bice, always a good user. Takes a bounce, backs himself in. Hand pass inside to Hodgson for 2 in a minute. Kicks goalward, got it. Scores level. 44 apiece.
Muller laying it down to the back, coming through, snapping on goal. King. It's the fat part of the ball. It balloons to Morey, who marks in the right back pocket. Rockside blonde hair as he kicks Yarra out towards halfback. Miles trying to take a one-handed mark. Can't do so. O'Hara soccers it back inside 50. Bice gathers. Lethal on the left. Beautiful finish. The all-important first goal of the fourth. It goes to Albury.
Kick out never got there from Conlon. Scooped up from Felder. From Felder puts the Pigeons on top. An error on the kick out from Jacob Conlon. Never got to Duncan his intended target.
A long kick up to a big contest. No one able to mark it there. It comes down in the hands of Tyson. Yarrawonga back inside 50. And Williams marks wide out, 30 out. He'll kick to the goal square.
Oh, God.
And there's a man out in Bruce who's able to mark. Bruce, 10 out, slide angle, pokes it through. And Yarrawonga are out by 11 points.
Page, natural left footer, turns and kicks down to centre half forward, or crashing the pack high to Hennessy, spills to Gator, had to get it out and did. Power